Welcome everybody to the WREC Semi-Finals day. It is playoffs time here in Barcelona, and there are only 4 teams remaining in the competition.
And today we're gonna meet not only our 2 teams for tomorrow's best of 7 finals, but also the first 2 teams that are gonna head into Icons this summer representing the Emea region.
It is all on the line. 3 spots to play for, 2 best of 5s, a potential 10 games today. Let's see which teams will be making it to tomorrow's finals.
There's nothing in the way. Keep pushing proof into the pitch of fire until you see Come on, you know we're gonna break through.
Good afternoon and welcome from Barcelona here for the WREC Finals. It's semi-finals day, and that means we have a lot of action on the card. Stress here, joined by Stuart, Darkbreaker, and Ryu to take you through this first best of 5 of the day. Stuart, it's your first time joining me on the desk, or maybe it's my first time joining you on the desk for this event. Your thoughts on a really exciting day of games?
Definitely. I mean, we've already had upsets, we've already had competitions, we've already had dominating performances as well. We could potentially get another upset today as well. That could be very, very interesting, but I'm really excited to see what 2 teams will make it to the Icon Series today.
You mentioned upsets. Yesterday was a day of upsets. If you're a Parla Esports fan anyway, I mean, I think you had high expectations coming from the Turkey region, but I think those of us that cast a lot in Europe were a little underestimating how good Parla were as a team. We'll dive into how they did it yesterday, but I mean, DB, those results yesterday, a game off of Game Lord, a series win over Formulation was very impressive.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how well Parla Esports performed, because we honestly, as analysts, didn't expect Parla to perform so well, and I think they represent the Turkish region so well, doing an amazing job teamfight-wise, draft-wise, and I can't wait to see guys again, and Nakris. Nakris is pretty much the superstar right now in the mid lane for Parla Esports, and let's see how they are gonna face against Rix. But obviously, there's still the second series, Game Lord versus Team Queso, and that's gonna be a banger as well.
Yeah, some massive games that we'll delve into a little bit later on today. One team, unfortunately, that did depart us yesterday was Formulation. They lost their series to Parla and unfortunately weren't able to beat Game Lord in the end of the day to force a 3-way tie, and that leaves us with 4 teams in general. Rix taking on Parla and Game Lord going up against Queso. Before we dive into our first series, which is going to be Rix and Parla, Ryu, you'll be casting some of the games later for Game Lord and Queso. Quickly, what do you think that matchup is all about?
That matchup is all about the hype. Theirs against Ruiz, Ruiz against his old team, the champions against the favorites. There's so many storylines to talk about for this match. I mean, it's the defending champions against the #1 seed.
It is indeed. There is so much to talk about throughout today's games that, honestly, we could start anywhere. I think we've got to talk a little bit about the meta coming out of Group B yesterday when we look at how things played. A lot of team fighting, and I think that was a little bit of a surprise at times. We knew Parla were expecting that, but Stuart, I mean, Game Lord looked a little bit shaky on that first.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to be comfortable. It's the first time on stage for them. They just picked a lot of comfort picks with Ruiz in the mid lane, with Redemption as well, going back to them AP carries that we haven't seen a lot in this tournament as well. But like you said, the team fights as well. Coming into it, Parla as well, we knew that the team fights were really strong from the Turkish region, like to Galio, Diana, champions like this as well. But Game Lord, I feel like they need to step up their game today because they're against Team Queso, and that is not going to be an easy series.
Yeah, it's been a few days since we saw Queso. Queso, we know they like to put a lot of focus around Andre out of the jungle. I think they have a very specific playstyle, but Ryu, it didn't work so well on the first day. I mean, you're a support player. They tried to put 4 supports on it. We're nearly getting ready for our first series, but what's your thoughts on that heavy Enchanter play style?
I mean, I like the play style. You know you have a player like Anderson in your team. You want to support him and make him able to put in a position so he can carry the game. We know Anderson can carry games, but it just didn't work out for Team Queso yesterday. So I'm excited to see them put more carry potential on Anderson. I mean, on Joey Skaggs later.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes in our second series of the day. Let's get closer to our first series. Let's delve in with Rix versus Parla.
We want to win the whole event, definitely, but Icons is the big one. Obviously, we have 3 teams attending from Europe. There's a lot of leeway with regards to being able to make it. We're definitely looking to win the whole thing. There's a really big opportunity, and we'd love to represent at the World Championship.
Rix took full control of the top side jungle to start this one out, but can Andre put the damage down on the back end as Doom is going to jump in and land the damage down? Rix ace Queso.
As a team, I think we just want to win the most that we can. We know our level, we know when we can win, when we can't win. We just want to play and show our levels to everyone.
Galio coming from
They win! Parla wins! Parla wins the game!
Gaming are losing here. They are
No
losing
way!
the
Pentakill!
kill for
Pentakill for
that.
Nurkill! Parla advancing through to the playoffs as the Turkish team's last hope. They deserve to be here and they have to show that tomorrow against Rix.
I think it's one of the best part of LANs for me is really getting to see all these players that have so much love and drive for something that you do every day. I play against them in solo queue all the time. I can tell these players are good, even though they're from the different groups. Yeah, it's a little bit tough feeling confident when you just don't know what they're going to be pulling out.
Direct enough problem in here. Dobson, he comes.
I was the only top laner in Europe and Turkey to get more than 2 MVPs, I think. It's not something important for me. I just want to win. Since we win, for me, it's good. I just want to win.
There's a little preview of both of our teams. We still got a little time before they hit the rift, before they hit the stage. So let's delve into this matchup. I think, coming into this, we kind of thought Rix were going to go unbeaten through the group stage. They looked very, very strong. And while they did win both series, DB, they dropped a game. And while we can forgive a game drop, I'm not saying that Rix aren't as strong as they were going to be. I think that is a little surprising, whereas Parla overestimated. They took games off teams we thought were going to be unbeaten too.
I mean, overall, I still think that Rix is the team that I consider Mr. Consistency, because they always perform. They have, on each role, they have really, really good players, and even if someone is not performing well, the other team members will step up. They have Random in the Baron lane, who is super, super amazing, and Sneaky, who is one of the best mid laners and super, super consistent. Overall, yes, Parla performed well, but Rix, this was just the first day, and I think now that we're in the semifinals, they see the meta. They had enough time to see what type of champions Parla loves to play. And we know guys loves that Galio pick, and I don't think Galio is going to be open.
I don't think so either, Ryu. We talked about it a whole lot on the desk yesterday. I think as a support, there's a lot of team fighting that comes from guys. We saw, 4 games of Galio at least in yesterday's series. How do you think that team fight style goes through Parla's draft?
It's going to be interesting to see what they're going to pull off today, because we even saw Clue as well playing an amazing Rakan that had to be banned on later by Team Queso. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who of these supports going to pop off the most, because this matchup in the bottom lane, guys against Clue, is going to be just as exciting as Snitch against Nagras in the mid, because those two players are the ones that are enabling the team overall. They're the ones making the plays, making the roams, and making sure the team is driving towards success. So, I mean, I think the support matchup could be as interesting as the mid one.
Now, Stuart, it wouldn't be an analyst desk or a segment with you and I if I didn't at least turn the pressure on you up just a little.
I know.
We did some tier lists. Some of you may have seen them coming into the event. I can't remember where you rated Nacrez, but after a Graves pentakill yesterday, I feel like you probably could bump him up just a little bit.
Oh, definitely. I think he overperformed and exceeded every expectation from all the analysts. I think it wasn't just me, it was Ryu as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Ryu did that. I put a question mark by the way. I was like, I don't know. I haven't watched enough games. I need to do more prep. But
No, I mean, we've already said it already. I mean, Parla is the big upset of the entire tournament so far, and I feel like that it doesn't need to stop there for them as well. They're playing off against a super team like Rix as well. But I think after yesterday's performance and Nacrez, as you said, on that pentakill as well on Graves, Akali performances as well, he's definitely stepped up his game and really carried the rest of the team.
And I think like the the key thing that when we look at that draft difference from Parla is they draft so heavily around mistakes their opponents, they're kind of emphasizing, like they're planning on their opponents playing too aggressive, they sit in bushes, they're able to pick people off, and DB, do you think it's going to work as well against a team like Rix, who now we expect with a day of games that Parla have played, Rix have a lot of information on this playstyle?
I mean, I would say both teams have a lot of information about each other, but Rix didn't show that many cards yet because they haven't had to play that many games. We know that we know that Parla, they have the flexibility in the mid and jungle and top lane. The Grace pick, for example, they flexed it. They, like, it's kind of unpredictable where they're gonna put it. Like, they saw that Fiora's gonna be mid lane and they just switched it and put it into the mid lane instead. It's actually pretty amazing because Grace is such a good counter against the Fiora pick, and Nacris on that Grace was absolutely amazing, and we can see even more flexibility coming into this match for sure by Nacris and Bambi.
And when we look at that mid lane matchup, I know we've talked about it a lot, but I think it's worth looking at the other side of that match and really delving into Snitch, because yesterday's series of formulation, where Parla won, was through Don, who always has a lot of attention in middle lane. Don also gets jungle attention and so much there. Snitch almost never has jungle attention. He almost never needs jungle attention. So, Ryu, do you think there are those opportunities around mid lane, or is Snitch just too much of a wall, even with these picks like Graves for Nacres to come out?
Snitch is definitely a wall. We have talked a lot about mid lane consistency, as Snitch is the king of this area of mid lane. Snitch just never really loses lane 1v1. He never really dies whenever he's getting ganked. It's just impossible to get a lead against Snitch, and that's why he's just one of the best players in Europe.
So we've talked a little bit about the Graves throughout this segment. We've talked a lot about mid lane. I think while it is important, Graves can also be played up in the top lane, like you're kind of alluding to, DB. And top lane, Random, we all thought coming into the split he was going to be the top laner. I think we finally started to see a little bit of that mechanical outplay. He was 1v2ing people. I have a worry in this series between Cyrex and Random that if Random is just styling on Cyrex, this is going to be a very difficult game for Parla to turn around.
I mean, I think Cyrex did fairly well against Lonely Kid yesterday.
Yeah,
I think Lonely Kid considered one of the best Baron laners as well, but we saw what Random could do. Like you said, 1 versus 5. He actually played 5 unique champions as well. Even picked up the Vayne in the Baron lane as well, which is something we haven't seen before here in Europe. So I think Random has these very unique play styles that we're maybe not really, you're not really used to, you know, these unique champions as well. And I think that's really where Rix can shine. They can shine with all these unique champion pools, all these unique champions that they can play, and they can bring out something new every single time.
And one of the key points that actually Cyrex even mentioned earlier is that Cyrex was actually named the most valuable player of the Turkish region. I think he got player of the match, I think 3 or even 4 times. This player is not someone just to mess with. I know we're talking about Random, one of the most consistent and best Baron laners in Europe, but I just want to point out, Cyrex is actually right. He was the MVP of the Turkish region.
He was indeed. DB, I know you got a lot of thoughts on this matchup, especially being a top laner.
Yeah,
Cyrex and Random?
I think it's going to be Random favored. I feel like Cyrex was playing okay, like he was doing a solid job for his team, but they like to play more around the Nacris, because Nacris, we have seen how good he is as a hyper carry on that Riven pick, on that Grace pick, and Cyrex is more like on those weak-siding champions. And I feel like Random so far has been popping off every single game, and Seven is probably gonna play around him, try to get him ahead, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how Cyrex is gonna handle Random as well, because he has been handling Lonely Kid pretty solid, but Random is also another top lane beast.
So we have a lot of time to talk about this series. It's a best of 5, a potential 5 games. We'll see who comes out ahead between Rix and Parla. It's time to get our teams onto the stage for the first WRAC semi-final. Please welcome to the stage the WREC European Open Bracket Champions, Rix GG! In the Baron lane, Random. Fighting out of the jungle, SE7. At mid lane, Snitch. From AD carry in the Dragon lane, it's Doom. And at support, it's Clue. Their opponents, representing the Turkish region, it's Parla Esports! From the Baron lane, Cyrax! Out of the jungle, Bambi! Nakres at mid lane, Katsa as AD carry in the Dragon lane, and Guys from support. Stuart, do you think Parla can pull the upset off and take out Rix in this series?
Yes, I mean, that's the big question, I think, in this series. Will Parla pull off the upset? I think that they have the potential. I mean, Rix are this super team as well. Darkbreaker, I'd like to get your opinion as well on this. What do you think the percentage chance, or like the chances that Parla have in this series? Can they pull up the big, massive upset?
I think it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually win the entire series. I definitely can see them taking one game or even two games. With that mid and support synergy, Nakres and Guys can't be underestimated. Those two players are absolutely amazing. But Rix has been showing so much power so far. They are a super team, super consistent as well, and I think they're going to take this serious. And the likelihood of Parla actually winning the entire series is, in my opinion, maybe 20%.
20%. It's a tough call between these two teams, because I think the best of 5 is a different game, right? Best of 3, we've had a couple of results go over to Parla where, you know, 2 games, this sounds really strange, but 2 games are easier to win against a team than 3 games. Because I think a team like Rix, with their coaching staff, can really download the play style. And for Ryu, you know, you've been a part of the Viv Esports coaching staff. You faced Game World, you faced Rix. Like, how important is that extra opportunity of more games to get the download to complete?
The more you play against a team, the more you figure out what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. One thing is watching them play on a different team. Playing against you actually get the opportunity to feel that breath and their strength and their tempo on you. It's a completely different thing. I mean, obviously, scouting is one thing, but actually feeling the play themselves is completely different. If I have to speak about this matchup in particular, I think one thing that Parla did very well yesterday is that they were able to capitalize on some of the mistakes and the sloppiness of Game Lord and Formulation. Sloppiness is not something we've seen from Rix yet, and I don't think, I mean, even though I think Parla has this amazing team fighting, they know when to catch out people out, and they understand, whoa, this is a mistake, we have to capitalize. Rix don't make those mistakes.
I think the great thing about Parla, like you said, they capitalize on like the weak sides of the other team. But I think with Rix, they don't really have a weak side, to be fair. Like, what is the weak side of Rix? You've got Doom and Clue down in the Dragon lane. You've got Random up in the Baron lane, which even though sometimes he's get left by himself, we've seen that even if he is on the weak side, he can still 1 versus 2 as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, in some of the regular split games, I don't think Doom ever played badly. I don't think he ever was a weakness for the team, but I think there were certainly games that Rix didn't play around when it comes to Doom's lane. So as we head towards our key points of the game, we can take a little delve deeper into our first series of the day. We talked a lot about all of the matchups here, and I think, you know, we focused on bottom lane a lot there with Doom. We haven't talked too much on the side of Parla, but when it comes to these key points, I mean, for Parla, I think the key point has to be kind of like taking that fight from Rix and team fighting around them.
Team fighting around Parla is really difficult. Parla showed yesterday, I mean, Guys had 2 games in a row of that fantastic flash knock-up. That was just incredible. 4-man taunt afterwards. I mean, this guy is fantastic, and I think if Parla is to win this match, it has to come from Guys with a fantastic support gameplay. And yeah, I think he's definitely going to be the key player for this match for Parla.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is a bit unprecedented when we look at kind of coming into it. We kind of expected this to be like Formulation Ricks coming out of the groups. We talked a lot about how Formulation were upset. I mean, Formulation are a team-fighting team. For this matchup, I kind of wish Hells I could get his opinion because I know he's on the Parla hype train right now. Do any of you feel more inclined?
I can definitely see why Hells is on that Parla hype train because they have been performing so well when it comes to those team fights. Like, we didn't expect them to play those team fights so well. They are in the early game. We just call it the Turkish aggressiveness. They know when and where to team fight. They pick off people, and even though sometimes it seems like they might not win the team fight, they still end up being on top of the team fight. And surprisingly, they managed to win yesterday against Formulation Gaming as well. So this match is going to be crazy. The underdog Parla Gaming against the superstar, the consistent team Rix Gaming.
And it's funny that we say underdog and you know, consistent for... So underdog for Parla and consistent for Rix. In a way, Rix kind of a very tiny underdog because the way that they lost to Game Lord 3-0 in the finals. I still think that they're the favorite team for sure, but this is the battle of the second seeds. One of them are going to go to Icons, and those are the stakes that are on the line. Stu, we've only got 3 spots for 4 teams, and if Parla pull off the upset here, that means we're potentially looking at, you know, a Rix, either Game Lord or Queso, 3rd seed, and that's insane to think about.
I think we spoke a little bit is like the craziest scenario I think that could happen is if Parla win this series and Team Queso win the next series.
I know.
And then even though everyone kind of predicted this Rix versus Game Lord final, that could be the 3rd place match, and maybe potentially only one of them can go to Icons as well, and that's the crazy thing about it.
And that's one of the things that Ruiz actually mentioned in his interview yesterday. You can practice as much as you want, you can have as much experience as you want. This is offline stage.
Yep.
Everything you have learned, you can just throw that out. This is a completely different setup, completely different meta, completely different environment, and it's not the same. I mean, we saw that yesterday, Parla upsetting some of the favorites from Europe, so I mean, throw everything out you already know, because this is going to be one of a great day.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a fantastic set of series. Couple of last things to do before we get into the game, and the first of which is to hear from our teams. Let's head over to Carmeline with an interview with Rix.
Hello everyone, Black back here with an interview with Mozilla coach for Rix GG. Welcome Mozilla. First of all, congratulations for getting to this stage of the competition. But first question, of course, we need to talk about what happened yesterday with Game Lord's downfall, Parla rising. Do you think Parla can prove to be an enemy? Do you respect them? What do you think about it?
I mean, obviously respect every team here. They're still the top of Europe, even if they don't make it out of play-in stage like UL. They still made it as the best team in Russia. And Parla is the same way, right? They were the second seed from Turkey, and they've shown that they can play on the big stage, and they've upset GLD in one game, FMG 2-0, and they've shown that they are a real good contender.
You're kind of in a similar situation because they came as a second seed, you came here as a second seed as well, and now you're having to face each other. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly, you've become the favorites to win this entire tournament. How does that feel? Does that add pressure to you, to your performance?
I mean, we consider ourselves the favorites as well, right? So we went into this practicing with that pressure on our shoulders. And I think we've gotten used to it, and this pressure has pressed us into a diamond that will definitely succeed.
Okay, a diamond that will succeed. Last question. I need you to give me a prediction for this series. How do you think it's going to end? Do you think Parla is going to take some games away from you, or are you going to stop them?
3-0 Rix.
There we go, 3-0 Rix. So, there it is. Mozilla, thank you very much for the interview. We'll see what happens, but for now, I'm sending it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carmeline, and welcome everyone. We're about to head into the first semi-final game. Best of 5 Hells. Anything can happen, even though he predicted 3-0 for Rix.
Man, I just gotta say, first of all, Mozilla looked hella good right there, right? We talked about it. I mean, he looked amazing. So just getting that out of the way. But yeah, 3-0, I wouldn't agree. Of course, he says that he's the coach from Rix, but I wouldn't say that. I definitely think, you know, I still voted for Rix to win, even though I absolutely love Parla. Because, you know, love them or hate them, Rix is the best, right? Like, Rix is just the best in Europe right now, and I'm sure they'll show super good performance right now. So 3-1.
They look like the most solid team all across the teams that we had the two days before. Because I mean, no team is undefeated. We have to say that no team is undefeated. Every single team, you know, just lost a map or two maybe, and that's the beautiful about these days before. Like we had a lot of upsets, we had a lot of intense games, and this series is gonna be, I think, more exciting than people may think.
Yeah, and it shows that it's definitely closer than people may think and than we may have thought. Because like I also personally thought that Rix would just wipe the floor with everyone, but they lost the game to Team Queso, right? Like they lost the game to Team Queso, and Team Queso wasn't looking as strong in the first game, but then they took a game from Rix. It's just like, as we just said, right? Like this is a live stage. Anything can happen. Like in the first game, it could be super bad for Team A, and then in the second game, they'll just stomp the game.
I want to highlight the first is like we're gonna have a hell of a clash of styles, because we saw in the group A a lot of adaptability, a lot of spicy peaks. The scenes came through a lot of times for Team Queso and also for Rix. But in the group B, it was all about the team fight. Maybe more, you know, traditional picks. I'm gonna say like the Darius, for example, but a lot of team fighting power. That's where Parla excelled.
Yeah. Parla was amazing. Parla showed an absolutely amazing performance, team fighting, but also knowing when to split push, right? Like they knew when to split push, they knew when to build the hole breakers. So even though they are very good at team fighting, they built the hole breakers to counter out the enemy teams, and they didn't always do it on the Baron laner like the traditional team would do, right? Like everyone thinks hole breaker goes on the Baron laner, you split push, and the mid laner joins the team fights. No, Parla knows what to do, and team fighting amazing, but also their macro game in general. They put the hole breaker on the mid laner, swap him to the Baron laner, and make him push instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about neutral objectives, it felt like Parla, well, they weren't actually taking the neutral objectives. Like the game could be better, but fighting around them, that was the key point. And every single game, it was about the fourth Drake, about the Elder One. You know, they set them up amazingly.
But it's good that you're giving this point, because I definitely feel this is the major weakness of Parla. Like a major big weakness, because they're not good at objective play. You know, they're an incredible team. To me, it feels like they're so good.
They fight so well around them, but they don't take them.
They don't take them. They fight around the dragons. They fight around the Rift Heralds. They fight around the turrets, but they don't take them. And this you cannot do against Rix. And this is why I still voted for Rix to win, because I know Rix knows this as well as we do. Right? Like they have two coaches. They have Dooms and Mozilla and behind the scenes, and these guys are amazing. These guys know everything. These guys are the masterminds behind the team. These guys are the ones that are doing the draft right now, which we are heading into. And this is already going to be the first stage of the game. Right? Like when you're in a game, this is already basically 1-0. If you win the draft, you're already 1-0 ahead.
Yeah, you have to mess it up completely towards the draft if you have a really good one. It's gonna be the Karma probably found away by the side of Rix. But you were talking about the top objectives and stuff, and we were discussing about how this is gonna be a clash of styles. And I want to highlight the Dragon lane, because we have this Doom versus Katsu, and Katsu was quite tied to the Corgis, for example. But Doom got rid of the shackles of the mages in the Dragon lane. He gets to play those sweet AD carries, and I'm really willing to watch him play those.
And I feel like you're talking about getting rid of those shackles. I feel Katse hasn't yet. But like he played the Morgana. The only ADC that he really played was the Corki. We all know what Doom can do. He played Jinx twice, and he got 2 pentakills. Both games he got a pentakill. He plays Tristana, he wins. He plays Xayah, he wins. We know how good he is the Paris. Karma's open. I was gonna talk about that, because I feel Rix is possibly gonna change it up, right? Like this is a team that does these kinds of crazy things. They've prepared a counter draft. I can guarantee you right now, right here and now, they just completely prepared a counter draft, and they should be fine. So I'm curious to see what they counter the Karma with.
And you better, because right now Karma feels like so broken when it comes to Wildrift. Here comes the Camille, and yeah, Karma is all about, you know, the shields. You have a strong push in the early stages of the game. They have the Senna as well here in the side of Rix, and I really feel like you need some CC locked to control the Karma right now. We were discussing behind the scenes about this ribbon that was so important for Parla yesterday.
We were discussing about it, but this I don't like what I'm seeing right here. This is the Corki and the ribbon. These are very obvious picks. Like you can see this coming. You know, the Corki coming through from Katse. Like this is what I mean. Like indeed, they haven't taken off the shackles from him. Nasus Senna in the bot lane. This does incredibly well into the Karma as well, because they can out-heal the Karma poke, and then when they scale into the late game, you put Doom on the Senna, he does so much damage, and then add Random to it as well, playing the Camille, and Random is possibly the best Camille that I have ever seen.
Yeah, definitely. And you have also the Hextech ultimate to lock that Karma into the ultimate. We're gonna head into the second bomb phase. The Darius is gonna be bound away once again. Actually, Rick's respecting what can Cyrex do with this champion.
They're definitely respecting what Cyrex can do with this champion. It seems like they're indeed banning him away. I was actually about to talk about the Gragas, but Rix banned him away, I just realized. So yeah, Rix is banning out Cyrex, so it seems they're putting a lot of respect onto Cyrex, but they're kind of ignoring Bambi right there, you know? And honestly, I understand it, because I feel yesterday Bambi didn't show as much of a performance as Cyrex did.
Yes.
And Cyrex is one of those players that can also carry the game. So they put random on a comfort pick on the Camille, and now they're banning away Cyrex's champion. He loves the Darius, he loves the Camille, he loves those champions, he loves the Renekton. Garen is still open, however, but Garen is not always a good pick into Camille, Noah.
I want to ask you about what do you think about those last Paula bans, because it's Morgana and also the season. It feels like they don't believe in us is going to head into the Dragon Lane, and it's this action for Rix, and it's so interesting because this is a champion that we get to see, but not that much.
And I'm just afraid Parla's gonna fall for the trap. You know, they could pick the Garen, because Cyrex's champion pool has been banned away. Like, quite a lot of his champions have been banned away already. And if they pick Garen, like, Rix has the counters to Garen. These are the types of champions that can destroy Garen. And oh, we see an Akali. And I love this pick. They're gonna be putting knockers on that Akali, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. They're gonna flex once again. You were like so upset about, you know, the Riven showing up so well, but they are gonna flex it once again. They did it yesterday, and they are gonna do it once again for today. This is what I love about best of fives. You know, this is what I love about best of fives. All about adaptability, surprising, you know, adapt or die in this kind of games, and it's gonna be the Xin Zhao to run the competition for.
And Xin Zhao is great. He counters a lot of the champions that Rix has, because Rix has a lot of ranged champions, and we all know when Xin Zhao uses that ultimate, he pushes everyone away, and it counters Camille, because when Camille engages with the Hextech ultimatum, boom, you just ult them all in, and bye, there you go. That is the one champion that can completely ignore everything that pushes you away, and she will go right for the kill, Noah.
Definitely. I mean, we saw Abai yesterday. He didn't perform that well, but in theory, it has to work. You know, you have CC, lock, CG can go all straight for the Karma, can go all straight for the Xin Zhao, and ignore everything, every single CC. And, you know, combo, you're gonna have the Vi jumping on you, you're gonna have the Camille jumping on you, you're gonna have the Senna dealing damage so very, very, very far away. So let's see. We were discussing all around this kind of clash of styles between Paula and Rix. Rix seemed to be like, you know, the most solid team all across the board, but Paula is, you know, the team that exceeds expectations. Can they make the upset once again?
But honestly, I feel like Parla is falling into the Game Lord trap. I'm calling it the Game Lord trap because they're kind of stuck in a champion pool with a few of their players, right? Yeah. I feel definitely with Katse, this is one of their weaknesses. And Rix forced them to, like, you know, to put Riven onto Cyrex as well by banning away some of the other champions. And now it's random on the Camille. Like, I just feel Rix is putting them into this trap. And as I said, I feel this is the Game Lord trap because these guys are really good at a few champions.
Yes.
But if you know what they're gonna pick, you can just counter pick it, Noah.
I mean, but I have a question here. It's the first time we get to see the Karma. The first time we get to see this champion, and this champion is such a beast when it comes to team fights. That's where Paula excels. Is Karma that broken to counter all Rix?
Karma is broken, but as I said, Rix
broken as hell?
Not broken as hell. We have a different champion that's broken as hell, who is also picked into this game. But as we head into this game, my opinion on Karma is she is not broken. She's, well, no, sorry, she's broken. But Rix just wanted to give it away to counter it. Like, they got power picks against the Karma, so they traded Karma for the Senna and the Camille, which I feel is worth. And it's actually Cyrex on the Akali, Noah.
Yeah, Cyrex on the Akali. Knackers popped off yesterday on the Riven, so they flexed fine in the end, the Akali in the Baron lane side of the map. So let's see how it goes versus Ronda, because what I like about the Akali into the Camille is the high mobility. Yeah, you're gonna have the Hextech ultimate to lock her down, but in theory, you have the Shroud, you have the smoke, you have the E and the ultimate, you know, to get rid of the Camille. Exactly, and Parla indeed did a great job countering out that Camille, but it's random, you know. This guy is just absolutely incredible on Camille. Ooh, and we were here. Hey, Doom being quite tracked down, Clue dealing damage as well. But the guys is having such, you know, a hard time. And I want to talk about this because yesterday, guys, was all about the Galio. The engages 4 people taunted twice yesterday. And now you're in a kind of reactive pick.
You're in a kind of reactive pick indeed, but it's the Karma. It's the Karma. you give the shields, you root the enemy, you ult the enemy, you deal so much damage. Karma has it all, and that's why Karma has been banned every single game, except for this one. And it seems like Bambi on the Xin Shao, just taking the bot lane Scuttle Crab. Random seems to be taking the top lane Scuttle Crab. And actually, this is a very interesting thing. They choose, never mind, Random did not take it. They're giving away the Scuttle Crab, and they're letting SC7 on the Vi do a full jungle clear. This is a thing that we've talked about many, many times during the analyst desk. Vi is one of those champions that can clear out the jungle super fast. They buffed her AD when she starts the game, and as you can see, he's doing a full jungle clear. He's going to be level 5, and he's going to be ganking Cyrex with his ultimate, Noah.
Yeah, I'm very curious about this. I really want to know if SC7 is looking for the gang in the Baron lane side, but Cyrex is so pushed right now. You may be so vulnerable, but you're at level 4.
There he goes.
You have the mobility.
There he goes.
There he goes, definitely. SC7 with the level 5 jumping on Cyrex. The Shroud uses the smoke, uses the flash away. Also, Bambi made its way towards the top side of the map. No first blood in here, but you traded your ult for Cyrex flash.
And that is worth it. SC7 is going to have his ultimate back in like a minute, but Cyrex's flash is gone already.
SC7 maybe in trouble. Okay, the knockup didn't came through, but Snitch may be in trouble. Nakaris going forward, dashing with the first ability, and the first blood goes all straight to Nakaris. We saw that yesterday. You really, if you're Rix, don't want that Riven to get fed.
Where did guys come from? Guys just roamed all the way from the bot lane to the mid lane to support his team and get that first blood for Nakaris, who we saw how important he is. What an amazing support player right there. We were talking about this as well. It's all going to be about Clue and Guys as well. These are the two supports. They both showed an incredible performance, and right now it's Guys that's winning the performance game. But the vision game also on Parla's side, Noah. They get all of these wards in the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They got control of every single jungle exit from the side of Rix GG, and that's absolutely important for Parla Esports. That, you know, they had a hard time in the Baron lane, but now they have the first blood, and Nakaris has everything to, you know, to succeed in this game. Random trying to put some vision as well in the side of Parla's jungle, but Bambi is just chilling. You know, be waiting here because Cyrus go nuts onto Random. Random has the Hextech ultimate, but
he goes for it.
And Cyrus has there he goes with the ultimate and takes the kill, the solo kill in the top side of the map. What just happened? What did just happen?
What just happened indeed? Cyrex is completely outclassing Random on his comfort pick. Random is playing the Camille, and Cyrex is on the Akali, which we have not seen before. But he's just winning. He's winning the lane against Random. He uses his ultimate, wins against Random, forces Random to use his Hextech ultimatum as well, and he wins. And I just really want to highlight how important the timings of these ultimates were as well, because Nakaris has his ultimate ready for the next objective as well.
Yeah, definitely. Here comes the first Wave Herald, but Rix are trying to take this first Wave Herald. The Dragon is spawned as well in the bottom side of the map. So it seems like Rix is going to play towards the top side, and Parla is going to play towards the bottom side of the map. You know, you were all talking about, you know, the ultimates and stuff, but the key point was Random not respecting that Cyrus had to ignite up.
And exactly, and I feel this is what you have to do. You have to respect Parla.
Rotation, nice in here with the package from the side of Corki. Now
that's not a good herald
to defend here the Rift Herald that is not gonna take the tower, and that's so important.
Yeah, and that is not a good herald, and I don't like that one. And Cyrex is trying to look for some kills as well. This guy is hungry, Noah.
Yeah, these guys, both teams are really hungry, but this is only the first game in a best of 5 series. Not best of 3 anymore. Be waiting here because Blue may be in trouble. He has to flash under the tower, and they're trying to dive. Here comes the ultimate from the side of Sen, and yet they wanna dive on Bambi. Baby, you are overestimating yourself, and Nakaris takes the second kill in a row. This Riven is absolutely nuts.
And this is why you don't put Nakaris on the Riven. And the coaches are writing it down right now. Ban Riven.
Ban Riven or take it for yourself, because there goes again the ultimate Hextech coming to, but Nakaris is still out trying to deal some damage, but Camille takes this one. No, guys, it's all alone. Katsu coming to help 2 versus 1, exhausted, and this is so important. Here comes, guys, still alive. The ultimate from the side of Akshan is not going to be enough as Katsu defends his teammate. That was a bold move.
And Random is still Random on the Camille, as you can see that right there. He missed his hook, unfortunately. I feel he kind of has to get into it because Camille is one of those picks, right? Like, even if you're a main Camille, you do need some sort of prep to play her, right? Like, you have to be on top of your game to be playing Camille. And the thing is, like, these players haven't played much Camille. Why? Because she's constantly banned. So when she's left open, you know, even though you're a good Camille, if you haven't played her for a few days, maybe even a week, you may make these mistakes. You're gonna be rusty, Noah.
You're rusty, yeah, absolutely. It's like it happens with all the high mechanical demanding champions. As to say, it happens with Camille. I would say it happens to say with Akali.
Happens with Akali as well, but apparently it doesn't for Cyrex. This guy can pull it all off. Like, you know, as the manager said, he told me backstage, it doesn't matter where Cyrex plays, he's gonna perform.
Bambi, you are in trouble, but random just hook the wall. Bambi is gonna be dying so soon. Camille takes this one as well. And now, yeah, it started badly for RixG, but they are taking kills, they are taking gold, and they feel like back in the game.
And this is the consistency about Rix, right? Like, even though they were down 0-3, they'll still stay consistent. They won't make as many mistakes. And here we can see Parla, they are making mistakes. And even though they were ahead 3-0.
Okay, here comes Snitch with heroic swing. Had to dash backwards to tower. And SC7 going all forward, jumping onto this Corki. Put Corki back. He ended up dying. The sacrifice to take the tower.
Oh, the ult!
And Akshan takes the life of Akali. All the kill, and also the tower is so important for RixG. They sacrificed it by, but it was worth.
Random stopped Cyrex from ulting into his team. He just completely nullified the ultimate damage by Hex using his X-Tech ultimatum. But what I was talking about is this is the consistency of Rix. Even though they make a few mistakes, they'll get right back into the game and they'll play the game. And as you can see, Parla, actually, let's talk about this team fight because that's a bit more important. Rix has the composition to do this. They have the composition, they have the Akshan, they have the Senna range, and they have the Vi dive. And as you can see, SC7 had none of it. He went for it instantly. And even though he died, he forced away some important abilities from Parla. But look at this one. You see that he Random didn't allow Cyrex to ult in, Noah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well played from RixG. It was well from SC7. I really don't think that Vi had to dive that deep, as to say, because I mean it was a bit for RixG. They took the objective, they took the kill, and they could have been all alive. But right now they lead the gold, but just for 500, it's just meaningless.
They're leading the gold, but let's take a look at Nakres, by the way. He's ahead by 1.5k gold. And this is dangerous for Rix, because we were talking about it. This is the star player. This is the star player that you definitely don't want to have a lot of gold on. He has 7.5k gold already. He has 2 items, and they're starting off the Rift Herald, Noah.
Yeah, they lost the first one. They were taking, you know, the ocean break, but they don't want to let RixG to take the second one. And yeah, they took it for free, and that's important because RixG is all stacked, all day heading towards the bottom side of the map as they want to focus this bot lane tower. And Paula just summoning the Rift Heralding here. There's only one member from RixG to defend this tower. They're gonna take it as well.
They're gonna take it as well, and I feel they're gonna be fighting for this dragon as well. Rix is being separated as Snitch is in the mid lane, but Cyrex is looking for some blood.
Yeah, RixG are trying to take the trade, but it's not gonna be so free. Vi going in once again. The stats is so pretty good on each other from the side of the damage comes through, but exhaust also so important. Exit ultimate, SC7 diving, but solo on HP. Camille is just destroying Paula Esports.
Look at Nakres, this guy doesn't die.
Corki is down and Akshan takes the kill. Right now, Nakres is 2 versus 3. He's excited, but he's alive. He's diving. He's taking the shield. He's taking everything. He's still alive. I don't know how, but Akshan takes the kill. So important. The shutdown on Camille is going to be for Nakres. Once again, he's 6-2. Eyes on the Raven all the time. He just bought Execution Nicole, and that's going to be so crucial, so pivotal for the next team fights.
Wow, and Nakres during that team fight was just incredible. But I want to highlight the subtle plays by Doom right there, because here, clearly, boom. He ulted, gave his whole team a barrier. He's rooting enemies. He's healing his team. He's buying enough time for Snitch to provide enough damage. And as you can see, right, like Snitch killing the backline. Doom and Snitch are just sitting in the backline. Here, look at it.
Yeah.
Doom buying enough time, killing off Bambi as well, flashing over the wall to dodge off the engage from Nakres. Like, these are the subtle things that Rix do to still win a team fight that looked very favorable for Parla.
I think just Doom kiting, knowing where to retreat and when to re-engage was the crucial.
And everyone was revived, by the way, by the Akshan.
Yeah. Absolutely, yes. Akshan, the one that messes up every time with the tempo of the game.
By the way, Doom is sitting on 39 stacks, and we're nearly 11 minutes into the game. I would say that is not a very high amount right now. He's struggling to get those stacks up, Noah.
Yeah, definitely, because you want to abuse usually, you know, the Mala champs, but Karma is not that kind of stuff. You didn't get to that many souls, you know, during the early game. Okay, the Coca-Cola pop off in here.
Let's take a look at the reaction of Flu. We know this guy loves it as well. Look at him. He's screaming to his team, go, 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 get him. And
that was happy, yeah. Kind of happy, but he could be more happy. Right now, we have the shield, or no, Cyrex was being focused, you know, by the combat plans from Snitch. Snitch having a wonderful game as well for 1-3 for them mid laner in this auction. So fat. I really like that both teams, you know, are focusing on these grievous wounds that are going to be so crucial. You know, you have Shintal, you have Raven that are going to be healed all the time. On the other side, you have, you know, the Senna healing everyone. You have the Nasus that is going to be healed so much, and you need those.
But I don't really understand why Rix has put these Executioner's Callings on the Akshan and on the Senna, because it costs 2,000 gold.
I agree.
They're waiting in a bush, by the way.
Okay, you may be in trouble right now. Here comes Wild once again, but he's exhausted. He doesn't have the damage. Nakra is going in, beware with the Riven because Cyrax is diving. Here comes the ultimate from the side of Senna. The Exhaust and the Stasis come through, but he's not gonna be so okay. Unstoppable, the game says it. It's the Snitch once again carving the game for Rixig.
Rix is just being the big pillar in the middle of Rix. This guy is the most consistent mid laner I have ever seen. Every single team fight, he's doing so much damage. He didn't even have to use his ultimate in this one, and now they're going to be pushing the mid lane turret. And Barla doesn't allow
but
it.
Clue has very low HP. Martin now went in, but Bambi may be in trouble. He's not gonna make it alive. And Nakshan takes everything. They're not even respecting the tower. Scott's still alive, but not for Stone Lord. That's a lava kill for Snitch. That is just smashing this game. You know, Ryu was talking about how such a stable mid laner is Snitch. Always delivering, always performing, and once again, he's doing it.
He's not only the stable mid laner, he's the absolute hard carry mid laner. He's godlike. He's level 13. He's actually outlaning Nakres, even after that early game where he was behind 1.5k gold, by the way. And that's just so incredible by Snitch. He finished up his Mortal Reminder as well. But I want to talk about something, however. I find it a bit interesting to see that Rix Gaming has prioritized to go for anti-heal on the Akshan, but it seems like I don't have time to talk because I want to highlight what Snitch is doing right here, right? Like, they're pushing the turret, they're sieging, Bumpy tries to go in, and of course Doom instantly who roots him, and they kill him right after that. And these are the subtle plays from Doom that, you know, you may not see, but he's playing the Senna perfectly, and Snitch is just so aggressive on the Akshan.
Yes.
He knows he can get those resets on his third ability when he goes in. As you can see, he constantly uses it to run away, and Nakras, he tries to go in, exhaust.
Yeah. It happens all the time, and we suggested it happening a lot of times when you're playing these kind of ultra-aggressive champions. You're playing like the Akali, when you're playing the Camilla, you go, you try to dive, and you get exhausted, you deal no damage, and now you can go out of the team fight. But Snitch, you know, he just measures so well when he can go in, when he can go out with the heroic spin, and he's playing Akshan. It's such a fragile champion.
Yeah, it's a really fragile champion indeed. You have to play it super safe.
You can really mess it so easily.
You can mess it up so easily. And what I find very interesting, by the way, is Rix has a full AD composition with the NASA support on a Luden's Echo. And I find that a bit interesting because they're basically forcing Clue to build the Luden's Echo to deal magic damage, because otherwise Parla is going to be building armor, but Parla is building armor regardless. They're sitting on 4 armor boots, and this is what we talked about earlier as well. I believe it was against Game Lord, or it was against Formulation.
They did it, yeah.
Where Parla Gaming was up against a full AD composition. They had the Riven and the Graves. They were building armor. They were building armor, and then they won the late game.
Oof. Here the 1v1 with Nakras and Random is getting intense, you know, because you have the Hawkeye from Pala, you have Random who also excels in Rix GG, but he's not getting the highlights in this game. It's all on Snitch. He's trying to kill Cyrax. By the way, here comes the ultimate, but the command plans is not killing the Akali in this situation. It seems like we have a little bit of a calm, you know, quietness here coming through the Rift, but this is a very dangerous situation because we have the Baron Nashor. You can make any mistakes because otherwise the other team is going to take the Nashor and the end is going to be done.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is the difference between Random and Cyrax. We saw Cyrax solo kill Random as well, and Random is now sitting on 3.5 items. Random is sitting on 3.5 items, and now Cyrax just finished his 2nd item, so he's a whole item behind of Random, and Random also has the Hull Breaker, which means Cyrax has absolutely no chance on 1v1ing him, and Doom is now sitting on 58 stacks. Yet again, it's not that many stacks, but it's good. Like, when he reaches that 60 stack threshold, his basic attack range is going to be long, Noah.
Yeah, but I mean, right now, Random is all about the ultimate, having a good ultimate when he comes into the team fight, healing his teammates, you know. They can't die because they know they have the Senna behind them, healing them up and shielding them up. Random is trying to dive. Oh, what is going on in here? Cyrax goes wild as he knows he's in a 2v1, but Random kites with the hooks in the wall. They came through the ultimate from Senna, and Rixig is cancelling the Baron Nashor. This tosses that comes from the side of Rix. 3 versus 4 in here, quite dangerous for Parla Esports.
And those heals from Doom is what's keeping Rix alive in those longer-term fights.
Okay,
they
flash
perfectly
away.
complement each other, right? Like Akshan needs to stay alive. And look at Random, by the way. No one can stop Random. He's level 14. He has the Hull Breaker. Nakras has no chance to win a fight. Cyrex has no chance to fight. No one can 1v1 this guy.
And that's pivotal because you have Random level 14. You have Snitch level 14 as well. And Parla is falling behind these matter 13, 14 right now for Nakras. But it's like, if Rix is split pushing, you know, having all this importance in the lower part of the map, but also they are winning the team fights in the 4 versus 3, this doesn't look good for Parla.
This definitely doesn't look good for Parla. And the later we get into this game as well, Noah, the worse it gets for Parla. Rix drafted a late game composition. They have the Akshan, they have the Senna who keeps stacking. They have the Nasus who's actually pretty much going for full AP with a Winter's approach, which goes into a Fimble Winter. Disgusting is the right word for it indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he's gonna slow you down. He's gonna make you fall into Akshan, into Vi, into Camille. He's gonna do a lot of AoE damage with that AP build. I mean, it's a sticky composition because they have a lot of slows. You know, if they jump on you, if they get you, it feels like you can't get rid of them.
And this is the breaking point of the game. This is the point where Parla could win. We heard the sound of the Corki ultimate. We heard the sound and the Elder Dragon is spawning. Random is going to the Baron lane.
It was all for Parla about this trade.
They have to do
Every
this.
single game, suddenly they win the sim fight, they win the game. Rix GG is respecting, they come to the river, and the focus from Parla Esports is on the Drake.
Where's Random? There he comes.
Everything, Bambi goes in, he uses the ultimate, but Vi jumps forward as well. Could maybe in trouble right now, reviving with the Guardian Angel as well. Corki not doing so well, and Random is just smashing everyone in the backside of the team fight. Parla Esports losing this one. They got ace. The Drake is gonna be for Rix and possibly the game.
And we can clearly see it, right? Rix is completely outscaling Parla Esports. You know, the hype train of Parla Esports, Rix is a massive wall that's just destroying this hype train right now. Rix, super consistent. They lost the early game, but they picked it right back up. And every single player, I mean, look at those scores. Every single player did their part in this game. Every single player did their damage. Every single player healed enough. Just a phenomenal team, and they're going to be finishing off this game in a very comfortable victory now.
Yeah, 12 seconds for Bambi to respawn, 10 seconds for guys to respawn. I mean, Rix GG came here with a good strategy. They left open the Karma for the first time in the whole tournament, and you know, it wasn't that big business.
Exactly, they knew how to counter it. This is what I mean, right? Like, they have some very good masterminds behind them. And they countered it. They gave away the Karma, but it didn't feel that it was broken in this draft, Noah.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I really missed, you know, guys in this game because I missed those hard engages, the 4 people time, you know. I feel like they buy the bait.
And that is why it's so smart, right? To give him the Karma. They banned away the Galio, which was his obvious power pick, and they're like, all right, we're not going to give you an engaged support. We're going to give you this passive Karma, who can only heal. We know that a major power from Parla is guys on those engaged supports. We know they need it. We know we need him on the playmaking supports. And Rix is essentially forcing him to get the Karma, or forcing them to ban away the Karma, which you never do on blue side, because you take it, right? But if Rix gets the Karma, of course, you put Glue on the Karma, and he's a good Karma player.
It's a good Karma player. I mean, that was a very hard decision for Parla Esports. And now the question is, where side are you gonna pick? Are you gonna pick the Karma once again? Are you gonna ban it, even if you have to from the blue side? I really don't know, but maybe Hells, we're gonna think about this after the break.
bring your fine self on over here. I think we should get to know each other.
Until you see a breakthrough. That's right. Come on. Why? You know we're gonna break through.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC Finals. We have just finished up Game 1 of Rix versus Parla. And you know what? The first few minutes of that game, we'll dive into the actual game itself, but the first few minutes, I kind of felt an upset rumbling through the studio with Parla taking a first few kills. But before we get into the game, I think, Stuart, let's start with the draft. Karma, first game available here at the WREC Finals across. This is day 3 now, game we've first seen it in. Smart draft strategy by Rix. We took it as, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think leaving the Karma open was a clever idea because they also got 2 power picks in response to that as well. They've got the Camille from Random, which we saw what Random could do in the side lane again. Nakrez tried to protect, tried to protect Random in that duo lane down at the bottom lane, but Random on that Camille was really, really strong. And then also you pick up the Senna as well. You saw this is the first time we've seen really Senna on Doom, and also the Senna Nasus in the duo lane, which I think you know a lot about the Senna Nasus in the duo lane. So I think it was a clever draft to give away Karma, but then picking 2 power picks in response.
And it's not just that, right? Like, because you want to be putting guys on those, we talked about it a lot, like those active supports, not the reactive supports. This is the playmaker. We saw him play yesterday. We saw him do those Galio engages. He can do it on some other active supports as well, but he was essentially forced to go for the Karma because they're on the blue side. They never expected Rix to not ban the Karma, so they just pick it away, give away 2 power picks to Rix, and now they have him on the Karma, who is a really solid champion, but it just doesn't fit their win condition.
Yeah, it doesn't quite match the Parla that we've come to see. Welcome to the NLSS, by the way. Hals and Carmeline joining us for the first time today over here on the AD. Carmeline, we're in a best of 5, and best of 5 draft 1 is always kind of like the testing ground, right? And I feel like if you're Rix, you probably don't have to think about banning Karma at any point in this series from now, right?
No, maybe they might even want to pick it for themselves, you know, like if you've been seeing how Parla has played it, you might see the viability to use it in the new composition as well. But talking about the draft and try new things, I definitely think this is a time for Rix to try and use some, you know, aces in the sleeves. They must have some. Parla is a tough opponent, and if Rix wants to win this series, they really need to step up the drafting game.
Yeah, I think that's one thing to talk about from yesterday is kind of like, I think Parla used a lot of what they had as a playstyle in that series against Gamelord in that game 3, because it was like a desperate way of wanting to come back in and winning that game. So as we look at this next kind of phase of the game, we look at the early game. Parla started coming into it. There was a solo kill on Random. Stu, we never see that. We never see anything like that happen against Random, really, other than Lonely Kid doing it from time to time. Your thoughts on that Camille Akali solo kill at 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised that actually the Cyrex picked up the Akali in the end. I thought that he was going to pick up the Riven in that Baron lane. I thought the Akali was actually going to Nakrez, so a bit of flexibility there as well. But like you mentioned, a solo kill, but it was actually, unfortunately, Cyrex's only kill of the entire game. But actually, the damage numbers, you can look at them themselves. I mean, they're quite even, to be honest with you. Random with the highest damage in the entire game, but across the board, Nakrez done a lot of damage, Katsei done a lot of damage as well, and as you can see, a little bit of a slope for Parla in the early game, which is where they got a little bit of an advantage with them 3 early kills, but Rix, when it got to the mid and the late game, they definitely stumped it.
And you know what, on that graph, there's that point where it was over in favor of Parla and turns back. I actually think like the best moment of the game, if you're a Rix fan, was SE7's dive under mid tower, where he was going forward and the team were going back. And the reason that I say that is we've seen that be problem throughout the series, or throughout the split for Rix, is when SC7's on a different page. But Rix then regroup. They realize, okay, this is too aggressive. We need to tone it down a little bit and give this guy a little bit more room to work with. Snitch's Akshan coming back through again. We don't see it very often, but Carmeline, Snitch's Akshan looked pretty good this game.
Yeah, it's the first time we see this champion here, and the fact that it was out of the meta for so long, now it's returning. They had double hook champs like Camille and Akshan. I think that allows them for a lot of mobility. The team fights were picked properly in the right space, in close spaces where you can jump from wall to wall. So I think they took a good advantage of this champion's abilities and kit. Now the question will be he be able to play again in the rest of the tournament?
It's one of those ones that Snitch always has as a backup plan, and we've talked about Snitch's champion Ocean just being unbeatable. His counterpart, Nakras, on the other side, I think was still the strongest part for Parla. Hells, I know you're kind of on the Parla hype train, maybe not so much in this series. I think it's a tough task, but the Riven was the strongest point in that game. It just was kind of countered by the comp, right? This Vi just turns it on its head.
And that's what I was going to talk about as well, right? Like there's this new term that I'm bringing up, which is the Game Lord Trap, right? You have players who are incredibly good at a few champions, but it's only a few champions, right? Like Rix countered it out. And I feel like there's two players especially, or maybe even three, guys on the support, like they gave him the karma, they made him fall into the trap to not allow him to play the game. The mid laner, that is Nakras, he was playing the Riven, right? Like it doesn't seem like their champion pools are just that big. And then also the ADC, Katse, he picked the Corki. These are all things that Rix saw coming.
Yeah, they are all things that Rix saw coming. And Rix saw this team fight coming, which was the play of the game. Once the package is down, once a lot of the engage from Parla comes through, Rix just kind of turned this fight around, and Snitch is like, I've got a lot of control. And somewhere random is outplaying Cyrax by, like, Cyrax follows him over the wall, gets the auto. I feel like Cyrax played a lot of the game decently well individually, but kind of a hard comp to get to work once random goes, all right, I've got Hullbreaker. I'm going to push on the side lane. No one's going to be able to match me, and random doing random things. I think that was the moment where Rix were like, okay, this is how we play the game.
I mean, even in that play of the game as well, he was 1 versus 2 in the backline. He kills 2 people in the backline. I mean, when you have, you know, a champion like Camille on random, it's just so hard to give away. And I think that was kind of the game plan. You know, going back to the draft as well. You know, you give over give her the karma, which means that Guys doesn't play on that aggressive support that Hells was talking about. But then you pick up the Camille for random, which is probably one of his strongest champions.
Well, we'll take a look at how things are going to change for our second draft. Let's hear a little bit from Parla as Ryu is standing by with the coach.
I am here with Yaman from Parla Esports, who's the team manager. And Yaman, you guys were the second seed coming out of the Turkish region. Were you expecting to standing here in the semifinals as the last Turkish team?
Yeah, to be honest, like we were expecting to do something nice in here because we came here to do something and to show how we're going to earn a respect. And I think we managed to come to the semifinals. I think we deserve to be here. Yeah, we are doing just fine right now.
You guys are definitely showing something. Rix, as a team, is used to know to be a team that makes very, very few mistakes. And you guys were actually having a very competitive match. You found a lot of mistakes they made, and you guys made the game very even. How did you guys prepare into Rix?
I think Rix is an amazing team. They play really well individually. They're I think they're the best in their position. Plus, they are really good. They have a chemistry. But we know our strengths and weaknesses, and we know that we are strong in some points compared to them. And we will try to change things because I don't want to go here from like a losing 3-0.
You guys definitely have strengths, and one of those strengths are team fights. Team fights is something we've seen you guys over the last few days have been fantastic. How do you guys know that it's your strength, and how do you prepare for this?
Firstly, we are not doing anything like really specific for that because we have been playing with the same team over a year, and we were in the boot camp for like almost 2 months. So we know that we are coming here as an underdog, but we know that potential, like we will be strong in the team fights. And I can say that it's a strong point, and also they're aware of that it's a strong point, and I think they work hard like as we do. So we all have the notes, and we will just do it. We will show it.
And they definitely showed it. I think we are about to see a lot more from Parla in the next game. I'm back to you guys on the casting desk.
Thank you very much, Ryu. Yeah, we're back on the casting desk. I'm joined by Darkbreaker for this second game. How are you, Darkbreaker? How did you get to see the first one?
I'm fine, and I'm really excited about the upcoming match because Rix played this out amazingly. They trapped Parla.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just trapped them. Like, they baited that Riven pick, they baited the Karma pick, and they just went for that Vi pick to lock that Riven pick down, and also that the Nasus and Senna already prepared so much crowd control going on, and Parla couldn't do anything.
Now, when it comes to best of 5, it's all about adaptation. Now you have a second game to adapt, and they trapped you once. Are they gonna be able to trap you twice? That's the question. And Stress on the analyst was talking about how the first game out of a best of 5 series is always a testing round, and you could see that in Rexy. We're gonna see how it works if we leave the camera open. Let's see how it works for them. If it works so well and we can face it, we can fix it for the next ones. But the fact is that now Paula has a problem because it feels like they can't win with the camera.
Yeah, the issue is definitely that Rix has so much variety when it comes to their draft, and Parla, on the other hand, they have like their signature picks that are super dangerous, but Rix knows what Parla loves to play now, and they have done the homework. They know what Parla wants to do, and they have prepared some counter picks, and I'm sure there's even more counter drafts coming up.
Let's see, because we're gonna head into the second draft, the second picks and bounce of this series. Remember, best of 5, normal best of 3. We're gonna play the best of 5. Now you have chances to fix your mistakes. Right now, Paula may be able to put the one-on-one. They were all the time talking about the Paula hype train. Do you believe in the Paula hype train, Doc?
Honestly, I think they can definitely take one game away. But Rix looked a little bit nervous in the first game, but especially Random, for example. He looked a little bit nervous on that Camille, but later on he popped off like crazy. So I expect Rix now, after the first game and already securing that first win, they are more comfortable now, and I think they will play even better in this match compared to game 1.
They banning away the Gallia from the side of Rix, and I think for Paula it's way better to play from this red side of the map. You're gonna get a Karma ban away, definitely. It didn't sit for them. I think clear with Karma may be really, really, really dangerous. The fact is that Rix knows really well where Paula's strengths are, and they are banning them all away. They took the all offensive bombing, they took the Gallia out of guys, and they're doing it once again.
And the Lee Sin ban for C7, interesting. C7 loves to play the Lee Sin because it's such an aggressive playmaker, but I can also see maybe the Camille ban for Random, Camille ban for C7, because he loves to play that as well. And on top of that, Aurelia is open if they don't ban it. There is the Camille ban, and now Aurelia is open, and I think they might pick it first pick.
Yeah, that kind of champions, that can't dive, that you can get rid of everyone basing on your individual skill. Camille is
the Rakan pick is open, and Clue on that Rakan is crazy. On a playmaking support champion, he will pop off, and I feel like Doom might...
here comes Aurelia.
Oh, there's the Aurelia pick.
Yeah, they trade them. They're Rakan into the Aurelia. You have 2 potential power picks to take in here. If you are Paula Esports, I really think they're gonna take both. They're gonna take the Aurelia and the Riven, and you have to consider that you can flex both of them.
Exactly. We never know how they wanna position those 2 champions, especially the first game. I thought as well the Riven might be in the top lane because it's such an amazing pick against the Camille, but they just flexed it.
Yeah, they just flexed it. I mean, in the end, it was your Caliphasaurus.
That's the Morgana. When Clue is on an engaging support, they always put Doom on an APC because then it's easier for him to just clear the wave and for Clue to just roam and make those plays happen on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can just leave the Morgana there, 1v2 if it's even necessary. So also you can flex the Morgana if you need to, but
in the jungle or in the mid lane still.
In the jungle or in the mid lane, yeah, definitely, because it's not.
That's the Sinch mid lane on Snitch.
It wouldn't be the first time we get to see in this tournament SSM playing the Morgana, and I'm loving this. The Singed has been, such a crucial pick when it came to the first day, the first one. The second day it wasn't good.
Do you know why I love their team composition? They are insane at countering hard carry champions that rely on gap closing, because they have the Morgana crowd control with a bind, they have the Rakan engage and the Rakan charm, and on top of that, the Sinch second ability, it makes Riven not being able to use any of her dashing abilities once she's being targeted by that second ability.
Yeah, definitely. Neither really. I mean, you counter all these dashes so amazingly, and Rix has all these tricks under the sleeve. They're pulling them out constantly in this and
Banning
best of
guys
5.
right now.
They're banning the virus away. They really don't believe. I feel like they really don't believe that Morgana is gonna be for them.
Yeah, because Seven loves to play the Morgana as well.
Yeah.
And his Morgana is crazy. Like the last time we saw his Morgana against Corki, he was landing those binds every single time on Corki,
saw that.
and he just died.
Yeah, we really saw that. In fact, Katz is gonna be back. Or on the Corki, he was really abusing this champion all day long yesterday. Varus taking away Shaya off the board as well, and you're banning now. If you raise the banning, you're banning the Nami, you're banning the
I
round
feel like Doom can just go for Orianna if he wants to.
Well, right now we have a 6. We have the 6. We have the Corki. You have a lot of teamfight potential in here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Aurelia and Riven gonna be top and jungle, and obviously they can switch it around depending on what they want to. And I'm gonna be interested if Doom actually goes for the ADC, because I feel like in this team composition, obviously you need more AD damage, but you can also just go for an AP champion. Or actually the Kai'Sa.
That's pretty interesting, because you have to match a lot of range from the Pala composition. You have the 6, and you have even the Corki with the rockets has a lot of range. And Kai'Sa have not only the W, but she can jump straight forward. And I'm really loving this, because you're just fighting fire with fire. You have the Jace who have a lot of range to deal with the 6, to deal with the Corki. But these are some really interesting compositions.
Like on the Rick side, we have like 2 champions that have a lot of poke damage, but at the same time they have like the pick of potential with the Rakan and with that Singe. And Kai'Sa is a very solid ADC champion in the backline, and so even if she gets engaged on, she has the ultimate to maybe jump away and get the shield. And actually Yuumi is getting picked. Yuumi with the Riven or with the Aurelia can be super strong once one of those champions is getting ahead. And I feel like a double poke coming in from Parla can be very dangerous in those teamfights. So 2 champions on each side that do a lot of poking damage, but I feel like the pick-off potential and the front line of Rick's gaming is better in this case.
Let's see, because I really feel like Doom has a lot of 1v9 potential in this game. Playing the Kai'Sa, you have to play it really carefully, because otherwise, you know, Sarah's is gonna jump on you, Vamba is gonna jump on you, and they're gonna be attacked to the cat. Because yeah, it's cute to imagine, you know, Yuumi and 6 all together, all furry stuff. Yeah, but this cat is gonna be all attached to Riven or Aurelia. You know, they can't just dive in. You're gonna got the heals, you're gonna got your stats, you know, upgraded because of Yuumi, and of course Yuumi is gonna get a free ult.
Yeah, exactly. You never know what's gonna happen when the opponent has a Yuumi, because there can be one single mistake in the team fight, and if Yuumi is on Aurelia or Riven and they find the right opening, they can just wipe the entire team. So it can go either way. Obviously, Rix has the pick-off potential, Rix has the kiting potential, but at the same time, you can never underestimate Yuumi in combination with one of those power picks like Riven and Aurelia.
The fact is that, I mean, and this is tricky because you were talking about it, about how important it was to Singe to deal with Aurelia and also Riven. And the fact is that you need to be really careful if you're a Jimmy, because Singe can stick you down to the floor with the glue as well. So you really need to be careful in those team fights. But guys, we just got into the rift. We're gonna pause. A bit disheartening the pause, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be really brief. But as I was talking, you really need to be really careful with Yuumi in the team fight if you don't want to get caught by Singed.
I feel like the Singe pick has definitely the benefit that he is super good against Riven and Aurelia.
Yes.
But at the same time, he will have problems reaching the Corki and the Ziggs.
A lot of problems.
They have so much range in the backline, and it's going to be very hard for him to reach them. So I feel like he will always try to go for the Aurelia and for the Riven, trying to deny them, trying to deny the engage, and maybe try to... with a Proto Belt and Thought Ability, Singe is amazing at picking off people. And then the Morgana bind is going to follow up. Then the Rakan is going to follow up. So it's going to be very dangerous for Parla since they lack the front line. So they need to be super careful that they are not getting caught.
I feel like Parla got into this game with a really high demanding skill composition. Like,
exactly, it's very hard to execute.
It's really hard to execute, but if that Aurelia and that Riven get ahead in the early stages of the game, then Rix has a problem, in my opinion.
Yeah, you never know when it comes to Parla, because they are so good at team fighting and they love to play aggressive. They have two crazy strong champions that are able to snowball the game.
Absolutely.
And even though, like we have seen it before, sometimes we think, okay, they have the strong teamfight composition, Rix Gaming for example, the stable team, the consistent team. But then you have Parla with the aggressiveness in the early game. Those snowballing champions, you can never be aware if they can just pop off in one team fight and then just snowball the entire game.
You know, because that happened yesterday a lot of times. It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
it feels like they are not in control of the game. Suddenly, oh, here comes a different. They just ace the enemy team and are gonna finish with not a single Drake on the pocket. But they don't even need it, guys. We are back off the pause, from the pause right now. Second game, RixG versus Parla. They switched sides of the map, so Parla is not gonna get
Bambi
tapped
going
again.
for an early game right here,
Yeah,
already level 2.
Yeah, absolutely, real fast. We're watching the Bogana just clearing all the camps all straight to the top side, and Bambi is around the top side as well. That's a very volatile lane right now.
Yeah, I think Bambi is wasting so much time there. While Morgana, she is one of the fastest jungle clear because she can do 2 camps at the same time. And now C7, he's getting level 5 pretty early in comparison to that Riven who only cleared 2 camps so far. And Morgana is gonna finish 5 camps now.
Yeah, definitely. Here she is, taking the blue and the grump at the same time. I think Riven is gonna get a Scuttle Crab in the top side of the map as she's being assisted by Irelia. Yeah, SC7 sniffs it out. The binding was not good. In the end, Bambi took the Scuttle Crab. As Nitch is rotating, Clue is rotating.
Morgana actually secured it. Morgana stole it.
Yeah,
Morgana stole it.
Morgana stole it. Wow, that's good for SC7. That's so good for SC7.
Look at the goal difference right now between Morgana and Riven. Riven is one of those early game champions, and he is already so much behind because he tried to set up a gank in the top lane, wasting so much time, while Morgana is one of those super quick early game jungle clearers.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, SC7 is level 5 and Bambi is level 3, and that's an absolute disaster for Parla Esports because we were discussing how important it was for Bambi and Cyrus to get ahead in the early game.
Morgana is right now in the enemy jungle and he's taking over. He's taking over the entire map while Bambi is going for the second time in the top lane, wasting his time, trying to deny random. Everyone wants to deny random because if you don't deny random, he is gonna pop off. But Morgana took over his entire jungle.
I mean, 2 comes from the side of Rix. That was a beautiful binding. Guys is rotating and Bambi just realized that his jungle is gone. And now you're trying to fight over SC7 2 levels behind. Clue misses here the knockup, but that's a disaster for Bambi. And the damage is already done.
7 is completely out-jungling Bambi right now. It's crazy. He took double scuttle, he took his blue buff, he took his gromp. It's free real estate for 7 right now in the jungle.
And Bambi is still level 4. He's so behind Random S7, level 6, both of them. They have Viduma Snitch also level 5. They all with the ultimates, and it feels like Parla is just so behind. They are not going to be able to fight over the neutral objectives. They are not gonna have, you know, the firepower for the team fights. And you know, RixG is gonna win versus them in the same game they are playing.
Exactly, and Random took again another camp from Bambi. If you look at the gold difference, Bambi is almost 1,000 gold behind. And it's right now the next objective is gonna come up. It's Inferno and Herald. And 7 already finished his Luden's Echo. He's gonna be a monster in the next team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. He can go whenever he pleases. We're gonna have the first Drake spawning in the bottom side of the map. We're gonna have the first Rift Herald spawning in the top side of the map. Now, where are your priorities? Bambi is gonna take this first Rift Herald, or at least he's gonna try, because Morgana is rotating, Clue is rotating. This is a 2 vs 2. You have the binding has been amazing. Here comes the last chapter from the side of Yumi. Also the Mega Bomb Inferno, and they took the first one. The Morgana is not being enough. Clue dies as well, and those are 2 kills for Parla Esports.
We said it before, that Yumi pick. The Yumi ultimate just destroyed them. Rakan engaged in, but Yumi just binded on that Riven, turned it around with the Yumi ultimate, and they just secured 2 kills and the Rift Herald. Even though Bambi was so behind, they turned it back.
I mean, okay, you're 2 levels behind, you lost half of your comms, but you have the cut. So, and you know, Hells said it the first day, it's broken. It's just amazingly broken. And Rix is heading towards the Drake. They lost the Herald, they lost the team fit, they lost the two members of their team, but they're gonna take the neutral objectives in the bottom side of the map. Even considering the disaster that just happened in the Rift Herald pits, they are 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah. We talked about the Yumi pick. Yumi pick is for a reason already. Oh, good.
Random, you are in danger. Here comes the Yumi, but here comes the Snitch as well. Random may be in trouble. He was exhausted. Here comes Explosive Con, and the card gets attacked to the Ribbon, to the Exiled one, and everything is fine, you know. I liking, you know, that Doom God Executioner is calling so fast for him because
they're
you
using
need
the
those
Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah,
This
they
is
use
huge.
it's gonna be first tower for sure. It's gonna be first tower.
First turret actually fell in the bot lane already, but, securing the mid turret is much more important because it opens up the map for Parla Gaming right now. Because every time they can just shove the wave in and then just rotate around. And we saw it with Formulation Gaming once they got the mid turret. They just out-rotated the enemy team.
Oof, SC7 is in trouble. That's a 2 vs 1, and also Cyrex is so close he had to flash away. Bombi using the ultimate, and he wants to dive, dashing, and did not respecting the fact that Snitch is the assist. He's jungler. Here comes the second devotee from the side of Doom. No blood spilled here in the bottom lane, but they are looking for some kills.
Random is actually 1,000 gold ahead of Cyrex right now.
Yes.
He's building the Mana Mune, and Mana Mune is one of the best scaling items, especially on a poking champion like Jace, with the gold lead he already has. And since he got it so early, he will soon have the Muramana, and that's gonna give him such a huge power spike. So it's gonna be interesting to see how much damage Random will do in those teamfights, and I can guarantee you guys, Random on that Jace is gonna finish with the most damage in the game.
1,400 gold. Katsu maybe is in trouble. Doom looking for the damage. Clue going in. Exhausted.
Oh my god.
Here comes the Kaiser, but Doom is in trouble. Tanking the tower damage. Bombi is exhausted as well, but it still came through, and the Cat starts healing Riven once again. Katsu ended up dying, but that was definitely a bold move from Rix GG that are playing also around the Baron lane, taking this turret as well.
Random securing the turret, but actually Doom went in so deep with that ultimate. That was crazy
Really
that
deep.
he even survived there.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Doom didn't respect the fact that probably everyone from Paula were rotating towards the mid lane. You know, it could be the Yumi, and he barely made it alive.
I'm actually surprised that Parla Gaming is getting out-rotated by Rix, even though they secured the mid turret.
I mean, right now, it feels like they are being quite sloppy in the way they are, you know,
Random's damage right now, he's too deep!
Nacris is still alive! He went definitely too deep, and you know, you were telling before how maybe Rix was a bit nervous in the beginning of the former game. I feel like they are a bit sloppy also in the first minutes
they're
of this
definitely
one.
playing sloppy in this game as well. Playing a few times way too aggressive.
Okay, Bombi, the knockup came from Rakan, and Doom takes this one so easily.
That Kai'Sa is doing so much damage already. At 7,000 gold,
I mean,
she is crazy. She just popped Bombi. Boop, he was gone.
Yeah, absolutely obliterated. I mean, some of these people just don't realize how much damage Kai'Sa has, even in the early stages of the game, just by sucking the passive. And right now, Rix GG is taking the Rift Herald, the second one of the game. They are quite ahead, 2,500, maybe more or less, ahead in terms of gold from Paula, from Paula Esports. You have Doom in a very, very, very good position. And we were discussing, Darkbreaker, how much of a potential of one name did Doom had this game. He's 2-0, and he's delivering.
Yeah, Doom on those ADCs is absolutely crazy.
Absolutely.
He loves those picks. Previously in the meta, he used to go for the Orianna and the Ziggs, but now that Stormrazor is getting buffed and ADCs are becoming more popular, he is shining even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Infinity Edge Executioner's calling. We said that it was gonna be really important to build those underhill items if you want to deal with the card. And also here comes all the way from the side of Clue. Riven is in trouble. He's exhausted. He can do nothing. The Vanguard set from the side of the Irelia. Dashing.
That Irelia is crazy. Irelia with Yuumi.
It's down. Definitely Irelia with Yuumi is everything. Guys, is all alone. Irelia ended up dying. That's an ace from the side of Rix GG. They only had to sacrifice random on the stage.
I feel like Parla Esports played this teamfight kind of sloppy because they miscommunicated. Bambi went in there alone, died immediately, and then Irelia with the Yuumi followed up. They did an amazing job. You saw how strong Yuumi together with Irelia can be in those teamfights, but it wasn't enough because they didn't fight the team fight like a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, definitely I can feel how Bambi is overestimating himself once again, 2 levels behind, for example, from SE7, and he just got obliterated. You can do nothing if you're exhausted, and then suddenly Irelia goes in, and I was really not trusting her 2 versus 3, but she had a guts. It's absolutely okay. He took 2 kills, 2 for Irelia, 2 of them with you. Got ace, and I really think that was not worth. Parla, they really don't, they really can't make these mistakes if they want to keep in the game.
It's gonna be very hard now for Parla, since it's in the first place the comp of Rix is scaling super well with the Morgana and Singe.
Oh, you can go like that into the stage. You got trap, you get everything. You're tanking the tower, and you're gonna get killed. Good dashing to here. Here comes Cyrex as well, and right now this is gonna be a nice play from the side of Parla.
He missed the ultimate.
Miss, but Glue is gonna get killed no matter what. This one is for the cut to 1-on-4 guys, but once again we're having these sloppy fights.
But at the same time, Rix is still trading and gonna secure the top turret, maybe? Yes, they're gonna take it.
I mean, Rix always takes something from you. You know, even though they lost in the bottom side of the map, they are taking something, they are playing the cross map, and they are, you know, taking some advantage somewhere. Even if it's a neutral objective, even if it's a kill, even if it's a tower, they are always, you know, taking that gold lead.
Yeah, the issue is gonna be now for Parla that Doom is so strong right now. He's at 11,000 gold and Ziggs is barely at 8,000 gold. So reaching the backline, well, you have Morgana, Singe and Rakan who are trying to play for him.
Bambi. Oh, that last chapter was not good. The Stasis. It is from the side of Jace. He's exhausted. Jesus Christ, the Kathian Rain was absolutely massive. The damage from Doom is just nonsense. Here comes the Bangas Ed, but Jake got exhausted. And Kaiser is just destroying everyone, jumping forward with the killer. Is he flashing, even taking the kill, killing the Gorky. He's exhausted, and Doom is looking for it, but he doesn't have the ultimate anymore. But, I mean, he got 2 kills, 3 kills.
At this point, Doom is way too strong, and they have nothing to reach him anymore.
No. I mean, how can you? Bambi dies, he got destroyed. Cyrex dives, he got destroyed. I mean, it's like, I'm feeling like Paula are not on the same page, at least in this game. We saw a lot of synergy yesterday, but I'm missing this.
I feel like I said in the beginning of the game, they have the team comp that needs to win in the early game.
Absolutely.
And now they're just getting outscared. They are already 10,000 gold behind. Just the ADC difference, Doom versus Katze, 4,000. And then also in the jungle, 7 versus Riven is also so much gold ahead.
You have a problem when the AD carry has more level than you. And we just saw that, I mean, Doom, he's playing a Kaiser. He's not that much of a high range AD carry, but he was dealing damage from the other side of the wall with the first ability, with the second ability, with the ultimate as well. And because he got exhausted in here, otherwise that would be Katsu dying as well. And right now, RixG has everything. They are ready for the 3rd Drake of the game. They are in control of every single place of the Rift. Look at the vision.
Oh,
so
they are trying to rush the Baron.
But can you? I mean, you don't have the magic of Baron. Going in. Here comes the last chapter. Knacker's trying to deal some damage from the other side of the wall. Clue is solo. He had to flash away, but Doom, look at Doom. He's looking for Riven. The Kathian Rain is not going to be enough, but 6 is there as well. The Soul Shackles taking care of Paula Esports right now. The Baron Nashor is RixGG's. Katze is all alone in ground. He's to stick to the crown, and that's going to be the 2nd ace for Rix. Rix
I think
GG.
they can just end it in the mid game, mid lane right now. Yeah, that was definitely a desperation attempt by Parla Esports because they were so behind. They tried their last shot, but Rix just collapsed on them and they had no chance since everyone is just way too ahead.
And this is going to be done. This is going to be the second victory in a row for Rix GG, asserting dominance in the semi-finals. They are, right now, their breaker, 1 game to Icons.
Yeah, Rix just performed so well. They drafted amazingly. This team composition, the Sinch pick, the Morgana pick, they
was really
were
smart.
so smart at countering Riven and Aurelia. And even, like, the issue is, even if the Aurelia and Riven are doing so much damage with Yumi in combination, they're still Doom. They need to get through, but they can get through.
I mean, Doom delivered. I was expecting a really hard 1v9 potential, and we got it. Also, the crucial fact, in my opinion, was the jungle partner. I mean,
I've never seen something like this in a pro play. Like, 7 just took completely over Bambi. Just the entire jungle is just this.
It is what it is, guys. It's the second victory for Rix GG. We'll see if Parla Esports can put the 2-1 or even the reverse sweep after the break.
Welcome back to the WREC playoffs. We are after game 2, before game 3. We're in a best of 5 between Rix and of course Parla, who Parla came into this, we thought maybe there were some upsets coming through, but I think Rix have kind of shown us why the consistency, DB, that you mentioned at the beginning of the day. Rix consistency, I think, is what it was all about in that game too. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk as we head towards game 3. So yeah, consistency is key for Rix.
Yeah, obviously, Rix is just well known as being very good at drafting and just playing every single game super consistent, not making many mistakes that the enemy can capitalize on. And even if someone is gonna make a mistake, there are 4 other players that are gonna step up for that person, and Rix showed how amazing they are at drafting. And just in the drafting, they won against Parla Esports already because of the Singe pick, the Morgana pick, and the Rakan that are amazing at countering Aurelia and Riven, because they can get close, they will get CC chained, and Rix just played it amazing.
Yeah, they did, and I want to stick on the draft, but from a Parla perspective, I try not to have too many like visceral, strong reactions about picks that I don't like. But I'm going to go on record and say I hate the idea of Ziggs Yuumi from Synergy. I just don't think, other than a little bit of poke, I think that synergy is just not there. Yuumi empowers carries that can build off attack speed and basically shred through and scale late into the game. I know that Ziggs, of course, is not necessarily the focus for that when you have an Aurelia, but Stuart, I mean, come on. You've got to draft at least a competitive bottom lane there for Parla.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially as a last pick as well, you already see the Rakan. You also see the Singed. For people who don't know at home, the Singe pull actually stopped Yuumi from jumping back into an ally, so that could be really annoying. The Rakan knock up as well at the same time, and then you pretty much have a losing bot lane against a Kai'Sa. Now, normally Kai'Sa does struggle in the laning phase, but if you give Doom pretty much a free lane because you're playing into a Ziggs Yuumi, that means that Kai'Sa can scale up, can get the evolved abilities, and you can see Doom getting triple kills in the mid and late game, getting really, really strong, and he was kind of the main damage source in that last game.
Yeah, shame it wasn't the AP Kai'Sa out of Doom. I know that it's one of those spicy like solo queue picks that comes through, but a good performance from Doom nonetheless. Heading on from the bot side up towards the jungle, Carmeline, we saw the Morgana jungle. We don't see it too often, but every so often it rears its head, and that fast clear through the early jungle really set the pace of this game.
Yeah, I mean, the advantages of having a Morgana jungle are plenty, as you said. They can't fast clear. But of course, as a game progresses, that with clear turns into another champion with more utility for the rest of the composition, which works so well if you go to what Rix was playing in this case. And I honestly want to see more of it. I know SI7 has played it plenty of times. Considering the way he rotated from his old role to the new role, it does fit quite well into what they're looking for.
It does. It really does. And I mean, like, kind of like rocket strapping the jungler through the early game. Like the fact that getting the steal on the crab, and then there was only really one misstep, unfortunately, for SC7, where there was that early Rift Herald fight, and he bound Rift Herald instead of a champion, and they ended up getting wiped. But honestly, aside from that situation, you can see looking down the line, like statistically, like Rix performing very well, the damage coming through as well. There weren't many moments in the game that I felt like Rix were getting pushed. Like we saw Doom diving towers, we saw like SE7 fast clearing the jungle. DB, you were casting the game. Was there any moment that you thought perhaps if Parla played it differently, it could have gone a different way?
I'm not sure, like, just because of the early game being so bad for Bambi. Like, Bambi is on a champion like Riven, and Riven needs to snowball, Riven needs to get ahead, but he just got out-jungled completely by Seven, who took over his jungle. And if you fall behind before the Dragon Ori 1000 gold, then that's a big issue if you're on a champion like Riven. And overall, even though Rix had a few sloppy moments here and there, their rotation was much superior, and just from the draft, there was the longer the game goes, there was no chance for Parla to take it back.
We can see SC7 stats here on the Morgana, like really impressive performance. And Stuart, you and I have, had the pleasure of watching a lot of PC League of Legends over the years, and I think one thing that is kind of defined quite well is to play a jungler like a Morgana that needs time to clear, or a Riven that needs to scale. Winning lanes are really important. Having that ability to push through into the enemy jungle and counter gank, counter jungle, however you want to play it, is so much easier with winning lanes. And for Parla, these were not winning lanes coming out of the draft.
No, I already mentioned about the dual lane. I think the Baron lane matchup as well. You had Jace against Irelia, which is kind of like a skill matchup in the early game, but Jace could definitely clear a lot quicker most of the time against Irelia, so you got pushing lane and top lane. Mid lane as well was that Singed against Corki. Even though Corki has the range matchup, you got Singed that can just run around pretty much most of the time, just use the poison to clear the wave as well. So when you're already falling behind as a Riven, and with Morgana, you saw during the early game as well that you can clear 2 jungle camps at the same time. Bambi went over to that Baron lane, tried to get a pick off on random in the Baron lane, didn't get anything, and then SE7 went into the bot side jungle and was 2 levels ahead in the early game.
Massive, massive. Play of the game coming up. I mean, honestly, we could have just tracked 7 through the jungle for the first 3 minutes of the game, and that might have been play of the game, but it was, of course, that exchange around the dragon, and there was a moment where perhaps Parla could have come back into it, but I think that Rix was just a little too clean for Doom here.
Yeah, I think the main thing here as well is that Doom's exhaust actually comes back up, and that exhaust really helps Rex. Even though you have the Yuumi Irelia, which is this huge combo that we know that's kind of what Parla wanted to go towards, was get the Yuumi on the Irelia with all the healing and the extra attack speed as well. But exhaust is such a common summoner spell at the moment, especially in the duo lane, and also random had exhaust in the Baron lane as well. So it's really hard for this combo to work when you have such a strong summoner spell like exhaust.
I think the benefit for Rix and Rix fans at home will look at the 2 games so far in this season, in this series, and say, okay, we've had the game 1 where it was mostly about random and Snitch. Now we've had game 2 where it was mostly about Seven and Doom, and of course Clue's been performing well in both of them. So this is the Rix that we've seen Carmeline throughout the entire season, where there is no a weak point for this team specifically. They can kind of fight back, and as we check out the Coca-Cola pop-off Carmeline, like I feel like it's a foregone conclusion for game 3. We're holding on for you know, some kind of a turnaround for Parla, but I just think this Rix are showing up on form.
But remember, once again, Parla are the kings of common buck. I've said this again and again. You think they are defeated, and then they suddenly do the opposite, and they get in trouble. So I think that's very important. That's something we need to keep in mind.
It is. It is something to keep in mind. I think for game 3, we're coming into it. I would anticipate that Parla will remain on the red side now, as they will. they will, of course, have had side selection after losing game 2. DB, is it all about getting a counter matchup topside for Cyrex? Because I feel like Baron lane is the easiest to get counter matchups in currently, but you're up against random.
I'm not sure. I feel like putting Cyrex on a weak side is better and more beneficial, and they just need to focus on Nacruz and Guys, because Nacruz and Guys have been the superstars of Parla Esports. So getting those priority picks for Guys and getting the priority pick for Nacruz is going to be super important. And I feel like even if they put Cyrex on an easy matchup, on a hyper carry champion, that's not typically his playstyle.
That is very true. We'll have to see whether they stick with that for game 3. You can see the difference between the teams. Rix, very happy at the moment, very loud in the studio. Parla, their focus now, and we're going to focus in on game 3 as we head to our casters.
Thank you very much, Stress and guys from the analyst desk. Yeah, we're gonna head into the 3rd game of this series. In the first one, we saw, you know, Parla putting up such a big fight. In the second one, they kind of fell behind.
Yeah, I mean, Rix really just showed that dominance and why they are probably one of the favorites coming into this tournament. I am excited and hoping to see a lot more spicy picks from Parla in this last game. If they don't win this one, they're out. They have no more chances, so this is a last chance to pull those spicy things out their sleeve.
Yeah, definitely, but the fact is that Rix is out-drafting after out-drafting Parla. We saw the first game. They trapped them with the combo being open in the second game. We get to see, you know, the ultimate counter pick, the Cinch just denying the whole Parla's composition.
Yeah, and I think Parla was actually, in the end, counterpicking themselves, you know.
Yeah,
the very first game we've seen yesterday, how good Guys is on engaging supports, and they went for the Karma in the first game. They showed that didn't really work out. In the next game, they last picked Yuumi for him. It didn't really work out either. So I really hope Parla is going to do something very different in this game, because what they've been doing in this specific series, it has not been working out.
I'm really missing Guys in the series. You know, we saw him yesterday on picks such as the Galio. The Galio is not available. I mean, Rix is banning it away all the time, and we probably get to see the third Galio again, but I would love to see him even. The Rakan was taken away. Okay, I get that, but maybe he's a set player, for example. I would love to see him as a Thresh player, for example, and I'm talking about Guys. Maybe even, I mean, if you can play Galio, you can play Leona.
You can always play Leona, because Leona is also kind of the same thing. It really wants to go in and get deep, and I'm excited to see this first ban coming out from Rix pretty soon, because I think, you know, Gyarados is going to be the one. Yeah, we see it right there. And another thing about Parla is I think it's the first time they're not playing Corki in the bot lane. We saw Carster pulling out the 6, and I think it was kind of a waste putting Nacris on this Corgi, a late game scaling 80 carry. I think, he has been popping off on Assassins, on the Riven, on the Graves yesterday. So I would like to see some more playmaking potential coming out of Nacris and, putting Katze back on those scaling 80 carries.
It's being, and I feel that it's being so hard for Paula to draft versus Rix. Here comes the Commandant once again, the Olaf. I expect from Rix every single time the same bans because they're just so smart. You're taking the Gallia away from guys, you're taking the Olaf away from Bambi, and it's happening once again.
And maybe they're also going to ban the Rakan because that's really the last pick outside of Leona that guys has shown he's very favorable on. And obviously the Camille coming out random was fantastic on this Camille both yesterday and today. And I think there's not that many champions that can really can really beat Camille on lane. We saw Cyrex pulling out the Akali in the first game, actually getting a solo kill, which was really great from Cyrex, but...
Loving the Gragas.
Exactly, probably Gragas, and you were right.
Yeah. I mean, loving the Gragas Benny here. It was so important also for Paula yesterday. The engage potential. The Listen is going to be taken away.
The Morgana is open.
The Morgana is open. As something complained, the ouch jungle from the last game was absolutely insane. Gold lead from the first minute. He took half the jungle from Bambi away, and that was the key point. They're gonna first pick the Rakan right now. What is gonna Paula do?
I really think it's really smart from Rix because Rix have shown we are really good at Rakan, and Paula has also done a good Rakan, but Karla has not shown that they can play Morgana. So Rix can really just let the Morgana for later because we know Paula is not going to pick it, and if they do, they have to kind of freestyle. And we obviously, they actually do it anyways.
Definitely. This Morgana is going to probably be for Katze. We saw yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, that Katze played this Morgana. He played several times also in the Turkish league so far, and they took it away. And that I feel this is the adaptation we wanted from Paula when it came to the best of 5. It's going to be the Kha'Zix probably for SS7, and you have the kill potential in here. If SS7 gets that fed with Kha'Zix than it was with Morgana, he's going to be a kill machine.
It really is, and I think Kha'Zix, especially for 7, has been really hit or miss for the entire qualifier. He has some really good games on Kha'Zix, but he has also had some games where he's just completely fallen out of the game and hasn't really had a factor. So I'm interested in seeing how this game is going to go for him because we know how good of a jungler 7 is, especially on the Morgana.
Yes.
So I hope to see him perform on other picks as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be the virus as well for them. Sticking to those 80 carries, Doom was fine, magnificent. He was fantastic on the last game playing the Kai'Sa, but maybe playing Kai'Sa versus, right now you have the Morgana, she can trap you. You have the Braum who can CC chain you as well, maybe a little bit dangerous. So they are playing with the range. They have spikes from Kha'Zix, they have the arrows from Varus, and that's fair enough. And Vala denying in here the Singe. They didn't respect the Singe last game.
Yeah, because Singe is also really strong with the Rakan and with the Varus. If Varus hits his ultimate or Rakan hits one of his knockups, Singe can just follow up with that circle of groundness, so they cannot really move out of it. And well, we already see Irelia, who's a really mobile champion, and Singe is really good against that. So I like to see these second round bans from Paula, but what I don't like to see is guys being stuck on a reactive support instead of an active support. But yeah, we're gonna see how that's gonna turn out because Riven was also banned towards Nacris. So I think Pala's in a really tough position now. I don't really know what they're gonna do from here.
You have interesting tools in here. You have to Braum. Yeah, it's a reactive paper, but I kinda think it fits. Guys played it several times in the past, and Bambi is going to take the fight in here. Bambi's champion pool is just it's not even a pool, it's a nose, and it's just champion nose. And the guy got to play almost everything. I think it was more than 12 different champions he played back in the Turkish league. It was absolutely crazy. He's gonna pull out the Vi. It's not the first time he'll play the Vi, but the fact is that you have this tool to get to the virus that is gonna be, the main damage dealer from Rexig. The question is how it's gonna be for him, because probably you're gonna get exhausted. We saw it several times in the games before. Like, you can just go dive with a thinking,
Yeah, and I think they really lack some main engage from this composition. They have Aurelia, who's really good at secondary engage. They have the Morgana, who's really good at supporting her really aggressive champions. And we see the Ari from Snitch, and Snitch just keeps on picking a new champion. And he's performing well in every single game we saw yesterday, putting off, I don't know, like today, the Akshan again, really popping off. So Snitch just has a champion ocean, just like Bambi had. We just talked about him, but I'm excited to see if Snitch is going to do some crazy stuff in this Ari, because yesterday when Ruiz played it, he was phenomenal in one of those games, and I'm sure we're going to see the same thing from Snitch.
But for Ruiz, it was just like, you know, the comfort pick. But Snitch is just, you were talking about it in the analyst desk, it's just delivering every single game. It's not the kind of mid laner that grieves, you know, that overextends. He just measures it perfectly.
And actually, one of the things I want to point out here is that I think I like the Garen pick a lot. You see, Garen is actually one of the best counters for Renekton in the top lane. Where every time Renekton tries to go for a trade, Garen can just pop his spin, pop his shield, and he will still do damage while he's stunned from the Renekton. Yes. He can silence him. He can use his ultimate true maximum % true damage on Renekton's ultimate. So I think Renekton, I mean, Garen is one of the best counters into Renekton. He can really hold him, but he can also bully him if he gets a lead.
And that's going to be interesting because Cyrax got to have a solo kill in the first game.
He did have a solo kill.
Versus Random, we never expected that to happen. I mean, Random is being such a good and staple player for RixG. But we know this is a team that if a lane is, you know, not performing that well, some other lane is going to take the lead and is going to carry for the team.
Yeah, and Random definitely did carry in the last game. He has an amazing teleport to come back, flanked in the team fight, killing the entire backline, getting that triple kill on an Elder Dragon. And, well, I think, you know, it's kind of smart of Pilot to get a really good pick for Cyrax into Random, so he can maybe shut him down, so Random doesn't get to have this insane performance once again, because he was definitely a problem in the last game.
Guys, we head into the Rift for the third time today. RixG have the opportunity to put the 3-0 on the table and, you know, make Pala go into the third versus fourth match that we are going to have tomorrow. And RixG one game away to secure not only a finals trio, but also Icons.
Icon series is going to be huge for either of these teams. I mean, it's obviously the dream coming into this tournament is going to Icon series. So yeah, Pala has this one last chance, one last hope to stay in the tournament, and it's the Turkish last hope. I really hope we're going to see a different game, and we already see Random getting that level 2 advantage, pushing out, trying to fight Cyrax a little bit. He can play aggressive because he knows if we see the Kha'Zix already pathing from bot lane towards top, which means that it's probably going to be a top-sided first engage and move from Bricks, whereas Vi is pathing bot, so you know it's they're not really going to meet each other.
I think you have a decent, you know, gang setup in the bottom side of the map. You have From, you also have the Morgana who can land a Pining as well. And I mean, for this game, Bambi at least is having, you know, a proper clear. He's not being invaded. He's not gonna be, you know, denied half of the jungle. He's level 4 right now, as SE7 is, and the fight is going to be over this Scuttle Crab in the bottom side of the river. Bambi wants to take it, and guys rotated to secure it as well.
I think Riggs is going on the top lane.
Everyone from Riggs is in the top lane. The Chan was not so well rounded, maybe in trouble. The flash in, but he got killed. And the first blood goes to Kha'Zix.
And actually, this was really well played. It's exactly as I said in the first type series. Kha'Zix pathing for bots towards top, which allows Random to play really aggressively.
Definitely.
And they know Vi is not going to be there because Vi was pathing towards bot side. Clue spotted him in that river, which means Snitch has that free availability to roam towards top and kill Cyrax. And now Random is getting a lead, and that is really scary for Pala.
It was like, yeah, Bambi, take the Scott Crab, we're taking the first blood into top side, and you know, they had also the mid pressure still. It was possible for Snitch to roam also towards the top side. It was a 3 versus 1, and even Snitch missed the charm. Everything was absolutely doomed for Cyrax that even invested his flash, and that is dangerous because now you're flashless.
I like what Random is doing right here. He's kind of trying to freeze the wave outside his turret, which means that Cyrax has to step really far up to get some minions. I think random. I would like to see this top wave actually, because you can see.
Okay, here comes Bai. Clearly maybe in trouble, but it is okay because it's Rakan. And the chase of corruption have been magnificent from Doom. And guys was about to die. He had to use his heal and also the flash to be away and get rid of the virus. That was really, really dangerous. You can jump like this onto virus.
And it was even the Vi starting that fight, but guys that had to flash out of it in the end. This just show how strong of a duo lane Rakan Varus is, but actually Bambi is getting caught in his own jungle.
Bambi is getting invaded, and I'm loving this from the side of Rix. You know, they know they are ahead. They are gonna invade. They are gonna deny it. The camps, and it's gonna be an interesting move from the side of Rixig that are fighting over Cyrex in the top side of the river. Bambi coming, also guys coming in, and Irelia took down Ari on the other side of the map. We miss those.
And I think the fight is going to continue.
SC7, yeah, here comes a nugget. And also fighting from the side of Cactus. The Soul Shackle so good. Trying to get rid of Paula Esports as they took guys down. Cyrex is spinning to winning. Doom may be in trouble, but flash it onto the other side of the wall. Garen alone, Bambi going in. He may be doomed as well. Those are 2 kills for Rixig. And now Katse is the last one remaining after this fight. The damage comes out of Kha'Zix's spikes. Katse is going to make it alive, but that was really close.
And the first item for Varus is completed. It's an AP Varus, and here he's actually watching that solo kill from Naxxon towards Snitch. And this is why Aurelia is such a good pick into Ari, because even if you hit that one time, either your E or your ultimate, you get that passive mark, and you can just keep on dashing towards the Ari, even though she tries to dash away. You can just continue following and slowly whittle her down, and partly getting that first dragon, and really well played by Nacris. Nacris, the carry, the guy we talked about. You don't want to see him on the cork, you want to see him on these aggressive picks like Aurelia and the Riven. And I would like to talk a little bit about the Varus if I get the chance, if Snitch is going to be fine here.
Okay, the charm was pretty decent. The Snitch going in with the ultimate as well, forcing the flash out of Bambi while Nacris is pushing onto the bottom side tower, and Gata also having some troubles here in the building. The Rift Herald has been summoned by Rixig, and Polys was trying to defend the tower. Not the most exciting Rift Herald, I have to say.
If you haven't watched a lot of, if you have not played Varus before and you only see him as an AD carry, Varus has a passive which every time he auto attacks an opposing champion, he gets a stack on towards them, and if you hit it at either your Q or your E, those stacks is gonna do a lot of damage, explosive damage, and that actually scales with ability power. And if you land your ultimate on the hand, it's gonna spread towards the whole team.
You know, not everyone knows what Varus' second ability do, because it's so complicated. It does a lot of things. You know it, and I love it, Rio. And that's going to be so pivotal. What do you think about going AP Varus in this game? I mean, you supposedly have AP damage because you have the R in the game. It was necessary?
I think it's pretty difficult for... I mean, both Vi, Braum, Aurelia, and Garen likes to build a lot of HP. And Varus on AP is like kind of a tank killer. You do damage out of their percentage max HP. So that is why AP Varus is probably going to be picked here. Also, it's pretty difficult for Varus to get a lot of auto attacks in against really mobile champions.
Here because Snitch missed the charm. He was forced to use the ultimate away. Nacris missed the Fungus Edge as well. Sloppy fights in here, but Snitch needs to be very, very, very careful because he got solo killed after missing a charm. That is dangerous.
A charm will always be there and dangerous, but Nacris picked up those Mercury threads to be a little bit more careful there, because it helps him stay alive for a little bit longer. Not much happening right now. Rick's just got a really good reset. Now they're coming back with a lot of items. We've seen the Nashor's Tooth being finished and the boots on Varus. Clue finished his Hextech Proto build, and now Renekton also got his Black Cleaver and Sonya's Hourglass. So this is a really good power spike point for Rix, and I'm really curious to see where they're going to make a play. It's probably going to be in the bot lane, because right now, they're stronger.
Absolutely, yes. The game is quite, you know, being slow to beat, you know, in terms of fights for and one for Rixig. They lead in terms of goals as well. They got the neutral objective, they got the Rift Herald, but it's always still there for Paula Esports. And they are trying to survive. You know, I feel, they are diving. Katz had the flash away. The knockup came from the side of Rakan, and the binding was beautiful, but it's not gonna be enough. The tower gonna be destroyed by Rixig. Nacris trying to play onto the Dragon Lane side of the map.
And Rix once again taking that mid turret, trading it easily for the bot turret. The mid turret is usually way more valuable because that opens up the map. You can roam from the mid lane towards either the bot or the top side, and you can also try to go for the enemy jungle camps, which we see Seven likes to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really good trade for Rix overall. A kill and a mid turret, they'll take that any day of the week.
And I feel like the last hope for Parla is Nacris this game. 1-0, yes, but the only one leading in his lane in terms of gold. Every other lane is led by Rix GG. We're watching Renekton so ahead, more than 1,000 gold ahead. Also, 7 once again, almost 2k gold ahead of Bambi. That is having a really, really rough game dealing with 7.
7, as we said, had some off games on Kha'Zix, but this is definitely not one of them. He's popping off 7k. He's actually more than 2,000 gold, almost 2,000 goals ahead, and he's just really been devastating. What Parla has been doing so far this game is like, even though they've been losing around the map, they have been funneling gold and minions in towards Nacris, and Nacris is almost, I think, 1.5k ahead of around 1.
Guys being knocked up, his Snitch going in there. Their champ has been beautiful, and the Spirit Rush is gonna be enough to take the kill. Here comes the ultimate from the side of Varus. Nacris so slow, but Vi has been taken down. Another knockup. Glue never misses one. This is 5 for Riz GG as they took 3 members of Parla Esports down.
And Rix is just showing how clean of a team they are. They are so difficult to beat when they don't when they're on their best, and when they're on their best, they don't make any mistakes. You can see they're just taking they're taking the top top solo kill. They're getting both the Scuttle Crabs, they're getting that Ocean Dragon, which they love, and now they're getting another kill in the mid lane. And we're actually gonna see the fight here again where random flashes. Oh, that's a huge flash. Doom hitting 3 people with his ultimate, and even though Nacris got a really nice ultimate off there, he cannot go in 1v4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the binding was beautiful, but the damage was already done. Chains of Corruption, so good from Doom. Again, popping off with another AD carry. Wait, AP carry, actually.
That's one thing I want to point out, as we've seen 3-4 times this game already, that is Rix recalling at the same time, which means they're going to spend their money at the same time.
Yeah.
So now they're going to go back onto the map. They don't have to really, let's say one guy is like, oh, guys, I have 3,000 gold, we shouldn't really fight. No, that's not going to happen for Rix, because they're going to have really good recall timers.
Okay,
and
this is interesting. They're going to collapse into Rakan. Here comes ultimate from Brawl. And yeah, they took down Clue. They were waiting for them just in the tri-bush.
But it doesn't matter, because Rix has the Rift Herald. They have a good reset time, and now they're pushing on the mid lane. We actually see Renekton trying to stop the recall, stop the top lane.
Yeah, they are, because I feel like Rix wants to end the game right here, right now. Renekton going into deep. Snitch trying to do some damage. The chant has been really beautiful. The 2 vs 3 on random took one down. Nacris resetting and dashing. The stasis came through onto the Ari. He dodges the stun and damage waiting here. I don't believe the Snitch is gonna be doing this in the 1 vs 2.
But 7 coming from behind.
As well, guys, is gonna be taking down Bambi so low in HP as well. As the 7 jumping forward, overestimating himself, ended up dying. That was really, really close. And I was expecting Rix to keep pushing into the mid lane.
Yeah, but actually Bambi and guys pulled off their really good defense in the mid lane. They were able to save the turret even though the Herald was knocking on their door. But what an insane fight. And I mean, there was just so many things happening at the same time. Parla is really doing their best trying to stay in the game against Rix. It's a difficult task, but I mean, they're doing somewhat respectable.
Yeah, they're putting all the time such a huge fight onto Rix GG, but they are falling short. But just by a little. I mean, you have Nacris very well situated in the game. You have Nacris 302 items on a half, leading for almost 2k gold ahead compared to Snitch. Okay, I mean, Snitch is delivering, but it's not the the main damage dealer, I would say, in the team. He's, landing some nice charms that are enabling the team. We were in here, Nacris maybe in trouble, random slicing and dicing there. The Vanguard set, not that good. Here comes the ultimate from Ram, and also this shield, but here comes on the other side. They take down Katz. Here comes Bambi wants to go in, but Kha'Zix took a double kill, and right now you are really outnumbered. Kha'Zix is unstoppable. SC7 really wants to take this game and head into Icons. Vi can really make it out alive. Cyrex, don't go through there. That is dangerous for you. Really dangerous.
And Cyrex was late once again, and they didn't even need Snitch. Snitch was just chilling in the mid lane, pushing away a few minions here, and
They're
Rix
gonna
is
take
actually continuing.
They're gonna take the tower here in the bottom side of the map. Vi is just healed up. You know the Naga has been really beautiful. The Tyler's coming here. This is a 2 vs 5 situation. Not looking good for Pala. Poseidon had to flash away, but the damage is there by the AP virus binding dodge by Doom. And Nacris is the man that can make the miracle. He touched everything with the Stasis.
With the very stacks.
From Needs, but here comes dashing and dashing and dashing and dashing. Here comes Nacris trying to take the game for his own team. The Mountain Drake just spawned, by the way. Right now, Rixie had to run away for the lives, and this looks like a neutral objective for Pala Esports.
And Nacris once again popping off, showing why he's the elite player from the Turkish region. This guy is absolutely stomping Snitch.
SC7.
I know Stitch is playing well. Stitch is playing well. He's not losing the game for his team, and I would not really say it's his mistake. But Nacris, wow, what a performance. He was able to find a lot of gold, even though his team was kind of losing. He wasn't really able to help them out that early, but right now he showed why his goal lead matters, because he was able to pop off.
And what is dangerous for Pala is that all your eggs are in one basket, are in Nacris. I mean, you really need that. And if I really is out of team fight, I will feel like that you have no chances to take this. But I felt like Bambi and guys were absolutely insane going into V5, but they were making time for Irelia to come back. Right now, Nacris is still 4-1 to items and half ignite. I'll be worrying there because the sun has been really beautiful from the side of Nacris. But it's like Rix GG don't let you make any mistakes because they are taking advantages all the side of the map.
And I actually think while that Coca-Cola pop-up was coming up, I think Pala really killed that Mountain Dragon, so they have that in their repertoire as well. And yeah, I like the fact that Rix has to back off now because you see in the bot lane the minions is pushed up for Pala, but they're just going for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going for the Baron. They are camping in there. Bambi knows that Trandom is standing there for him to happen. They are collapsing under him with the assault and battery. Vikings in the stats is beautiful from the side of Fnatic. Clue may be in trouble once again. The Vanguard set, and this is Nacris time. You know, they took down Rakan. Bambi is still alive. I really don't know how. And Nacris wants just to really dash. Bambi about to die still alive, and I don't know how. He's exhausted. He makes them with the Stasis. He's 3 versus 1 trying to dash, but he got killed. Cyrex, Katze, and Bambi are the last ones standing for Pala Esports. But you know what? They stopped the Baron play.
I can't believe they pulled off that fight, even 10k gold behind, and they still were able to trade 2 for 2. And even while that was happening, the minions were just pushing down that bottom lane turret. And I think Rix lost like 3-4 waves from that as well. That was a really nice Baron defense from Pala, and once again Nacris. I mean, we're gonna mention his name this entire game because he was just popping off. We actually see this fight starts off by, I think, guys getting caught by an Aricham, I think.
I mean, they were, you know, just in comms, and then they started the Baron Nashor, and Renekton was standing in the bush, and they knew. And what is going on? What did we miss?
Bambi was caught out in the river.
Bambi, what were you doing there?
He was completely alone down there. I think he was trying to get the scuttle cap for the Elder Dragon, and he was just doing it completely alone. His entire team was kind of coming back from a reset.
Yes.
And now Rix, they know they are 5 against 4, and not just 5 against 4. They don't have a jungler on that team alive, so this Baron looks kind of free. If I'm Rick Pala, I don't want to go in.
This is not even a 50-50. Clue, you know, he's just making sure that no one gets in there. This is going to be 5-man Nashor for Rix GG that are just so close to icons right now because the team that wins this series, and Rix GG is just 1 game away to do so, is going to be in the finals tomorrow in that best of 7. But not only that, they're going to head into icons as Emea representative.
Rix really showing a fantastic performance in all these 3 games. I mean, we've seen a little bit back and forth, but in this last game, it seems like a statement from Rix. They deserve to be here. They deserve to go to the Icon Series, and they just need that last little push and this last little edge to knock Pala off. Now they're pushing up the mid lane with those 2 Baron up cannon minions. What can they do?
Oh, that char was really beautiful, Bram. You are in trouble. The Unbreakable is gonna be enough, and they go full dip into the teamfight. But Cyrex is about to die. He has to flash away, but he's been taken down. And this is gonna be the final push for Rix GG. They want to put the 3-0 in here. Let's see if Pala can defend their Nexus. They are doing this. They are playing it with a lot of patience, letting the cannon minion to do the dirty job as the next wave is pushing towards the mid lane. This is a very time situation for Parla Esports.
Oh,
Guys,
that's
they're
the position.
going in with the soul shackles, but this is gonna be enough. As
Huge ultimate from Nacris!
Here goes Nacris with the stars. He's dashing back. He's exhausted. Nacris, what can he do? He got killed. And right now, Parla's chances are barely none. All members from Rix GG are alive. They are smashing, taking down Parla Esports by 3-0 in this best of 5 series. Look at the HP bars. It was so close, but it's not gonna be enough. And Rix GG heading to the finals and into Icons.
They pull off a 5-0 team fight in the very last inside the Nexus. That was an incredible performance. Rix really beating Parla the old game. We were coming into this series. Nacris is fantastic, but Parla can team fight. Rix just is the better.
Wow, they were just like absolutely insane, and once again they feel like the most consistent team into this tournament. Who is gonna be able to beat these guys?
Look how happy they are. I mean, they just qualified for the Icon series, man. Huge congratulations to Rix GG. They're gonna come in as one of the representatives from Europe. Now they're gonna go in there and say GG, and I think, I mean, what a series. This game was just fantastic to watch.
I have to say, Parla still have another opportunity to head into Icons, because they are going to face someone. I don't know if it's going to be Game Lord. I don't know if it's going to be Team Kessel, but they are going to face one of those teams for the last spot into Icons. It's going to be one hell of a game.
Were you expecting a 3-0 coming into this?
Wow, no, definitely not. I expected way longer series. I have to say, I mean, I really expected for Parla to make the miracle once again, but it was just so difficult. And guys, this has been the first map, 3-0 for Rix GG. I don't know. I'm gonna head into the analyst desk because I'm just absolutely exhausted after all this fights, you know.
Thank you very much, Noah and Ryu. 3-0 for Rix. Congratulations, of course, to the European Last Chance qualifier champions. Rix making it through to Icon Series. Their road this weekend is not done yet. We'll talk about how they got their win here, but of course that puts them in tomorrow's grand final. So, Rix 3-0, happy of course behind us, and I think they showed us so much flexibility in this last game, and to be honest, the whole series. Stuart, you and I, right as we were coming over to the analyst desk, kind of putting together that 14 out of 15 champions that Rix played were unique across these 3 games.
And just shows the power of Rix, really. They can play whatever they want to and they can still come out on top. You know, the Sen and Nasus, whether it's the Vayne top lane from what they played in group stage as well. Doom on Kai'Sa, Doom on AP Varus this game as well, which we don't really see too much, and it's not as strong in my opinion as the Manamune Varus, but as you said, 14 out of 15 picks. Clue was the only one that picked Rakan in game number 2 and game number 3, but other than that, every single player, every single champion was completely unique, which is so strong.
Spoiled the stats. It could have been 15 out of 15 if only Rakan had potentially not been available. And we were talking about that a little bit from the way that they were denying guys the ability to have engaged supports. Like, Rakan found its way to first pick on blue side, but for guys, DB, I mean, this is one of the ways we saw Parla take control of the game is through engaged supports for guys, but didn't get hands on any of them in any of these 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. I like to shout out the coach staff of Rix Gaming because they've been doing an amazing job, and 2 heads are better than 1 head, and they are just doing such an amazing job. Like, we have seen that Formulation Gaming, for example, they were not banning out guys, Galio, and they got punished for it, but Rix Gaming, they are banning out immediately, and they also, like we said earlier, they are trapping Parla into their comfort picks, and then they just counter it. And in this case, Rix Gaming just has so much variety when it comes to the drafting. They have so many picks just because the players have such a deep champion pool. They can play anything. We have seen random on ADCs, on hyper carries, on tanks. Then we have C7, who also plays so many junglers, like AP junglers, tanky junglers, carry junglers. And Smidge, every single game he's picking something else. That Akshan in game 1 was crazy, and in the bot lane we have Doom, who used to play only APCs during the regular season, but now that ADCs are better in the current meta, he is just switching back and forth depending on what they need. And obviously Clue, he can play anything, especially on those hyper carry engaging supports like Rakan. He's doing such an amazing job.
I mean, my favorite thing, you know, Carmeline, I know you're a fan of spicy picks. I guess Varus is not a spicy pick, but then to switch it up, go for that tank-busting AP Varus build, it was a fun game to watch. But Doom, I think, has been a player that perhaps... I'll say I've slightly underrated Doom, I think, throughout the entire season. I've never said that he was too bad, but Carmeline, like, this is a great series from him. That third game was a good showing from Doom.
I think this is something, bringing back to the points that we've been making throughout the series, is that there are no players in this team that you can call weak. Like, every single lane is a winner lane, and Doom is one of the keys in here. You can see the 5-11 in this particular game, going AP barrels, which is something that we've also discussed during the casting, and performing absolutely amazing. I think it also has to do with Drix giving him more resources, a little bit more attention, and with Glue by his side and Rakan, he's been having finally the chance to pop off and get the spotlight.
I feel like this game Snitch tried to pop off a little bit out of the mid lane as well. Like that first 3-man roam up to top side, Snitch was going for the highlight play with like the prediction charm and trying to predict with the Q. There were a couple that Snitch outplayed as well, and I think this was a good series in general for all of Rix. I don't think anybody didn't, had a bad game. I don't think there was a weak point really at any point, especially this game. I mean, whenever you see a gold graph like that, it basically just tells you the entire story. And this is kind of best of 5, the way it goes is game 1 and 2. Typically, the stronger team is taking a little slower, feeling it out, and then once you know you've got the lead, you just smother them in game 3, and then you've got the advantage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can see that, like, in game number 1, they picked something new, the Senna Nasus in the bot lane, which we haven't seen. We've seen a little bit from other teams, but from Rix themselves, we haven't really, seen it too much from them. And then other picks as well, all these other unique picks, but just shows how strong Rix are.
Yeah, it shows how strong Rix are. One strength of Rix is their giant in the top lane, so let's go over and speak to him as we got Random for an interview with Hell's Devil.
Yeah, thank you very much, Straz. I indeed have Random, the man himself, the Baron laner of Rix. And the first thing that I want to ask you, you won 3-0. How are you feeling? You made it to the Icon Series.
It's relieving. We have so much pressure off our shoulders. We know that we're just going. So now we, of course, aim at first seed, but we made it. The big one, it's done.
Yeah, right. Like, even Rix feels the pressure, right? And I want to talk about Parla right here, right? Because you won 3-0. We were talking about Parla being a very promising team. Would you say that they're still very good and have a chance to make it to 3rd place and that you're just way too good? Or would you say that they just underperformed?
I mean, I think that yesterday showed us that anything can happen. I think that no one expected Parla to even take one game from Game Lord. So I honestly don't know. Maybe they can do it, I have no idea. They played their game today properly. We just made a proper preparation for it, I think. And it just paid off, so
yeah. Yeah, we said the same thing. So I want to ask you about the next series as well. We have Game Lord against Team Queso. Who do you think is going to win?
I honestly have no idea. Once again, I am very clueless. I think both have a lot of chances, but I probably, seeing how Game Lord played yesterday, I would say probably TQ.
All right, TQ, he says. So that may be his enemy in the finals tomorrow. So thank you very much, Random, for the interview. And back to the analyst desk to get us into the next game.
Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy. Thank you, Random, for the interview, by the way. Rix, we're still going to get the rest of your players. You think you can dodge us for long enough? If you win tomorrow, I
got 2 more left.
Right, yeah, exactly. We can get them all. I mean, it was a convincing performance today out of Rix. It was convincing in day 1, but we did see Team Queso take a game off them, and I think, Carmeline, that really is what Random's talking about there as we go towards a Game Lord that yesterday it felt like it took them a while to get into the games, and Queso, who looked very strong. Before we touch on our second series, let's touch on our MVP of that game. It was kind of a rough one for us to pick because everybody did well. Normally there's one standout player. For us, we were looking at a player that did consistently through all 3 games, but also kind of showed up when he needed to, even more so, and we put Doom in that spot for our MVP. The AP Varus, we saw, of course, a good game on the Kai'Sa in game 2. Carmeline, Doom, as I said, I've underrated him, but very strong performance.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, we weren't thinking of him as the strongest Dragon laner ever in comparison to all the choices. But as you guys were saying, with Game Lord just falling down, not performing at the level expected, Team Queso again not being quite a strong contender, maybe they will show up in the next series. I think Doom is a really well-deserved MVP for this one.
Well, Rix were so solid on their coaching and their draft. We're splitting it between Doom and Dooms. I'm going to write a strongly worded letter to Doom so that he needs to change his name. This is not...
I didn't realize Doom looked a little bit different there.
Hey, that's how they're going to get Doom out of the interview.
45 KDA, by the way.
45 KDA. Dooms, you played great in this game. It was amazing.
Coach diff.
Exactly. We're going to interview Dooms and it'll be, that'll let Doom off the hook. Anyway. How can you have a coach that's the same name as your player with one word difference? That would be so confusing in the team environment. But, to bring things back to the high-stakes games that we have now, of course, Rix have qualified for Icon Series. We don't know which seed they will be in. That will, of course, be determined tomorrow. Importantly for Parla, it's not over yet. And DB, we've seen some strength out of team fighting from Parla. They will now play a best-of-5 series to begin tomorrow to see whether they'll take seed 3 from Europe. Do you think that against Game Lord or Queso, they could take a best-of-5?
I mean, honestly, I think the level between all of the top 4 teams is pretty similar. Just that Rix prepared really well when it came to the draft. They just outdrafted Parla completely. But I'm not sure if Gamelord or Team Queso will find the answers when it comes down to the team fights and the drafting phase. Because obviously we have seen now that Rix knows how to counter the playstyle, but this is just for today. And tomorrow, they will take some preparations, and I feel like we won't know on a live stage event how others are going to handle it. So it can still go either way, but obviously teams like Gamelord and Team Queso, they are super strong, and Parla has been showing up pretty well against Gamelord as well, so it can go still either way.
I mean, we just saw the importance of coaching around Rix and how well that they could get prepared for it. We heard Random talk about it. We need to prepare for our second series of the day. It's going to be Gamelord going up against Team Queso. This is hopefully going to be in a closer series. I'm hoping for 5 games, magnificent, between 2 of Europe's best teams fighting out for our second guaranteed spots to Icon. Stay with us for a few minutes. We'll be back with our second semi-final.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Moment, I seen a few die for this moment, yeah, cause when the Okay guys, are you ready for some games? We're gonna play the rec one. Which one? Por la cara, solo he inventado. We're gonna play some rec phones. Phone? Why? See? No? Let's go guys, let's go! We're gonna play some rec phone.
Hello guys, I started this and I'm sorry already. I wrote down what makes Ionian champions so broken. I really don't know how they're supposed to draw it. Have fun.
He has to draw this phrase. Yeah. That's a f***ing essay.
I know why he asked this question actually, because he only plays Ionian champs. This is Irelia, and there is Yasuo, and I don't know what he's actually doing, but report Yasuo.
Co-star write this?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Irelia, and Yasuo try to ult someone. Also, Irelia is so strong, he's right. Is it correct?
I can do better actually. I see Irelia ult. There's two people behind it and what is this?
These are other champs.
Yeah, but there's no indication. I just see Irelia ult Q onto two people.
Okay. Easy. Picasso time.
Okay.
Wait for credit. I get other idea. My first heart.
I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. I was expecting better. I have no idea. I really don't know what is this. The pit of the Nash or something, I don't know. So I write, Ari get a double kill on enemies doing Nash.
I wrote down what makes Ionian champions so broken.
I think Ruiz needs some drawing lessons, I guess.
I don't know.
There's nothing in the way. Keep pushing proof into the pitch of fire until you see Come on, you know we're gonna break through.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the WAEC Championship Semifinals Day. After the video, I have to say that, let's put it that way, our players are artists on the Rift. Okay, artists on the Rift, let's put it that way, yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have one hell of a series between Team Kesset and Game Lord. I'm joined by Stuart, Darkbreaker, and Stuart. What do you think about this series?
I think we're going to have a lot closer series than what we saw in the first series, definitely. Game Lord versus Team Queso. Both these teams, especially Game Lord, have not been performing too well. Team Queso have had a different sort of play style as well, but I think it's going to be a very, very close series.
Let's say, Darkbreaker, that yesterday Game Lord seemed to be a bit shaky.
Yeah, definitely. Gamelord is kinda underperforming in my opinion. Like, they looked so much stronger beforehand. We expected them, maybe in the first match they would be a little bit shaky coming into this tournament. Offline tournament, obviously everyone is a little bit more excited and also nervous at the same time. And Gamelord, if Hester is not performing right now, I feel like Gamelord is not gonna win, because Hester, it's all about Hester right now, on that Rakan, on that Alistar, and Hester is just doing such an amazing work when he's on those carry champions. But if he's not on those carry champions, then I feel like Team Queso is gonna perform much better when they play around Acolyte again.
I really feel like this best of 5 series potentially can go to the 5th game, not like the previous one that we haven't. What is happening right here? What is going on?
You guys hear this?
It's so loud.
Wow.
That is really loud.
Who is coming? I mean,
oh my god.
Warm.
What is happening? What?
It's so broken.
No, it's definitely breaking something.
Oh. What?
Welcome everyone, and this is gonna be the broken ass house, and the entry was epic and the champion is just as epic, and it's Riven. Riven is such an incredibly strong pick, but don't let it fool you. Riven is one of the hardest champions to make work. You shouldn't have to mentally process how to play Riven, it just has to go naturally. But we have players that can do it. You know, we have Zaur, we have Nakres, we have Lonely Kid, and who? Are we gonna have Random on the Riven as well? And Riven is just so incredibly good, and especially in this new patch with the items Black Cleaver, Death's Dance, and the Divine Thunderer, it is a perfect build against this. However, there are counters though. Heavy CC compositions are the counters, and as you can see, you will be dashing out dash after dash after dash and after dash, and as you can see in these clips, Riven will kill them all. Even if you make some mistakes, Riven can pick right back up, and you just keep dashing, you keep dealing damage, and there you can see it is not easy to play Riven. You have to be a mathematical genius, and wow, are we gonna see it today? Now that's the real question. I hope we will. It has been a super duper priority pick, right? Like, we thought it was only gonna be the champions like the Camille, like the Garens, but EU is playing Riven. So this one is for you coaches out there. Ban Riven. So that is it. That is it for Broken as Hells. Back to the analyst desk to get us into the next game.
Okay, who allowed Hells Devil to come into the studio on a motorcycle? Who allowed? It was one of you guys. It was one of you guys. It was one of you. He's living. Okay, not messing with Hells Devil anymore. Not messing with Hells Devil. But the fact is that, yeah, the Riven, I really think that is going to be one crucial big student when it comes to this series. We saw yesterday Lonely Kid pulling out such a massive play in Riven. Goodbye.
Surprised how loud it is, to be fair.
What the actual?
That was a cool entry. That was a cool entry.
No, the stakes are so high. I mean, well, Lonely Kid and Riven is the word. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah,
not that crazy like that, but crazy.
It was cool as hells.
Let's
broken as hell. No, yeah, I mean, Riven is a pick that we've also seen in other regions as well. I think SEA and China have picked up Riven quite a lot as well. We haven't seen it too much yet in EU. We've seen it, like you said, from Lonely Kid as well. Lonely Kid has really been performing well on it. We've seen it a little bit in the jungle as well, from also Parlor in the previous series, in the mid lane as well with Nakres. So it's definitely a champion that's really, really strong right now.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a champion you want to take away from this series so far. Absolutely. And I want to know about your expectations of today's series, because I don't think this is going to be at 3-0. There's a lot of rivalry in some of the lanes, let's put it that way. And what do you expect out of the series?
I think this one is going to be super intense, and it's very hard to predict what is going to happen. Obviously, we have Gamelord and Team Queso. Both teams are super amazing, and do you guys know what's funny? Ruiz used to play for Team Queso, and now he's playing for Gamelord, so that's a rivalry. they're playing against each other now. Like Ruiz on Gamelord against his Team Queso team.
It's going to be one crazy semifinal, the one that we're going to have between Gamelord and Team Queso, guys. So you don't really want to miss it.
The teams I want to play against the most are Rix, GG and Gamelord. There's a lot of history with them in the past, especially Queso and Gamelord last year.
I think will be Rix and Team Queso. It's funny to beat friends, you know.
Many Ruiz is like, I just need to get one auto, and he's gonna get it. No, he got it, okay. Then finally, Gamelord managed to put the last autos down.
I've never actually met any of my teammates in the past so far. It was very nice to meet everyone, scrim in the same room together, get to know everyone on more than just the game level, on a personal level. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how everyone, I lost my train of thought. Take 3.
The experience with my team, it was very nice. Like, they are very good friends, like they are very good persons. I'm from Spain, guys, but I have like the most member friends, you know, like I have 3 members. I will try to motivate my team. I will try to give to them like good vibe, good energy.
Response, Joey melts immediately, but in the base. Look at the base, look at the base, look at the base. They're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. Secures the 2-0 victory for Team Queso.
My expectations are to win the whole thing. I think we have our eyes on the first place prize, but our goal is basically to win the whole thing.
The expectative was okay, I guess. I tried the baguette. My expectative was more higher, but it was okay. I prefer like the paella. I think like we are gonna match the expectation that the people have. I mean, the main goal is like win and qualify for the icons.
It's gonna drop him. It's Lonely Kid advancing through. It was so unbelievably close, but it's Ruiz, like the Gamelord, from winning the European Open bracket.
Most teams are underrating us, but we have some tricks up our sleeves and don't take us for granted.
Prepare your body, there is a lot of Gamelord to show.
Here they are, our teams for this semifinals. Gamelord versus Team Queso. One of these teams is going to be tomorrow versus Rix GG in that best of 7, but also heading into Icons this summer. And we have some spicy rivalry. Darkbreaker was talking about it. We had Vejas versus Ruiz. Is going to be, you know, massive in the mid lane.
It's kind of crazy to think about the fact that Ruiz used to play on this Team Queso roster, and now he's playing against them in the semi-finals, and winner goes to Icon Series. We actually saw both of those players have some rough games yesterday. Vejas picked the Lulu, didn't really look that great. And we also saw Ruiz one game Ari, where he wasn't that good, but his Gragas, his Garen was really strong yesterday, Ruiz. And Vejas also picked up the Sin later and was really doing an amazing job for Gamelord. So I think this matchup will be super interesting. Not only are those 2 players really, really good, but they're also very aggressive and very risky to play around because, well, they can either go 0-5 or 5-0.
And the fact is that when it was necessary for Gamelord, because they yesterday went twice in the 3rd game in both series, when it was necessary, they pulled out, you know, the comfort picks, you know, the everything. We saw a couple of times Ruiz in that area. Maybe it's going to be that very important today.
I think it will be. I think he's going to go back to the Ori again, potentially. Redemption as well. Oriana picked it 2 games as well yesterday, potentially. I think more than 2 games. I can't remember exactly. But again, it's, yeah, like you said, it's these comfort picks that Gamelord are around. But the thing about these comfort picks is that they're just not really in the meta right now. Like Ori, we don't really see too much. Oriana as well in the dual lane. It was strong a few patches ago, but now it's just not as strong. We're seeing a lot more AD carries now coming back into the dual lane. So it'll be interesting to see how Team Queso adapt to Gamelord picking their comfort picks and seeing what they can do differently.
Yeah, definitely, because we saw Team Queso in the first game maybe looking to shake it, Darkbreaker, with that composition around Andres, you know, a lot of supports coming in, but it wasn't enough. But they adapted after that game.
Yeah, I feel it was really good by Team Queso that they adapted, because in the first game they put everything onto Andreset. Like they had literally 3 supports basically trying to make Andreset as strong as possible so he can carry on that Jax pick. But now they focus more on Acolyte, and Acolyte has been performing super well on his Renekton and on his Camille as well. So putting pressure away from Andreset to carry everything on his own, and then also they put Joey on his Corki again, making good decisions to relieve Andreset from all the carrying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was plenty of cookies. yesterday. I mean, it was really plenty of cookies. But the fact is that you were talking about Acolyte, and that is true. He got massive plays yesterday with the Renekton highlight and the match, but he's really facing, Lonely Kid.
Lonely Kid against Acolyte, that is going to be one of a match because they also actually play kind of the same champions. Both have been showing really good performances on Riven in the past, on Camille, on Darius. I think it's going to be interesting to see who's going to pick what because as we can see here on the play here, Lonely Kid popping off on that Riven that is broken as hell, as he said it. So yeah, this matchup is going to be super interesting. Both of them have shown Champion Ocean, both of them have shown weak side gameplay, and both of them have shown carry potential. So this matchup will be just as exciting as all the other matchups on the map because these are just two teams that really deserve to be in the semifinals.
Yeah, and the fact is that both Byron Layers and Sword are really impactful for the teams in different ways because Lonely Kid pulled up, the most exciting play we get to see so far in this tournament. But Acolyte is everywhere for a Baron Laner. The kill participation is just so high.
Exactly. I think, like you said, I think both these teams play kind of around their Baron Laner. You saw in the regular season in the WREC, there was a lot of focus on Zefta around the Baron lane, getting Lonely Kid ahead, especially when they 3-0'd Rix as well in the regular season of the WREC. And Acolyte, sometimes he doesn't get that sort of jungle presence as well. He doesn't get that, but then he's able to just be that solid Baron laner. He doesn't need that sort of assistance from his jungler because he's so solid and it's so hard to break it down. So I feel like the junglers in this game are going to focus on the Baron lane, and in that 2 versus 2 matchup, you got Amjazed and Acolyte against Zefta and Lonely Kid. That's going to be a big clash in this game.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to have a lot of pressure under this Baron lane. Both junglers also willing to pass. There was that top side, and that was the discussion we had yesterday, that breakle, that, Gamelord was always passing to that top side. Is gonna Acolyte be able to survive to that amount of pressure?
I think Acolyte is being used to that amount of pressure because he has been playing at the Horizon Cup, and at the Horizon Cup he was weak siding every single time, playing on that Darius pick, and I think he won't have any problem handling the pressure that Zefta is gonna apply in that lane, or even Zefta and Hestel together.
Absolutely. Let's see if he can survive to that pressure. We're watching right now the Acolyte starts from the last day, the first day, and I mean he pulled out. Maybe the Camille KDA was not that that amazing, but the Renekton game we all have that one in our brains right now. But it's not always about the Baron lane. I really want to see how it's gonna be around the Dragon lane because we were discussing about the APCs, the ADCs, the adaptability. We get plenty of Corki the second day, the Grippy. But the fact is that Redemption was amazing on those AP carries.
Redemption has always shown that he's really good on those AP carries. Oriana, the 6, and also the Varus yesterday kind of works like an AP champion sometimes. We just saw it from Doom. But even though I think the bot lane matchup is interesting, I think nothing really beats the top matchup in this game, especially because Acolyte is so known for being able to play weak side champions, and also Gamelord just usually wins to the top side. So I think this bot lane matchup is going to be around who can be the most useful, even though the junglers is probably going to sit top.
And we're talking about Corki Airlines. We got plenty of Corki yesterday. It was even every single game Corki after Corki. And we're going to have some priority over this champions tour.
Yeah, definitely. I think Joey in that first game when they had like 4 supports around 100Z, played the Morgana. But then after that, he was like, okay, I'm going to put the carry in my own hands. I'm going to play the Corki. And he had a really good performance on the Corki as well. He popped off in game 2 and game 3 as well yesterday, and in other games as well.
On going away 3-2 for Gamelord, 3-2 for Team K. So Gamelord has been looking a little bit more shaky. If they haven't been looking shaky, I would definitely say that Gamelord should win the series. But because yesterday they haven't been performing up to the standard, I feel like Team Queso definitely can put up a good fight. So 3-2 for Gamelord in my opinion, but Team Queso might as well win it.
Ryu, gonna ask you the same question.
I think if Team Queso wins the first game, it's going to be 3-0 stomp. And if Gamelord wins the first game, I think it's going to be 3-2. What I think is if Gamelord wins the first game, it's going to be 3-2. And if Team Queso wins the first game, I think it's going to be 3-0.
Wow.
Okay. So Ryu is going to shut your mouth.
Yeah, true.
I mean, both teams have shown they're incredible, but I just think the mental ability of this Gamelord roster we saw yesterday can be shaky. They dropped games to both Parla and Formulation, whereas Team Queso look a lot more solid. We know the heights of Gamelord, that's why I think if they can win the first game, they can definitely pull it through. But Team Queso just looked better yesterday.
the fact is that I have to agree on some points with you, and those are like Team Queso seem to, you know, solve their issues, solve the fact that they were a one-man dependent team. Now they have this there are plenty of carries. They are way more solid team than we get to see back in regular season. They took one game away from RixGG, and we saw yesterday GameLoad shaking a lot versus not only Pala but also Formulation. And the fact is that in only 1 day to it, they could solve all those issues.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they definitely can solve all their issues. I think because it's their first time on LAN, it's their first time here, even though they do have a lot of experience as well, they can definitely sort out all their issues from yesterday. And I think if they go into this series as well, these two teams have played against each other so many times. Also, both these players on the teams as well have also played against each other before. Obviously, the Origin series last year as well. That was also the semi-final of this as well. It's like the same semi-final. And it's going to be interesting because even though we all say, you know, 3-2, it could go either way. It's really difficult.
It could go either way, definitely. And the fact is that both teams came here with a lot of pressure because it's not all the fact, okay, semifinals, one event, you're heading into Icons. If you win, it's not only that, it's the old rivalry. It's that amount of pressure that you have in the solo lanes, in the mid lane, and also in the top lane around. I have to deliver like somehow. But guys, this is our second semifinal in a day. We're gonna have GameLoad versus Team Queso in just a little bit of time.
Since Ruiz has come onto this GameLoad lineup, I feel like GameLoad are just a complete team now. He's so passionate about the game. He's so passionate about his teammates and everything as well.
Me llamo Abraham Ruiz Miranda, soy el ganador de la Origin Series y esperemos que sea el ganador de la WEC. Ojalá sea así.
Demacian Justice not low enough HP, and Ruiz finds an excellent follow-up with his ulti. That's low HP bars across the board, and Ruiz finds a huge triple kill. Ruiz stepping up when his team needs it.
Las populares divinas jamás serán vencidas. Las populares divinas.
I think, you know, Ruiz is leveled up entirely in terms of the team that he's on right now.
Me considero más un jugador que he destacado por constancia que por talento. Lo jugaba porque me divertía, porque me gustaba. Mi campeón favorito es Ari en la mid lane, ¿vale? Es uno de los personajes que más me han hecho destacar.
Ari is like his most comfortable, one of his most played champions.
O sea, cuando me enteré de que llegó Wildrift, dije, hola Wildrift, bienvenido, te abro las puertas de mi corazón. Desde que el juego salió en Asia, yo ya estaba jugando 250 de ping.
You know, if GameLoad play at their best, they are without a doubt the best team in Europe.
We really like hard worked like this last month for go to the Barcelona, and I'm proud like of my family. GameLoad.
You're really passionate about any team that you're on as well, so I think it's awesome to see that passion come through in the way that you played the game.
Muchas gracias a la gente que siempre ha estado ahí apoyándome, porque os merecéis todas las victorias que gane y más.
We've got all our teams now ready, prepared for Barcelona, so I'm just really looking forward to that overall and just more Wildrift action.
A lot of people have high expectations for Team Queso, especially with swapping in their bottom lane as well with Joey Skaggs and Methanol coming in.
Hey, my name's Joey Skaggs and I'm the ADC for Team Queso and I'm from Netherlands.
Chains of Corruption off the flash from Jash. May very well start this one out. Double knock-up on the backside, and now Team Queso trying to kite back. Team Queso trying to keep themselves alive, but Andre's going to go back into the fight. Joey picked up a double kill. Doesn't even need the mechanical champions in order to do it.
I prefer AD carries. That's why I started playing the role. I did not start to play this role to be a mage bot. I'm always happy to do what is good in the meta and what helps the team the most. I don't really care about what I play. As long as we win, I'm fine with that.
Looking behind his eyes, there's a burning desire to play like Vayne and mechanically.
I know what Joey's like, and trust me, he's not a mage player.
I feel like Joey's been a very solid player and has done a really good job where he's needed to.
In the first qualifier, we lost to GameLoad, and then not the best state as a team. We kind of had to just crumble together what we had and make the best out of it. And I think in the end, we did a very, very good job in like the last few days. We won against Formulation and we won against Team Dark. So I think with enough practice in the next month, we are really capable of winning it all.
Trying to end this game, it's not just to try, it's going to be everything they need. Team Queso will 2-0 their way past Team Dark and book their tickets to Barcelona.
I actually lived in Spain when I was like 2 years old. I don't remember anything. Hola, ¿qué tal? Te quiero. I mean, I can say a few words, but to the fans, in this month we can change a lot of stuff, and I think for sure we can win the whole thing, so just keep supporting us and we won't let you down.
hypnotized by the laser blades. Hear my tongue start to self-construct. Firing chicken spit, now you self-destruct. And my llama full spits about the rent. Still I'm sitting on my ass in my residence. And I'm looking at my windows. Watch the fat cat go from strength to strength. Licking round his chops on my garden fence. Who loses in the end? It doesn't make sense. And if you went to war on your Xbox, you would tremble in your trench. Logical brainwaves paid by new days. I got your soul downloaded in a plastic case. Stick it in your pocket, we call it iFake. You're exchanging thoughts now in brown to sick. Put it on the market till it gets abused or gets a meltdown by a Trojan or two. Cause it won't be long till we realize the time needs to go back. We can clean the skies, screen the waters, add some fish. You tear up the money, forget the shopping list. Grab the middleman, give his ass a little kick. Go back to the caves, knock down some bricks. They went forward, sing talking, couscous. Walking down the street without evil looks. 12-foot trucks and no Bentley bus. There must be something wrong, catching flu from a duck. I got 50 nicks in the back of my head, so keep in the seat, cause the upgrade's next. Too good. Too good.
Everyone, we're back for these Team Cast versus Game of semi-finals. We had some technical issues. It's all fixed right now, so we are online to those semi-finals because they are gonna be quite crazy. We expect 5 games in here, like all of us except Rio expect us 3-0 for Team Cassie. So he put it that way. And the fact is that we put a lot of focus on the Dragon lane, we put a lot of focus on the Baron lane, and also in the rivalry in the mid lane. But the fact is that we talked yesterday about how important Heste is for Game Lord.
Yeah, Heste's been absolutely huge for Game Lord. I think Ryu likes to mention, you know,
Yes.
Heste as well on Game Lord. I think when he's on these playmaking, aggressive supports like Galio, Rakan, when he's on them champions, he's really, really good. And it's really hard to ban him as well because we've seen throughout the entire tournament that teams have tried to go 5 bans against Heste, but he still brings out the Nami, the Lulu as well, so he's just really, really consistent.
We have a lot of expectations when it comes to this series, a lot of you know, exciting plays. But guys, it's time to welcome our players into the stage.
It's time for our second semi-final of the WREC playoffs. Please welcome to the stage the European Open Bracket champions, Game Lord! In the Baron lane, Lonely Kid. From the jungle, Zephyr. At mid lane, Ruiz. In the Dragon lane, Redemption. And at support, it's Hester. And their opponents, it's Team Queso! In the Baron lane, Acolytes. From the jungle, Andres. In the mid lane, Veos. In the Dragon lane, Joey Skaggs and Methanaut at support. Noah and the analysts, take it away, get us a little closer to this game.
Thank you very much, Stress. We just welcomed our teams for the second semi-final. It's going to be one hell of best of 5 series. Remember, on the stake, there's a play to tomorrow's finals. It's going to be a best of 7, but also the second place to the Icons that is going to take place this summer. It's going to be absolutely crazy. The team actually that loses this series, the Darkbreaker, I'm going to talk about this. It's going to face Paula Esports in the 3rd versus 4th match. And I will think that Paula may be having a shot.
Paula definitely has a shot. Like, Paula is playing so good right now. We've seen that they have struggled against Riggs, but I do believe in them that if they step it up, their early game is amazing and their team fighting is also crazy. And if Nacris performs as well as he did in the previous games, then I can definitely see them winning against either Team Queso and Game Lord.
The fact is that the way we saw yesterday Paula playing, I really think both of these teams here need to be really aware that if they lose today, they're gonna have a very hard matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, it really just shows the overall strength of this tournament. How many of these teams are just absolutely cracked out of their mind. I mean, it's just the best players in Europe all placed in one place, and it's just amazing to see. And I think coming into this tournament, no one would have expected Paula to really be this good. Yes. But I mean, Ruiz told us yesterday, this is offline. Everything can happen. You have to, everything you think you knew, you can throw this away because, I mean, on the offline stage, nothing matters anymore, only this specific moment.
In the offline stage, the fact is that we really got to see Stuart. Team Queso being way more comfortable.
Did it? Well, a lot more comfortable than Game
A
Lord.
lot more comfortable
Yeah,
than Game Lord.
a
Yeah.
lot more comfortable than Game Lord. I think, you know, we can go back to their first game where they were playing this 4 support with the Andre carry, maybe trying to see if they can play this play style, but then they adapted as well. We spoke about it a little bit before.
Yeah, definitely.
Joey Skaggs on the Corki, Acolyte on the Renekton as well, showing that maybe it's not just a one-trick pony, you know, it's not just all about the Andre train.
I really don't think so.
Yeah, it's all about these other carries as well. Mephinot has popped off as well on the support.
Absolutely, the support role is going to be really important. But the fact is that we have in here Darkbreaker, probably the best junglers of the EU region.
Yeah, Zefta and Andrezet. Andrezet was considered pretty much the best jungler at the Horizon Cup from the European region. And then on top of that, we have Zefta, who has been performing like one of the best junglers during the entire WREC season. And so far, we have seen Zefta on that Aurelia pick being super good. And at the same time, we have Andrezet, who's picking those hyper carry junglers, the Jax, for example, doing so much work.
Yeah, definitely, but somehow it wasn't all about Andrezet in the first day of the group stage. We really saw that he could be real and enabled for his team as well.
Yeah, and they also had to enable him, but when they enable him, he's just gonna pop off. But those blue players, I mean, they're amazing to see, and I think, you know, a lot of people who likes chess-like play and really likes to use their brain in the games, they're gonna watch Andrezet and Zefta today, because maybe they're not only the best junglers in Europe, maybe they're the smartest players in Europe as well. Because if you want to be a jungler, you have to be really smart.
Absolutely, yes, because it's not only about your pathing, it's about knowing where the other jungler is, and, you know, playing with the menace, like the Phantom menace. Where is the other jungler? You have to be aware of your lanes, but also help them to be successful. And this is where these two junglers excel. And in the game lost part, it's like, I really want to see, you know, I really want to see them adapting to something else, because they are always playing towards the top side of the map, and that's so easy to read.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think both junglers on either side are going to read that the Baron lane is going to be such an important matchup as well. But I think like jungle role in general is one of the hardest roles to kind of, like you said, adapt to, because jungles, you have to be at the right place at the right time all the time. You have to look at jungle paths on either side as well. You have to look where to gank, where to be at the right place at the right time as well. So, I mean, for those watching at home as well, if they're looking to try and climb solo queue, jungler is probably the best role, but also the hardest role to play as well.
And speaking of being at the right place at the right time, we saw even Zefta yesterday, a really nice gank from Bambi against the Game Lord bot lane. He skipped the camp, went to the bot lane, but Zefta spotted that really quickly. He camped back and he actually counter ganked, and they got the first bot instead. So being aware and knowing where the enemy laners are and being, you know, really smart is just all about the jungle. And these guys, I mean, I can't wait to see what they're gonna do.
Definitely, but the fact is that Team Guess is gonna face in Game Lord, and I mean, Game Lord comfort was everything when it came to the second day. Darkbreaker, it was all about, you know, the Gary, maybe old-fashioned picks, to put it that way. But the fact is that effective on their hands.
Yeah, Game Lord has been always picking the same draft over and over. We have seen Zefta picking that Aurelia pick so many times. Yes. And at the same time, Redemption with that Orianna. Every single time they want Redemption on Orianna, and then Hester, usually they want to try to get him the aggressive support that can go in, make those plays happen. And Lonely Kid, for him it doesn't matter. He can play any top laner, any carry top laner, he will perform with it. It can be Riven, it can be Camille, it can be Renekton, it can be Darius. He shines on all of those top laners. And I think Game Lord is just so much comfortable when they have those comfort picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree on that. And that brings me on to the last keeping, because this is going to be one hell of a different team play styles clash. Stuart, when it comes to that, it's the comfort versus the adaptability. It's the comfort versus, you know, enabling also Andrezet. So it's going to be all about the play styles.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Game Lord have focused a lot on these team fight champions, you know, like the Aurelia, like the Orianna as well. They even played like Vi as well, I believe, so trying to go for that delivery system as well with the Orianna. So Game Lord are all about team fights, but as we mentioned, you know, Andre wants to play more of them hyper carries. Maybe don't want to do too much in the early game and try and use the rest of his team to try and get Andre on that main carry. I mean, we spoke about trying to put all the eggs in one basket, but there's a reason why they do that. Andre is one of the best, if not the best jungler in this entire tournament and in the entire region as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do this. Is this a best of 5 as well? So they could maybe try it after game number 1, kind of limit test as we see in the best of 5 series, and then adapt after that to see what they can do.
And up to die when it comes to the best of 5, definitely. I mean, pulling Game Lord out of their comfort zone Rio may be the key to take them down, but how do you take down Team Queso?
I mean, it's an interesting question because we saw Game Lord yesterday, for 2 days ago, try to play those 80 carries in the bot lane. They picked 2 games of Varus. It didn't really work out for them. They had to go back to the mages in the bot lane. And on the other hand, Team Queso, they tried out the mages in the bot lane first. It didn't work out for them, and then they had to adapt towards the 80 carries. And that is also one of the most interesting things that Stuart said about the differences in playstyles, is that what worked for one team didn't really work for the other.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, it's not about being reactive maybe to the other team's composition plan or maybe game plan. It's like play your game and try to give the best to that Africa.
Yeah, I feel like Team Queso really relies on Joey being on his comfort pick, because if he is on those AP champions, it seems like they don't perform as well. But if he's on the Corki, then he's shining. And I feel like if Game Lord punishes Joey and just bans out his comfort picks on the ADC champions like his Saya, his Corki, then I feel like Team Queso will struggle, because then they need to put the X to Andres again.
Yeah, that's actually true. You know, forcing Team Queso maybe back to that one-dimensional, strategy of enabling Andres and making him the hyper carry for a team that really didn't work the first day, Stuart. But this is a different team. RixCG was so far the most, consistent team of the tournament. But guys, we're gonna head into the interview before the game starts.
Thank you very much, Noah. And I got the manager from Game Lord. And man, you made it to the semifinals. And if you win this, you make it to Icons. How are you feeling?
Hello. We are really happy to be in semi-final. To be honest, yesterday it was not our best day, but we see that Parla Esports did very well here. Yeah, we will do everything to go in the final.
All right, so I hate to ask this to you as a manager because you love all of your players, but if you have to pick one of them, who is going to be the player for us to watch? Who's going to carry the game? Who's going to be the player who's going to be the man of the show?
For me, it's Lonely Kid, I think the ancient community think Random is the best in the barrel lane, but I think Lonely Kid have everything to show. And I think you have to watch him. He is very young, but he has a very good potential.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. So if you win this, you're going to be up against Rix in the grand finals, right? Like, how are you feeling matching up against Rix? Because you had a bit of a hard time against Parla, as you said, and Rix just destroyed Parla. Do you still feel confident matching up against Rix?
Yeah, like I told you yesterday, we were not perfect, but I think we need it to enter in the competition. Right now, we will play versus Team Queso, and we will, I hope, we will prove to everyone that we deserve to go in the grand final versus Rix.
All right, man. Thank you very much. That was a great interview. So go to your players, wish them luck, and back to the casters to get us into this game.
Thank you very much, Hells. Oh, I've been waiting for this all day. I love the crew at the analyst desk. I love being on the analyst desk as well, but there's nothing like a best of 5 playoff series to get us through the rest of the day. Stress here, joined by Carmeline for game 1 of Team Queso versus Game Lord. I have to let you talk about Queso. I'm just going to say, Queso, what's your thoughts heading into this first game?
Okay, so my thoughts are winning. Now, of course, I've got more thoughts. I'm not that empty-headed. No, I think Team Queso has shown a good side for their gameplay, but they've also shown many weaknesses. That is also to be said about Game Lord. So if they want to win the series, they need to keep their head cold, just mentally prepare for what might happen. Also because all the storylines that we've got here with the Vegas versus Ruiz, I mean, like, it's difficult facing an old teammate of yours.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of like added pressure in this game. I think that I don't think the players right now will be feeling. I was actually, before we were doing the intros, I was hanging out with Game Lord backstage, just getting ready to go on stage. That was the side of the stage they told me to walk on from. It wasn't my choice. But as we head into picks and bans, what I can tell you though is Ruiz, I'm not going to say it that way the entire way, and the rest of the team of Game Lord are actually really calm and collected, quite jovial right now. So I imagine it's the same from Queso. I know they're quite happy with the way that the team atmosphere is. And we go into a first draft. Game Lord and Queso have very different playstyles. The analyst desk had plenty of time to talk about it themselves and go through how it plays. So for those of you that perhaps didn't join the AD, here it's going to be all about the jungle for Queso, whereas Game Lord, we know that sometimes they draft towards Lonely Kid, but I think Hester on those engaged supports is a key pick.
Yeah, and also, if we're talking about jungle, Team Queso's jungler, Stress, what's his name?
Queso's jungler? I'm not going to say it because I can't roll my R's the entire time, but it's Antrev.
No,
no, it's not with a third or whatever. We're not doing pronunciation class here. We're actually going to talk about the draft, and it's going to be Rakan ban first. I think this is the perfect first ban from Team Queso, taking that away from Hester because they will first pick it for Game Lord. Irelia, Olaf off the table as well.
Well, I mean, two powerful picks. You get away with the Yumi too. You're not going to be able to hook her onto Olaf. Lily's is still open, but Karma is going to be, banned once again. We saw her today in the previous series. Didn't quite work well for the team that picked her Parla in that case. So, they want to avoid that issue. And so are they going to be doing the same with the Jax and the Camille, both strong junglers. We've seen that period there and in the Baron lane.
But for me, I think Camille being banned blue side on Baron lane focus is really big here because this always gives you information in game one of a draft. It says that Team Queso, while they value Camille very highly, it doesn't constitute a first pick in this matchup for them. Gragas, obviously we've talked about the flexibility. I think getting this and taking it away from Game Lord, because Game Lord were playing Ruiz on Gragas a couple of times in yesterday's group stages, tells you that Queso don't want necessarily on blue side to prioritize Acolyte over Lonely Kid for getting a strong pick. There are a few other picks that are still available that we've seen banned out a lot when we look through the draft. I say there's a few, but I'm trying to think of what the exact ones are. Riven, we've seen a bunch in the last few games.
Yeah. She's been making an appearance mainly in the mid lane, sometimes rotating with Akali to the Baron lane, and the 6 is also going to be picked. I'm not totally sure where this is going. I mean, I know where it's going. You've got a good deal of AP and AD with the 6. You've got really good crowd control. We've seen what this champion can do with the satchel chart. Now it's time to see what Queso chooses, and it's the Galio taking it away from Hester.
We may see Andre on the Kha'Zix from here. That would be the pick that we've seen defaulted to. Got it out just in time before that was taken down. And this is an interesting draft, actually, because we've had a lot of games backstage where we're like, oh, there's so many S-tier picks. You get 2 S-tier picks on red side, and we stepped into the second phase of the draft, and that's why I struggled, because I was like, okay, Aurelia, Camille, Karma, Olaf, but it's now going to be Ziggs and Lulu picked up for the bottom lane of Game Lord. Now, there was one game in the beginning of the split that Ruiz played the Lulu in the middle lane. I didn't like it. It wasn't great, but it won. It did the job that they needed it to. So there is a flexible potential there up until the last pick.
I mean, as long as we don't face a composition made out of like one hyper carry and the rest supports, I think we'll be fine.
We? Is it building into that so much for Team Queso?
No, I'm talking about Game Lord here.
Okay, all right. I was just clarifying.
No, you've got a Riven. It's fine. By the way, they've just banned the Morgana, whom again it was not going to go to jungle for Team Queso, but for that bot lane just in case, and then the Jace, which has been quite a strong pick in the past few days, particularly with the accelerating gate, has been leading to many interesting plays. Finally, the Corki. I kind of I mean, we've seen Corki before. But
yeah, I'm fed up of seeing Corki, so I'm fine seeing it on the ban list. Redemption has played a ton of it, though, and that's now interesting with Redemption for Game Lord going back to these majors. His Orianna yesterday was really good, and it's very interesting to me that they prioritize Ziggs over the likes of Ori as we get a support ban to come through. Queso taking away some of the engage. Alistair available, but it's got to be that Lulu in support, I would imagine. It's not really the champion that Hester wants to play.
No, it's a difficult situation if you choose the Alistair here for Team Queso.
Oh,
Whoa.
Oh, it's a curveball. It's a curveball. The Lulu is there because they're playing Kai'Sa Lulu bottom lane with Ziggs in the middle lane for Ruiz.
Oh, okay. Kind of out of what we are used to seeing from Ruiz. I have to say, I really like this composition so far. You've got the Kai'Sa and the Lulu doing quite a good deal of damage with range, and the bottom lane, which will likely be the Galio for Team Queso, you're going to be struggling a little bit more. Who's not going to be doing so badly, though, for me, is Acolyte with the Renekton, a comfort pick for him besides Darius that can work quite well as a front line, and also it depends on whom Game Lord want to choose as this Baron laner, but also later, because now it's a Varus there, and it's we know Varus versus Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, this is from Team Queso, I feel like this is a fairly standard European meta draft, if I'm being completely honest. Is like, you have the Gragas for flex, you have 3 tanky frontline champions, a carry out of the jungle with then something from the AD carry role that can wave clear middle lane. This is very, very, very standard for our European teams, for those of you that perhaps watch other regions. For Game Lord, this is a bit of a twist. I would say this is actually significantly different at times. We had the blind pick Riven, which is not something we see very often. Of course, flexible potential between a number of roles, including mid and Baron lane, but this Vi is likely then going to send us into a Riven Baron lane, Vi in the jungle, likely to be Ziggs in the middle lane, with Kai'Sa Lulu with that better synergy in bottom lane. I was a bit worried and wondering about that Ziggs. I'm like, Ziggs and Lulu don't necessarily have the best synergy. Typically, you pair Lulu with an attack speed and attack damage carry.
Something that I also want to talk about here is how we've been discussing the entire time how Game Lord was sticking to kind of comfort picks, maybe a little bit old-fashioned for the current meta, how all the teams like Parla were just, being able to take wins away from them because of this. And yeah, in this case, they decided to go for something a little bit different.
Yeah, very different in Game 1. I do like best of 5s a little bit more to best of 3s, and I've never actually casted a best of 7 from my knowledge. I may very well have a long time ago.
Ever.
But I love multiple game series because the story you get in draft throughout game is the bans are going to change. You're going to get these different picks come through, and I love that in Game 1, Game Lord are like, okay, let's show you something very different to what we showed over the last couple of days.
Totally, and that only goes to show how the meta changes so quickly, how the teams adapt to what each other are doing, replicating strategies, trying to find counters to some others that they might find difficult. But for now, the thing is, we're going to go into the game, we're going to be seeing if Team Queso can actually counter Game Lord and their ex-mid laner Ruiz, and the same will go for the team on their side.
So as predicted, it was that Ziggs going towards the middle lane, and we talked a little bit about the Team Queso play style. We're going to now see actually this kind of like duo mid and then Baron lane. We see this a couple of times across different regions, whether Veos actually goes up there or not, or whether it's just Acolyte helping push this middle lane out, because of course Ziggs is going to outrange Gragas outside of the barrel roll that Ruiz should be able to control that lane for the early game. So just helping him through, and it's our first kind of like really close split vote. I know I'm getting hyped over just the team vote, but by 4%, or 8%, the advantage goes over to Game Lord. So we'll see whether that actually comes true, or whether Team Queso can upset the vote.
Yeah, and as we were seeing both the Baron lane and the mid lane Russian experience for Team Queso. We've got Veus with the Gragas versus Ruiz's Ziggs, and I think that's going to be a very interesting matchup right there. If you've got lots of kind of controlling both of them, attack on the area as well. So Veus will have a little bit more difficulties doing this. The Varus will help him very clear, but also let's take a look at Andrew's set here, because that might be a good opportunity for him to rotate towards the top lane, help a little bit out Veos, and let Ruiz know, hey, you shouldn't just be taking risks.
So this isn't specifically like Team Queso playing fully around mid lane, but it's actually a departure from what we normally see. We've talked a lot about how Team Queso focus on Andres for the early game and just in general giving him a lot of resources. This is now 2 members of Queso that have helped this middle lane matchup to try and at least steady the early game ship and allow Veos to get a little bit through the lane, healthily. Game Lord, however, had really good vision throughout the river. I don't know whether people tracked exactly how many wards, but there was the ward that Andre killed, one he was spotted on, and they know he's topside, so Lonely Kid is caught under tower, and even with all the information, Lonely Kid flashes out. It looked like it was close for a moment, but Queso take first blood. Gamelord knew that Andre was coming top, but they couldn't stop the Crocodile and the Bug.
Now, Gamelord doesn't have anywhere to respond to this. The bot lane has to back away. They are coming back right now, losing a little bit of the wave right here in the Dragon lane. The mid lane is kind of even between the two of them. You can see it here in the gold. Not quite far away, and of course Lonely Kid here, the victim of this first kill, wasting both of his summoners, gonna be in a difficult position for the next few minutes as the objectives will start to spawn. So good start for the game for Team Queso, who already get a little bit of an edge onto Gamelord.
A little bit of an edge already. Interesting. Like, not interesting in a bad way, but the build that Acolyte is going, sometimes we see Blade of the Rune King rush on Renekton, which gives you really strong side lane because you basically empower up your ability too, and you strike them 3 times, it hits the Blade of the Rune King, and you get all of the buffs, the movement speed. Going Black Cleaver to start this game. We'll see how that actually plays in through the rest of the game. I actually don't know the reason for that. Not being a top laner, this is not a matchup that I'm particularly familiar with, but it's just something of note as we go through this early point of the game. That's where Queso utilized that gold lead to try and get Renekton, who is oppressive if he's ahead, further into this game.
Yeah, oppressive if he's ahead, not so oppressive, kind of useless if he's not. He serves as a human tank. But there we go, a little bit of a trade between both Acolyte and Lonely Kid, who was highlighted as the owner of the team, as someone to look up to in the future, and in this game, well, didn't have quite a good start. They will go with the Bacteria figures going to him, and Team Queso doesn't want to stop the action here.
Yeah, Team Queso want to continue this. Redemption now under the towers, trying to get himself away. Darts back in. Fancy footwork is going to get him out alive. Redemption, they had the Lulu ultimate. It was used, but he was already away from there. Didn't even use his flash, so Queso committed a lot down to the bottom side, and now Gamelord, they may very well start up this dragon because they have 4 members here. It's a 4 versus 4 on the bottom side with both Renekton and Ruben tracking down through the jungle. Zefta is on a ward. They know exactly how this is, and they're going to go aggressive. They're going to look for this first kill of the exchange, and it's Veus that drops and sent back to the fountain. In comes Lonely Kid from the top lane. Lonely no more as there are some friends around him, but there's also a big angry Crocodile. The Ignite looks like it was a thing to pick up the kill on to Methanaut, and that's the dragon going over to Gamelord.
I have to say, Methanaut's rotation right here wasn't quite right. It kind of led to the death of his teammate. If we see the play once again, I'll talk about it more in depth. But essentially, what this play has done is been splitting quite a lot. You can see here Methanaut trying to arrive with the Galio, but he's retained there by the 6. So now when they turn around and they go for him, he gets caught up there. Acolyte tries to save him, but there is no way he's getting out of there. Acolyte with a Renekton, with a Dominus, you're able to get away, but this just gives the dragon away to Gamelord, leading to them losing the gold advantage they had built.
Gamelord playing around this bottom side, seeing whether there's help coming from Acolyte. Of course, one of the strengths of Ziggs when we look at this middle lane, regardless of whether it's in mid or in bot, it is always a difficult champion to break through in the middle lane. It just sits here, you're able to push things back away. And I find this an interesting playstyle, actually. This is a refreshing change where it's normally the Dragon laner sitting in the middle lane on these AP carries. This time it's Ruiz playing from that solo lane, playing through middle lane. I want to see how that actually goes, because even though Kai'Sa has decent wave clear, it's not quite as quick as Ziggs, right? And Ziggs is able to pivot down. I wonder how that will play out. Chains of Corruption do land. There's a knock-up onto Ruiz. Actually, Satchel charges himself out with the flash and the barrier, keeps himself alive, puts the damage down in response, and Team Queso are actually turning this back around as Redemption didn't have the damage in front of him, and it's Team Queso that come out with 2 kills from that exchange. It looked really rough at first, but they're able to turn it around and punish Gamelord.
Ruiz living just barely alive by a really small margin. It just barely do anything. This just leaves Team Queso to take the ripped health hit freely, and Gamelord just having to reset, go back there. We are taking a look at the fight again. It starts with initiation by Varys, and there you go. You've got Redemption trying to hit from afar, but they get caught up in this entire team fight. You see the Satchel is snatched by Ziggs as well, and they've got no other option but to retreat if they don't want to get in even more of a mess.
Yeah, that was nearly even 3 kills there, as Ruiz was just about able to get himself away from that situation. So could have gone even worse for Gamelord. And this is a very back and forth 4th game, and we were expecting this to be a very back-and-forth series. To be blunt, Gamelord's performance yesterday was not as clean as we were expecting it, and Queso pushed Rix to the limit. So it's one of these series where I think we're meeting on a very even playing field between these two teams, and we're seeing it already in Game 1, where despite the fact that Queso get the first kill, Gamelord bounce back, then there's an overstep that allows Queso back into the game, and as we're taking a look at bottom lane, there's no real way of Queso doing this without the minions, and Gamelord are going to clear it out. Look to set up around the dragon, but it's not available. We have to slow the pace of the game down because you're not going to break the Ziggs. There's no dragon, so unless you're catching that Ziggs under tower, which is just what which is what worked for Team Queso, but backfired for Gamelord, that's only the only real opportunity right now to extend a lead either way.
Whoa.
We say that, but Lonely Kid's the one hopping out in the bottom lane, but that Riven has a lot of mobility and is able to stay alive. This is what I mean, is like Queso can't really find too much from this bottom lane. They need the tower first, and they didn't have the minions to get it.
Yeah, that's a big issue. When you're gonna commit to play of this type, you need to know that the wave has been pushed now so that you can take the tower down. And in this case, it didn't, which is a little bit of a misstep, which is just leaving, okay, Acolyte is gonna stay here, split pushing a little bit. Lonely Kid sees him, so it's no secret for Gamelord that the team is kind of split. But right now, I think they need to know what to prioritize. It's gonna be Dragon spawning in about 10 seconds. You can see the optimization is coming through, the black cleavers on board Baron laners, the tree force for Zefta, tree force that has been buffed in the latest patch, by the way. So yeah, a little bit of everything right here, and it's a matter of if they want to go head to head or if they want to take it more cautiously and perhaps avoid dying.
Change of items that we have to take a look at in the Kai'Sa build. Doom earlier built himself the Infinity Edge. I was talking to Stuart, and that is typically the build that we see. However, the attack speed from Blade of the Rune King may very well have activated the camouflage on Kai'Sa's second ability. I'm sure Kai'Sa Enjoyer Stuart on the analyst desk will be able to help us talk through this build a little bit later. Taunt is going to land onto Hester, who backs himself away, but Gamelord have already taken the Dragon. Rift Herald down into the middle lane, but still 700 health on that tower. Means it's not going to crack another structure, and at this point, Queso's tower pushes have been slowed from time to time. Ruiz did use the ultimate, though. That's really going to kind of stop any defense of this next tower. I think Team Queso should be able to get it, but we'll see how far Ruiz is willing to go in order to kill these minions. There's no cannon in this wave, so it actually should get cleared out quite quickly. Methanor drops low. There's the Vi ultimate on top, and Queso have overextended because the minion wave is down. They couldn't get the tower, and Lonely Kid wants to go in. Andre, he doesn't feel healthy enough to do much from that bush, and Gamelord have slowed the game down again, and they're giving Redemption time to scale.
Something that Gamelord is doing quite well is, once again, and sorry if I'm being repetitive, wave management here. Anytime they get lost in a team fight and they lose several members, you will think Team Queso's time to shine, take down towers, but they can't because the waves are not pushed enough in order for them to do so, which leaves them in a position where they just have to struggle so much to get objectives. They cannot get stuck, and we've seen that in other days when they couldn't quite figure out what the next step will be. But for Gamelord, it seems to be quite clear. Take down the towers, smell down the front towers for Team Queso, and then open the map for yourselves with this Rift Herald.
Yeah, for Gamelord, they know that they scale decently well into the late game with this Kai'Sa. I would argue they have the better scale. Here goes the ultimate from Fire into the fight, but it's a 1 versus 2 from Zefta, who's forced out to stasis. That didn't hit exactly how they were looking for it, as that's another taunt landing. Lulu ultimate's been used to try and keep Zefta alive, and on the front line, it's all about Lonely Kid right now, picking up another kill onto the Varus, but he's got 3 members of Team Queso chasing him down through the top side as Andre is desperately trying to push the mid lane back out in order to get the tower. Hester's here to keep Lonely Kid alive. Mid lane is going to finally go down. I think that probably is the biggest prize from the team fight, but Team Queso ever so slightly advanced their lead.
We've got the replay right here. The teamfight was quite split. There we go. Vegas and Joey fighting together. Zefta gets the status. And there we go. The hero's entrance kind of turning things in favor of Team Queso. But things are not over yet. And I think the problem here was that they got so divided when it came to choosing the objective here on who to focus that they ended up not knowing where to go. And Lonely Kid escapes just cleanly. So
that's one of the things that Riven is so good at, is if the Riven player knows, like, all I gotta do is find a low health target or a squishy target and I'll just blow him up on the side of the fight. If everybody else isn't aware of where Riven is and where Riven's going, you just start chasing a champion that has far more mobility than most champions in Wildrift. Here comes Rift Herald into the middle lane. Should get the charge off. Methanol's going to get the taunt, but 4,000 health with nobody around in order to take it. I want to really focus in two places. One's this fight into the middle lane first, as that's Zhonya's used from Andre to keep himself alive. But look at the bottom lane. Look at the bottom lane. Acolyte is pushing on the inner tower at this point. Lonely Kid trying to even it up through the top side. As Veos is 1 health. He's going to body slam his way out of there, and Lonely Kid doesn't quite pick up the kill. Meanwhile, is forced to recall out of Ruiz from Team Queso. So despite the fact that they lose the mid tower, it's going to get traded down on the bottom side. And once again, we're going blow for blow in this first game of our second semi-final.
Seems surprising, but Team Queso has one tower of advantage over Game Lord, and Acolyte split pushing, that's something that you can do very easily with Renekton. Lonely Kid could do it as well with Riven, you know, get split pushing a little bit, but for now the teams have to focus on what they want to do next. It's not going to be so easy to choose, it's either the Baron or the Dragon. Team Queso is rotating here, and I feel like Andres with this concept hasn't been shining as we are usually seeing. I also feel like it's because Game Lord know them very well, they know what Andres is capable of doing, so they haven't been allowing so much space for surprise. This might be the time to do so.
One thing I want to loop back around on is Joey. This is one of the games for Team Queso that he's on a more traditional marksman. We've seen a lot of mages, and it hasn't worked out for them, but there's the first kill of this fight. Acolyte is going to drop his Game Lord. They're walking through this fight with Zephyr on the front line. Joey forces Stasis into the flash as well to get himself out. Methanol is ticking down. Is it enough to pick up the kill? Andre is down, and that means it's 3 kills total for Game Lord.
Joey?
It feels like they finally found their footing. It doesn't matter where Joey is on the map for Game Lord's sake. They're just going to go over to the Baron. They are making a lot of noise in the studio, and they are going to take the first Baron of this series.
This can't be over just 14 minutes in, but I mean, that was so amazing for Team Queso. You had... I feel like they're not really coordinating. Joey, you were talking about him playing a more traditional...
oh, Joey!
Whoa.
How you doing? Not very well in this game as Joey Skaggs taken out by Lonely Kid. There's a lot of friends in that bottom lane, but they are not on Team Queso.
Why via lane? Well, let's review this here. Acolyte, of course, front line that goes away first. Reese with the 6 is able to keep on just, you know, seeing the enemy team from afar. And that is where the hero's entrance comes here from Methanol. They just can't do much. Actually, the viral helps the enemy team, helps Game Lord get that kill on to Galio. And in the end, Joey tries to escape, but he's spotted easily, and that leads to the kill for Game Lord, who are now free to take Dragon.
Yeah, Dragon goes over, and whew. Game Lord, they're in full control of this game. This was close for a while, but I think with the scaling going over to Redemption from the bottom lane, the security that Ruiz provides from the middle lane, another Baron buff on top of it as well, I think there was a world in which Acolyte was going to try and split push this game. He had himself a BF sword, and I was wondering whether it was going towards a hull breaker. We'll check the items in just a moment, but look at how squishy Acolyte is. He went with that Blade of the Rune King's second item. We didn't touch on it since the very beginning of the game, so nothing completely out of the ordinary for Acolyte, but he certainly cannot withstand so much of this damage, and it means Lonely Kid on the other side of the rift is able to go toe-to-toe with Andre for now, can actually take that fight, and we'll watch the health bars tick down as Andre drops back in the lane. It's just a game of pushing these turrets slowly for Game Lord until they have the opportunity to move up with the cannon minions and push it down.
You're taking advantage of the Baron buff right here, also split pushing on the top lane, allowing that cannon to keep on hitting the tower, Acolyte being there protecting it, but Game Lord are coming with everything to siege the enemy's base. They've got plenty of sources to do so. Redemption Kating once again here in the bot lane, just allowing the wave to reach the tower, and oh my gosh.
In goes Zephyr. He's going to try and get this fight started. Actually still has the ultimate, and Andre kind of gets baited, but he puts the bait back with the stasis to keep himself alive. Game Lord, they're getting deterred from this, but they already picked up the kill onto Joey. It's 2 kills in favor of Team Queso. That will release the pressure valve and at least force us longer into this game. 2 inhibitors have dropped in favor of Game Lord. They're still trying to look for the third, and it comes off the back of Lonely Kid smashing Andre in the top lane, and Game Lord once again are letting Queso have it in the studio. It truly is a Coca-Cola pop-off kind of game.
Well, this is play right here with the chains of corruption from Varus. Yes, it's looking quite right, but nothing much could be done. And you can see Ruiz here, such a passionate player. He's always has been. And I can imagine when you're on a stage and you've got him in front of you, it might feel a little bit intimidating even.
A little bit. I mentioned this yesterday on the casts that, like, I know that after Origin Series last year, Ruiz perhaps was not everybody's favorite person from the amount of noise that he made in the studio. The other players, I think, were at times a little frustrated, but you know what? I love it. I'm fine with it. I'm good with the banter in the studio between the teams, and I mean, this is game one, so if you're going to use all your energy, and use all your cooldowns, perhaps not going to go that well. Joey, I mean, we're at the stage of the game where Queso have to try and force plays. If they don't, this Baron's going to go over to Game Lord. It's going to just end. Acolyte has to drop down to the bottom lane, does not have teleport available, so can't hold through this lane. He's now got a Sterex on top of what he had from that BF sword. It was not a hull breaker. As we were expecting. Game Lord may very well be caught out. That's a stasis forced out as Ruiz has himself the barrier still available, but flashes out to safety. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to split the fight, and Game Lord, I think they'll take this pick and head back to the Baron. Maybe they want to just keep going, but the damage on the back end of that fight from Joey still has to be feared a little bit from this Varus as they head back to the Baron and look to set it up. Super minions push through the bottom side, so Queso is going to have to engage on it. In goes Redemption, and Redemption doesn't quite exhaust anybody to start that fight. I was wondering all of that damage in response, but it doesn't matter. Game Lord, they're going to balance the damage through this fight. It's even going to be a kill going over to Hester on this Lulu, and it's going to be Game Lord taking game one. Double kill for the aggressive Lulu out of Hester. Triple kill for Hester to end game one. Game Lord, they're 1-0 up against Team Queso in this semi-final.
Well, this was not what we expected. Ryu said he expected Team Queso to win 3-1. We were expecting Team Queso to perform a little bit better, but it seems that they haven't found a footing here. The composition was not bad. They gave Andres the classics that he feels so comfortable on, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. Just Game Lord, with what they were proposing with the Sigs, and the Riven and the Lily with the Wild Growth was much stronger than Team Queso's composition, and that has led them to their downfall. I'm
going to be honest, this might sound easy to say from seeing the game at the end, but this is how I expect all 5 games to go in this series if it goes to 5 games. It's a game of, if Queso get Andre ahead and get him a lead in the game, I think they can take any game from that position. However, they didn't in game one. Game Lord were able to hold them back, and Queso were playing a little bit off their normal style, a little bit towards what European meta has been, but I think it wasn't a bad showing from either team. Game Lord will take game one from a very close beginning of it. When we come back, we'll break down game one and head towards game two.
welcome back to the WREC Championship semi-finals. We had the first game between Gamelord and Team Queso, and Gamelord in the end held several. They got the game.
They got the game indeed, and honestly, they did great. But I feel it was more about Team Queso not performing, and I think you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I think Gamelord figured out how to punish Joey Skaggs. Like I said in the beginning of the analyst desk, if they focus on his comfort picks, Morgana, Corki, especially the Corki. Yesterday on the Corki pick, he was so amazing, and they banned it out. And now that he's on a Varus pick that doesn't have as much mobility as the Corki pick, we have seen that he got punished for his mispositioning. Zefta is catching him, Leonikid is catching him, and because of that, they are kind of losing those fights because every time he's just getting caught. So I feel like he needs to step it up, or otherwise Gamelord is gonna run away.
Yeah, definitely. They ran Joey out of his comfort zone. We saw the Redemption get to play some hyper carries, I would say 80 carries. It was a guys, but I don't think that the highlights were on this Redemption, because we have a name for this game, and it's Lonely Kid.
Lonely Kid was fantastic this game. We saw him picking Riven up, as Hell said earlier. This champion is broken as hell, and Lonely Kid really showed just how strong this champion is. As you can see in this team fight, actually, speaking of it, Lonely Kid has done a fantastic engagement. He jumps over the wall, catches off the Varus later. That's an insane positioning. I mean, he just understands how this champion works both mechanically, but his game sense is also just incredible, knowing exactly where to go, when to go, the places, and you can see it. I mean, this game was just a Lonely Kid montage, honestly. Like, the champion is broken as hell. I think maybe Team Queso should probably hire Hells as coach for this game.
But you know what the beauty is? You know what the beauty is? I think even having me as a coach, I cannot ban away 20 champs, right? Like, I honestly didn't even know Lonely Kid could play Riven this well. You know, we saw him playing during the online event. He would play all kinds of champions. He would carry on everything. And now on the live stage, it was funny because like they picked away Riven from Parla. I remember, right? Like they didn't want to put Nacres on the Riven, and then suddenly Lonely Kid just stomps everyone, and now Lonely Kid is playing Riven every game.
Yeah, and now he's playing Riven every game, and what a Riven he got to play. Definitely, he got the highlights in this matchup. And guys, we got to talk a bit about the draft, because Darkbreaker was talking about how Joey Skaggs got abandoned, but it feels like Team Queso's composition, Darkbreaker, had nothing to do versus Gamelord. I mean, you had the Lulu, you had the Palmer, you have Exhaust, you have the Vi, who just denied every single attempt to engage.
I think the vibe pick was so amazing by Zefta because he was picking people out left and right. And especially since they forced Joey on a non-comfort pick, it was really hard for him. And Lonely Kid on that Riven, I would say Renekton is a very, very good matchup against the Riven, but it didn't even matter because Lonely Kid was still popping off like crazy.
We're watching right there the damage and the gold, and Jesus Ruiz on this 625k damage. It was really, really important in this expansion, smashing the towers as well. And it feels like Gamelord just decipher how to win versus Queso.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, yesterday they showed that they were most comfortable on Maze in the bot lane, but today they picked up Lulu with a Kai'Sa. So they're showing that yesterday, I mean, maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe they're still one of the best teams in Europe, and today they took the 4-1 game off of Team Queso with this guy in focus, Lonely Kid, 9k to 8, 12k damage. Yeah. It doesn't look that insane on the numbers, but when you watch the game, how he played and how he just zoned out, we saw at one point Team Queso pulling up with 4 players. Lonely Kid just popped ultimate and they just ran right back.
And it definitely feels like a whole different Gamelord to me as well, because after the first day I said, man, Gamelord is not good. I was even saying, right, like
shaking, yeah.
Yeah, right, like I was saying these guys are the guys that just pick comfort picks. We saw a bit of different picks this time, right? Like putting Redemption on the Kai'Sa. Although I still feel they may struggle a little at this point, right? Because they are picking similar champs, but it's definitely better than yesterday.
In the early game, it felt like it could have gone either way. Team fights for Team Queso, team fights for Gamelord. Even though the first aggression was from Gamelord in the top side of the map, but it feels shaky. It feels like Team Queso, Darkbreaker can take the next game.
I mean, definitely, but Gamelord has been stepping up compared to yesterday. Like, their decision making is much better. Like, yesterday there were so many mistakes when it came down to the decision making department. Like, look at the game against Formulation Gaming, where they just gave up Rift Herald 2 times and they lost 3 mid lane turrets. But now Gamelord has been performing much better, and I feel like they know how to beat Team Queso by punishing Joey Skaggs. So it's going to be very hard for Team Queso to win against Gamelord now.
Yeah, definitely. You get to see the Morgana ban, you get to see the Cookie ban. First they came into these normal wild carries such as the Barrows and also the Lulu. And I want to get to talk about the Lulu rear because I was speaking how frustrating it is to play, for example, Arenactin, how frustrating it is to play Kha'Zix versus these kind of champions because you get polymorphed all the time. And it's Hester, the one we're talking about. He delivers always with engaged champions, but this time it was Lulu.
Yeah,
he delivered as well.
This time it's on Lulu. We were kind of saying to Gamelord yesterday that we didn't really like the fact of the direction they were going. They picked a lot of Leona and it worked really well, and then they went back to those supports. And we didn't really like him on those Enchanter champions. We want him to be proactive, but on this Lulu pick, he was really good today. Lulu isn't just all about the polymorphs as well. It's about making your hyper carry super strong, and hyper carry Kai'Sa was. I mean, Kai'Sa and Lulu has a really strong synergy. With Kai'Sa, one, they have a lot of attack speed and movement speed, run around and doing a lot of damage, and Lulu can really enhance Kai'Sa in that way. So I think the Lulu pick was definitely interesting. I didn't like it that early in the draft, but I mean, Gamelord really pulled it off, and it was fantastic to see Hester broadening his champion pool.
Guys, we're going to check on the play of the game of this first match versus game between Gamelord and Team Queso. Let's see which one it was, because it's this team fight around the ocean rig, and you get to see this guy, but it's Lonely Kid Health once again.
Yeah, it was a bit of a misplay of Vegos to push Zefta into his own team.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly, Lonely Kid, right? Like, it didn't even matter. I mean, look at him. Joey Skaggs is probably pissing his pants right here, thinking that Lonely Kid is chasing him. And the funny thing is, a minute after this, Joey did actually die to Lonely Kid as well.
Yeah, I thought he was resetting back his state to boost another wave, and that's, that happens to every single AD carry. I can stay to take another wave to boost for wave. You can't because the wave was talking you down.
I feel like Vejos has been making a lot of mistakes that game, especially like a lot of team fights. The first Dragon team fight, he got caught, and now in the play of the game, he also made a major mistake that cost them the team fight. So I feel like Vejos, we have discussed it, he is kind of inconsistent. Sometimes he has amazing plays, and sometimes he is just straight up inting. So he needs to step it up if Team Queso wants to have a chance of beating Gamelord.
Harsher statements.
That's the reality sometimes.
Statements. Yeah, you have to be honest sometimes. Definitely. But guys, we're gonna head with Carmeline onto the interview after this game.
Well, I'm here with Elke, coach for Team Queso. Welcome, Elke. I know that first game was a little bit difficult for you guys, but I want to know, what were your thoughts when you were watching it? What were you thinking?
Honestly, I think we actually played quite well the early game, the mid game. We committed a little bit of few mistakes that I think very first time for the semifinals on stage, very first game, I think it can happen. But I feel like if we keep going with the plan and how we're working, I think it's going to be fine for us.
How do you plan to just retake this game from Gamelord? Because there are a lot of stories between you guys, like Breeze, changing teams and so on. But how do you plan to take them over and win this next one? Just give me some clue here.
I think it doesn't need, we don't need to take them over. I think we just need to play like ourselves. And we know that we can play much better than any team here in Europe, and we can beat anyone. So we just need to keep with the strat.
Okay, so last question for you, Elke, a little bit tricky, but how do you think this series will end in terms of the scoreboard?
In terms of scoreboard, I hope he ends 0-10, but that's not up to me.
Okay, well, I'm giving you a 3-2 maybe. 3-2 could be fine. We'll be happy with it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, there we go. Okay, I'm letting you go back to your team. For now, thank you very much once again. Good luck for this second game. And I'm leaving you back to your casters.
Thank you very much, Carmeline. Stuart has swapped in with Carmeline for Game 2 of this series as we continue our swaps around in this casted-esque meta. Speaking of swapping metas, I feel like Team Queso kind of got banned out. I don't think their comp was bad, right? Like, I actually think the comp was good for the meta,
sure.
but not for Team Queso.
Yeah, I think Joey, the second rotation of bans by Gamelord were very good. The comfort for Joey at the moment is this Morgana and the Corki. They banned them both out and forced him on the Varus, and I feel like his Varus didn't really perform too well. He got caught out way too many times. Sometimes it was his own team with the Gragas as well. A little bit of an in-play by Veos, kind of bringing the vibe towards Joey, but sometimes it happens. Obviously, mistakes like that happen. But I think other than that as well, like Joey has overstepped a little bit too much at times. So I want to see how Team Queso adapt their draft as well, because now they lost the previous game. They're probably going to have side selection, and I wouldn't be surprised if they pick the red side.
Yeah, they will have side selection, and they are going to go, I would imagine, to red. We haven't had that confirmed. We'll see when we get into game. I was speaking to you in the first draft. I think one of the most interesting things about Team Queso's draft was the fact they blue side banned Camille. And I know they wanted the flex of the Gragas, and that does make sense to me in general, but it kind of tells me that they're not trying to play through Acolyte, at least in that first game. Otherwise, if Camille's open, I'm just like, well, you just pick the Camille, right? Like, because you know that the way the Game Lord are going to draft is they're going to take away picks from Andres.
Yeah, for sure, and that means that like Game Lord were able to ban out the Olaf and the Jax, some hyper carries that we know that Andre plays. And to be honest with you, coming into the draft as well, especially that first phase of the draft, I really felt like Team Queso actually did quite well in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah,
they first picked the Gragas, and then Game Lord went for Riven and Ziggs priority, which is something a little bit different, but that means that Team Queso were able to get Galio on top of that. So you have the Gragas, you have the Galio on top as well, and then you also had the Kha'Zix over on Andre, but I think the Kha'Zix performance wasn't that great either, and definitely struggled a little bit because Game Lord were always grouped together, I felt like, and as a Kha'Zix you want to try and get the isolated damage, but as we mentioned, Team Queso most likely on the red side, and that's going to be the case.
Surprise, surprise, swap up comes through as Queso. They will have the counter pick available now. We'll see where exactly they use it. Jax off the board, Galio taken out already. That is... that tells you the value that Team Queso put in Galio, banning it on red side. So that means we have to assume they'll ban Karma. So Camille, I would think, has to be red side ban 3 here, because Game Lord will first pick it if it is available. They're the type of team that can put that for Lonely Kid and just say, okay, we're happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can also think of like the Irelia as well, potentially, that they've been first picking a lot. The Gragas is going to be banned out. So this is going to be a very, very different draft to the first game. Adaptation really on both sides. I think Team Queso just doesn't want Heste on the Galio. I think when you put Heste on Galio, he just performs so well on them engaged supports. That Irelia is going to be banned, which means that it could be potentially a Karma third ban, or they could completely leave it open. I think that's the main question.
Okay.
Oh, okay, interesting enough, Game Lord ban out the Camille themselves, so that means that they're not looking for a Camille first pick.
Rakan.
There goes a Karma as well. Yep, Rakan is probably going to be the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of shoots up in priority with the fact that you're banning some supports anyway, and then you're like, oh, well, it's Hester, so we can take that, but it's Olaf. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
I quite like this in the sense of, like, you know, if Queso have it available, they could very quickly lock Olaf Yuumi or Olaf Lulu in their lineup, and they've played that type of composition a ton. Oh, they're having to take away the Yuumi, and Queso are one of the teams in Europe that have actually played the Yuumi, but with Lulu still available, how much do you think?
Oh my god!
Okay, so we're going full protect the carry. Okay. Wow. That's a hard force in draft. That is... If you don't pick a scaling carry and pick 3 here, you're giving everything to Game Lord.
I'm trying to think who they can actually put on Andre now, because the Jax is banned, the Olaf is taken away from them now, but I think that actually...
Irelia's gone too?
Team Queso maybe felt like they had to pick the Yuumi and the Lulu to deny it away from Game Lord. I think that's what it is, and I think that's why you said that. I think the mind games kind of come in, and I feel like Game Lord have definitely... done so well in his first rotation of the draft. They also got Heste on the Rakan as well. Graves is another one.
Yeah.
I don't really like it, to be fair, because normally with like Yuumi Lulu, you go for like Ardent Sensor, for example, which means that, you know, you get the attack speed, but Graves doesn't really need the attack speed, but the extra damage that Yuumi can give, the extra healing and shielding can also be good. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if that is going to be a Graves jungle over to Andre. But as I said, on the other side, you got the Olaf as Zefta, you also got Heste on Rakan as well, and you still have that Ziggs priority, which is really interesting for Game Lord.
What I would say about that Graves jungle, if it is jungle, we've seen how much it can do in the late game fights. Like, Nakrez demolished yesterday. I think it was Formulation they were playing in that game, but got the pentakill and basically like shut Formulation out of the tournament for Parla. I mean, yes, you're right about the attack speed, and you absolutely are. But I'm like thinking about like a Graves that doesn't die already. Now with 2 enchanters could very well be difficult to deal with. I like the Vayne ban here. For those of you that haven't watched, I know we've talked a lot about how Joey hasn't played AD carries, but one pick that has been consistent in the back pocket of Team Queso when they've needed it is a pick like Vayne, who scales very heavily. And I wouldn't be surprised for Queso to pick up a second scaling threat from the AD carry role. I don't know whether it'll be the Zyra or the Kai'Sa, something like that, but it hasn't been Joey's strength recently.
Yeah, it hasn't been Joey's strengths, and it also hasn't been something that Team Queso have really drafted around as well. It's always been around Andre, which makes me feel like this Graves could potentially be in the jungle. We'll have to see if Game Lord are going to maybe ban out a second hyper carry, like you said, the Kai'Sa, the Zyra as well. Both of them are still open available. It's going to be the Corki instead. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's totally fine. I think Joey has looked good. He looked good yesterday. Not yesterday, sorry, 2 days ago on the Corki. So really, really nice bans by Game Lord. Now I feel like you kind of have to pick the AD carry here for Team Queso to kind of leave that flexibility open.
Or are there any other enchanters like an Orianna that you're just, like, it's not a good lane synergy, right? I'm not talking about like specifically for bottom lane, but like, are you going triple carry? You're going triple protection. Is Shen up into the top lane potentially? Graves, of course, can swap around. This is Queso quite literally putting every single egg in the Graves basket, which we think is going to Andre. Whereas Game Lord are like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just draft kind of standard and let you do your thing.
We saw them do this a few days ago as well.
It didn't work.
Really, yeah, of course, it didn't work very well. I feel like they have a better approach though this time. Redemption again picking up the Kai'Sa. I did like it in the previous game. It did go for a bit of a different build, a bit of an older build than what we used to see. We saw Doom play Kai'Sa as well, but he was going for this Stormrazor Infinity Edge, a lot of attack damage, but Redemption went for the older build with the Blade of Ruin King, Runa's Hurricane, trying to get the third ability evolve as quick as possible, and a Kali as well, which is going to go in the hand...
So is that top lane Akali into Shen? Ooh. Yeah, top lane Akali, I would imagine, into Shen.
I was going to say mid, but I was like,
yeah,
they got Ziggs
but it's Ruiz is going mid lane on Ziggs, so we're having a return to a different meta now. Team K, so do you pick another enchanter? Do you pick another pick that is going to keep this Graves
Morgana is open.
I thought it was down earlier, but you very well are true on that. It could very well be the Morgana.
I want to see a hyper carry here for Joey. I feel like putting everything in Graves is going to be...
Well, I mean, technically it's a late game carry. I mean, technically, if we're being really pedantic about it, and Nasus doesn't die late game and will two-shot everyone if he gets there, but this... I don't know that it's exactly what I was expecting.
I need someone to, like...
hold you.
I don't know what... I don't really know what to think, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, it could be crazy. It could be... This is going back way, way when PC League of Legends, when Graves was old Graves.
Don't do it.
Graves duo lane.
No, well, I think it's Graves in the jungle, right?
Oh, yeah,
Shen
I think
top
it's,
lane, Nasus down in the bottom lane. I thought you were about to say full roaming Yuumi, where you leave Nasus on his own and he just farms up on the side lane for like 20 minutes and you literally play like River Shen, River Yuumi, that type of thing, which we haven't seen that in Europe. We haven't seen too much, and Shen, this is our first game that I can recall with Shen in Europe.
Random played it.
Random played it, okay.
Day one. Day one, Random played it, and he actually popped off as well.
You're right.
On Shen.
I wasn't casting that, so, you know, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in my metaverse.
This is the Team Queso that we know, though. This is the Team Queso. I mean, we've cast them a lot as well during the WREC and obviously other community tournaments as well. This is the Team Queso we know, and actually, this is a similar comp that Team Queso played before in the community tournament when they went for, you know, Veos with the Lulu mid. They went for the Lulu support, Lulu mid, sorry, and then the support Yuumi as well, kind of that combination of all the shielding and all the healing, and it's going to be in the hands of Graves and Andre. You know, he's done it before and now he's going to have to try and do it again. It didn't work before, but I have confidence in Team Queso. But it's going to be Joey. I never thought coming into this tournament that I would say that Joey Skanks is playing Nasus. I was like, okay, AP
That's
mages,
fair.
we've seen him play some AD carries, but Nasus? Maybe this is something, you know, that they've planned this whole time.
But you know what? There have been multiple teams that have played the Nasus in the tournament so far. We thought NASA at first, okay, they had the Cenoband, and it was Unicorns having the Cenoband and then just forcing the Nasus. Then Rix played Nasus in one game, from what I remember. It was the game they lost, actually, right? It was top lane random, just got kind of out outclassed and pushed.
And then he also played it in the previous best of five
then they
series,
played it again. So it's not out of the meta, right?
No.
We have seen it enough that I'm like, okay, it is a pick. But what looks ridiculous is on the minimap, Nasus with cat ears running around in that bottom lane. I mean, the one thing is, can Redemption has to do enough in lane to actually stop this Nasus from farming? Do we think it's going to be AP Nasus? Do you think it's going to be like a tank, the traditional siphoning strike with the Sheen item?
No, I think it's just going to be AP Nasus. I think that's the traditional thing in the duo lane, especially because he's going to go Font to Life as well. So he's just going to keep spamming out his third ability. But the interesting thing, the reason why I don't really like this combination is that Font to Life, you're not really going to proc as well as Hestate's going in, and it's going to back off.
Nasus literally is not going to die when he's got Exhaust and Wither up at this point of the game. It's not enough damage coming from Redemption.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, Font to Life for Joey Skaggs on this Nasus, I feel like you're never going to proc it because Yuumi is very scared to jump out. If Yuumi jumps out and Rakan jumps in, that means that Yuumi's not going to be able to jump in. You also got other abilities as well. You got the Satchel Charge as well from Ruiz, that can stop Yuumi from jumping back into a champion. So it's a bit of an interesting combination. I prefer to see Senna with Nasus. I think that's just a lot better combo overall. But I guess they needed a source of AP damage in a way. Unless it's potentially for AP Yuumi. We've seen it in the SEA region. People might have seen
I've seen the damage charts.
Yeah, screenshots online from an SEA game where Yuumi dealt the most damage in the entire game. I think it was like 40, 50,000 damage. It was going Luden's Echo, Death Camp, which could be a possibility. And when Yuumi's on, the Graves or even a Nasus, a tank Nasus, you can just keep spamming your first ability.
We will keep an eye on those items when they're available. We haven't talked a whole lot about the Game Lord draft, and I think, yes, okay, it's not quite as interesting. There are a couple of pieces that are different. One of them is Lonely Kid on this Akali in the top lane, but I think everything else, it kind of resembles exactly what they were doing in the last game. Veus gets Satchel Charged back, beautiful, and that's going to force the ultimate out. Does have his flash available. No one low enough for Veus to ignite in response. So, big cooldown used, but it's not that long of a cooldown. It will be available, I would imagine, before these first objectives. We still got another minute to go before those fights.
Yeah, and Hestate just is allowed to roam around for free because Yuumi you don't really want to roam around on. You're just going to be on the Nasus the entire time in the duo lane, and it allows Hestate to just be wherever he wants to be. He's moving towards the mid lane now. He's going to look to try and roam and try and potentially get picks, whereas, Methanaut on this Yuumi, you're not going to be able to roam as much, and it's going to be a little bit difficult. So yeah, I mean, like you said, the Game Lord draft is kind of similar to the one before, with the Ziggs and the Kai'Sa as well. But now they have Lonely Kid on the Akali, which is going to be an interesting matchup against Shen because I feel like Shen doesn't really have as much damage as what he does in PC League of Legends with, in terms of the laning phase.
You don't have Titanic Hydra, it kind
exactly.
Hinders the way that he can push a lane out quite so much. I mean, he still, of course, will protect people, and I think that's one of the key things here is the taunt lands under the tower. Lonely Kid are actually going to lose that trade just because of the way that Acolyte managed to play that with some tower aggro. One of the things I think that really is going to be the decision or, decisive between these teams is Team Queso's comp is made to make sure they stay alive. If Game Lord win fights and get so far ahead that all of these ultimates down the line from Team Queso don't do enough to keep them healthy, then Game Lord easily run away with this game. Like, there is no way really for Team Queso to play if they even start losing a few of these pieces early on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, interestingly enough, Graves, Andre's going for Bloodthirster, first item.
Not dying.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I thought that he had enough shields and heals this game, but I guess he wants even more healing with the physical vamp. But
my favorite thing is, so Kai'Sa gets Executioner's Calling anyway, but this is like the value Executioner's Calling that you've ever seen. Like the highest tier, you're like, perfect.
Divine Sunderer healing, you got the Yuumi healing, you can even get like, Lulu healing as well. She goes Harmonic Echo. It's the perfect Executioner's Calling game.
Redemption's like, sure, whatever. I'm buying it anyway. Rift Herald used up in the top lane, so trying to force at least this top matchup where Acolyte... of course, on a Shen, you always want to be able to kind of have some kind of lane control and then ult away to a fight when you have it. But with Rift Herald, it puts the pressure on, gets the first tower of the game, and Game Lord are in a pretty good position. And there's a Game Lord using the Ziggs ultimate early on to make sure that wave is cut, so that with the Rift Herald charge, they won't get the tower top side, but it's just a little bit more going over to Game Lord when it comes to map control.
I really like I'm going to stop talking because Heste might be a bit cold, but no, they got this. They got the Scrying Orb. They know that they're in that bush. But yeah, I really like that Zefta is focusing on a Lonely Kid and Akali this game, because I feel like if Akali can get ahead and if Akali can get a little bit of gold, the items that she can build, she'll be able to potentially one-shot before even the heals and the shields can pop off. And I think that's kind of the win condition really for Game Lord, is that if Akali can get ahead, if Zefta can get ahead as well, they can both run in, and even on top of all the heals and shields that Team Queso have, you can try and one-shot, and that one-shot potential as well from Lonely Kid is there. And it's interesting that it's only Joey with an exhaust as well, and most of the time you don't think that really Joey's going to be the same as Andre. I would have liked maybe exhaust on Methanaut this game, which would have been really, really good, because I think the main focus for Game Lord is just going to try and kill Andre.
Right.
And when you have a Yuumi on top of you, or even a Lulu as well taking the exhaust, because they're the ones that are going to be close to Andre the entire time, whereas Joey might not be there and might not be able to exhaust the target that they need to, like the Akali.
Right, that's a very fair point. We'll have to see how that exhaust interaction goes as the game gets later. Decent leads on the top half of the map for Game Lord, I would say. Like, you're looking at a couple of 100, 500 here and there for pretty much lane by lane. The thing about that is Team Queso's composition, however, has a lot of hidden value in when they're grouping. And I think that is where you've got to look at it, is yes, on pure paper, like Game Lord's advantage is a good one for now. But I think in a 5v5 team fight, Team Queso still have a lot of potency. We're not even anywhere close to the point of the game where Team Queso's comp comes fully online, but they're still quite threatening. With this, Graves has decent damage in jungle skirmishes to start off.
Yeah, and I feel, again, it kind of goes back to my point. I feel like Game Lord have to try and burst and try and win the fight early, because I think the longer the fights go, the harder it's going to get for Game Lord, because Graves will just be able to dash around, be able to use, auto attacks, all the heals and the shielding as well. But Stress, this is a very passive game.
Very slow.
Of Wildrift.
I was about to say,
7.5 minutes in, and we haven't had a single kill yet.
I was about to say, don't be deceived. This is the Wildrift European Championships, or I should say Emea Championships, as we've already had it proven to us that Parla, coming from the Turkish region, have done well enough to put themselves into a best-of-5 tomorrow for a potential Icon series. So those of you that did not catch our first semi-final, despite the fact it was a 3-0 to Rix, I still think that Parla have shown us a lot over the last few days, and certainly can go toe-to-toe with either of these teams. This is our second semi-final between Game Lord and Queso. Game Lord leading 1-0 in this best-of-5. Winner advances to the final and automatically qualifies in some way to Icons. Loser goes on to face Parla tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why these teams are really playing passive. I think the first game was a little bit hit and miss really for both teams. It was very back and forth early game, but this game you can kind of feel that, okay, the tensions are rising. Game Lord are already 1-0 up in the best of 5 series, so both of them, there's so much on the line. You win this, you go to Icons. You lose this, you have to play a best of 5 tomorrow in that 3rd place match and try and get that 3rd seed going into Icons in a few months' time. It's going to be 20 seconds until that Infernal Dragon, and I feel like the extra damage that Game Lord can get from Infernal Dragon can also be very, very important. But it looks like for now that they're just going to go towards a Rift Herald again. So Game Lord trying to get the early game advantage as much as possible with the Rift Herald first in the first Rift Herald, sorry, and now with the second Rift Herald, which they could potentially use to try and break that mid lane tower.
Yeah, we will track that as the Infernal Drake spawns as well. That's where Queso are going to go, but look at how quickly that Rift Herald has been taken now into the middle lane as well. I don't think that Nasus, ability 3 is going to be enough to hold it, and it's actually been used already. Tower is low enough that Rift Herald should take this down alone.
They're going down to Dragon.
Bottom tower has been taken already by Team Queso. Dragon going over to Game Lord. That Infernal Drake you've already talked about, and if this is a 5v5, which it is not, but Stand United is available for Acolyte if they can get it. Joey is dropping low. Joey is still dropping low as Acolyte wasn't able to ult on him. He actually picked Andre, it looked like, in order to stay alive. Andre now with the wild growth on top of it, and Joey was not the primary target, but all the damage is gone. It's now Acolyte trying to close the distance with the Taunt Flash for the triple kill. We thought it was Shen to protect.
Could this be a Penta?
To carry! Redemption is going to get chunked down. Acolyte looks
Quadra!
A Quadra kill! Ruiz against his own team is running away as Acolyte gets the Penta kill on Shen as Team Queso look to get 1-1 in this series.
Random did it before, carried with the Shen in day number 1, and now in day number 3, we get a pentakill on Acolyte. Was able to use the taunt, use the mobility as well, and the whole of Game Lord were focused on trying to kill Andre. All of the pressure, everything was in Andre's hands. All the healing, all the shielding went there, but meanwhile, Acolyte was like, okay, I'm just going to run in, I'm just going to taunt, I'm just going to auto-attack, and with that Divine Sunder as well, it's a more of an aggressive build, and now Team Queso, they're going to get the Infernal Dragon on top of this.
This is huge for Queso. I was like, where is Acolyte? Where is he in the fight? Screw protecting people. Get the pentakill, end the fight. Make sure that Team Queso are well ahead. And now we end up in a very interesting situation because Queso, again, with time, Graves will be fine to carry, Nasus will be fine to carry, but Shen provides this huge beefy front line in these fights and the damage on top of it. So I think that might very well have bought Queso enough time to hold through this game.
Do you know what the crazy thing is as well? There's 2 towers over to Team Queso and 2 dragons. But we're going to take a look at the Coco pop-off. I mean, I want to look at Acolyte in this entire team fight. Ulti's on top of Andre and jumps straight onto the back line, onto Ruiz. And just about the protection, and Acolyte's really the cleanup, to be honest. He's just going around auto-attacking, using the taunt as well. This taunt flash here was so good. The timing of the flash there was clean. And I don't feel like Acolyte actually did a lot of damage this fight. I feel like Andre did so much damage, and Acolyte was like, okay, I'm just going to walk around. I'm a tank. No one's going to attack me at all. Everyone's trying to focus on Andre, and there we go. A Shen pentakill, that's definitely something I wasn't expecting coming into WREC finals.
I was half expecting this to be me on the Coca-Cola pop-up because I've been waiting for months for a pentakill. Finally got one. Finally got one. We can move well on now. I will drop that from my challenges of this split. We finally got one. Team Queso, however, I mean, it's their only 5 kills of the game. That's how ridiculous this is. Like, they've been playing this game out so slow that there's just like 1 fight, pentakill, all right, we scale.
Do you know what the funny thing is as well? Even after that pentakill, Team Queso is still behind on gold as well.
I mean, again, yeah, it's the kind of thing where Game Lord have done such a good job, and now they want to keep going, although that final chapter may very well be one of the final ones of this game, as that's another kill going over to Queso as they will scream through the studio. Big Sig's ultimate.
What? A Lonely Kid?
Where did Lonely Kid come from?
What?
But it puts him to his doom as all the way across the map from downtown. That backfired. Lonely Kid was not expecting that.
Lonely Kid? Wait, was it the Shen ulti or something? I mean, hopefully we get a replay or something. Yeah, hopefully we get a replay of that.
You're about to earn your pay on this one. I want to see this in full glory. Here comes.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, it is. How well timed is this? Blind? Okay, no. So perfect. I was gonna say, is that blind? And then I realized it was Lonely Kid ulting all the way across the map.
And he hit to 5 people.
It was blind from Lonely Kid. He just arrives. He's like, oh, well, that wasn't what I was expecting.
He was lonely in the duo lane, and then he went up. He was like, oh, I've got some friends here, but they all just want to kill me. They don't want to be my friend. But very well played. I feel like Heste this game on the Rakan, the engages have not been there. We're used to seeing Heste being so well performed on this Rakan. You know, the original team fight when Acolyte got the pentakill kind of messed up the combination of the ultimate and the knock-up there as well. The engage in the barrel lane, the knock-up wasn't there. And Andre, you know, even though Andre is the main carry, it's basically him being a tank as well at the same time. You know, he's doing a lot of damage, and Heste again going in.
Yeah, again, kind of missed the first part.
The Shen ulti though, the shielding.
Yeah, the Shen ult keeps him alive. That is Methanaut dropping down, and Game Lord maybe think that they have at least a little bit of an opportunity here to turn this back around. Baron is available, and one part of this composition from Team Queso is not here for 27 seconds. Olaf has started up the Baron. I'm going to say it quietly just in case. I don't think the players can hear me, but I think they would have had vision on it already to begin this one, and Team Queso know that without their full composition there is no point in fighting and not a lot of point of contesting.
Woo, stress this game.
This
game is crazy. I mean, the first game was really close, and the second game's even closer, and I feel like this is what we expected coming into this series as well.
Oh, I don't know that we expected quite this. One thing that I'm happy to see, actually, Acolyte, Hullbreaker, Shen is the quintessential split pusher. His ultimate gives him an ability that almost no other champion has in Wildrift outside of selling your boots. That ability to push and then join a fight. And look, that stacked wave top lane. Give the Ocean Drake at this point for Team Queso, and you'll likely take the inhibitor from here because nobody from Game Lord can answer this solo.
I really wanted Team Queso, though, to distract the Game Lords. You know, stop the recalls, distract them, and let Acolyte keep split pushing. He's still going to keep split pushing. There is a huge wave, but the rest of the team are rotating. I feel like this is a little bit too aggressive from Team Queso. I would have liked them to just leave Shen with the whole... I mean, there's 4 cannon minions here that could have helped Hullbreaker.
Hullbreaker's down now with the team around. For those of you that perhaps don't play around Hullbreaker too much, of course, when your team group's with you, it deactivates, you don't get the bonuses. So that's why, if you just prevent the recalls and make sure that Game Lord can't send really more than one person, then Shen wins that 1v1 on the side lane, just purely from those cannon minions getting that Hullbreaker buff.
And the problem is that the whole squad on on Game Lord, none of them can build Hullbreaker. None of them can really, counteract that, Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker. So Shen has the Divine Sunder for a little bit of extra damage, has the Sunfire Cape for the tankiness, has the Hullbreaker as well. Now going for the Spectre's Crow, I think it's called?
Spectre's Cow.
Spectre's Cow,
Yeah, I was looking elsewhere at this point. Yeah, going for that Spirit Visage, I would imagine. Maybe trying to think of what else builds at it, but I mean, League of Legends knowledge have filtered out of my brain after that pentakill. 2 Spooky Ghost enchant as well. So we're basically going for pick off a single target because 4 versus 5... I hope this isn't a caster curse. 4 versus 5 Game Lords should never win a fight. If everyone from Queso is alive and one member of Game Lord has been picked off, there's theoretically no way of winning that fight.
I think the only way that Game Lord try and win it is that if Acolyte is split pushing and ulting onto Andre, if they can kill Andre before Shen gets there with the ultimate, then they could potentially win. But on the flip side, with all the shielding and the healing, on top of the Shen ultimate, even if you take that shield down from Shen, you still have everything on top of that, and it just makes it really, really easy for Shen to get into the team fight.
Do you think we've reached that point that Joey now becomes that late game carry? Because it hasn't been that game of just farming, siphoning, strike up. He is that full AP. But there will be a point in the game where he does have enough damage in these team fights. We don't see Nasus from this kind of position enough to know that, okay, this is exactly the point, but I feel like we're at least getting there if it hasn't happened already.
I don't think he is going to do as much damage, I think because he's not really stacking up his first ability.
Fair.
He is just going to be in that frontline tank and just using that third ability to clear waves, to use the slow as well and get the shielding from the Fimbulwinter. Then you got Frozen Heart on top of that as well. So even if Redemption jumps onto Joey, then you've got the attack speed slow as well. Across the board you can see Andre just full damage build, doesn't need any defenses at all, even though you do have the healing from the Bloodthirster. But I feel like Lonely Kid's just going to have a struggle now in the side lane. I feel like, with the Hullbreaker as well, the extra resistances to the minions and also to himself, Lonely Kid's just going to have a really, really tough time.
But Acolyte drops back in the lane because he's resetting to re-establish vision control. He also had popped the Spooky Ghost. That's one other thing that we didn't mention. I was talking about it from pick potential, but the other thing it does is Akali can't Shroud. Like, it's going to reveal and make sure that Acolyte knows exactly where Lonely Kid is and prevent that engage from going. Acolyte sees this minion wave topside. He's going to go up with the Hullbreaker to push it back out. They know they've still got another 30 seconds till Drake, and it is Elder Drake, so this is the advantage of Shen. From this situation, if Team Queso can dance around the fight, deny Game Lord an effective engage, and buy time for Shen to push the inhibitor, as long as Game Lord don't take the Drake, you can always just ult over to the fight.
I mean, I would have liked maybe potentially teleports as well, because they could be a situation where, like, if Game Lord even take Elder, you could maybe potentially teleport on the side of Team Queso and use that top wave to try and end the game. Yeah, I mean, that is another possibility. It is very risky because that means you have to sell your trinket, which means that you're just going to be losing gold over time. But this is where it really comes down to, we're at that point of the game where Elder Dragon is up. We currently have one dragon over to Game Lord. It's Ocean Dragon. Team Queso have a Mountain and Infernal, but Game Lord are just going to start this up, and Shen has the advantage because Lonely Kid doesn't have teleport.
But he's not by the minion wave, so he's not taking the inhibitor right now, so they have to take the fight. Joey got chunked to begin this one out, and look how low he is. Flash forward from Andre. He wants to try and get this. Hester's going to try and get the taunt. It's already
killing everyone!
As the smite has gone, and Team Queso have bided their time. They've got into the late game, and from here, it should be Acolyte. No way you're going to do it. No way is there a second when Acolyte can't quite get it, but it's 4 kills total, 5 kills total. The ace comes through, the top tower pushing down. Queso take themselves the Elder. That's going to be an even series at 1-1.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an even series now. I mean, even potentially that top wave as well. They can honestly just end the game.
Yeah,
just
that's where
go
they're
top
going.
lane. That's where Veos is going.
Acolyte
and they can use
dropped
that. Another teleport. They're just going to end the game right now.
Yeah, Veos is going to push it through. Acolyte had dropped towards
There we
teleport,
go.
flying through the map. And Team Queso say, Team Fighters, we're going to pick 3 enchanters. We're going to pick the security. And we're going to take game 2.
What an incredible game. Acolyte with the pentakill, the team fight as well, and even though Andre didn't really feel like the carry in this game, even though they put everything into Andre. Andre was just there to use a shield, use everything, and use Acolyte to get into the fights. Lonely Kid was late to that last team fight, which means that Team Queso were allowed to go in a 4 versus 5 situation because Shen can always join that team fight. Andre in the front line, doing the damage, and we have a series on our hands.
Stu, I don't think we're going to get memed for this, but in EU, first rotation, Yuumi Lulu just won a game. In draft.
Oh, no.
What a draft, what a game, what a series. Stay with us. Game 3 coming up in just a few minutes' time.
welcome back to the WREC Championship Semifinals. We predicted a long series between Team Queso and Game Lord, and we, I have to say, are not disappointed as Hazevel, Team Queso put on the table the 1-1.
Hey, I gotta be real honest with you. You know, I was disappointed about our draft. I was like, oh, here we go again.
He was complaining all the time. He was complaining all the time.
Yumi Lulu, it's buffing Andres, but then wow. Just wow. Shen got the pentakill. It was not Andres that got the pentakill.
No.
It was Acolyte that got it.
You have a wrong reading into the composition. It's not Graves though. You had a hyper carry, Darkbreaker. It is the Shen. And I have to say, it's the second time this tournament so far that we got that super fit Shen.
Like, first we have seen Random on that Shen, and Random on Shen was absolutely amazing. And now, Acolyte on Shen, he was popping off and a pentakill on Shen. He's supposed to be a tank, and somehow he still got a pentakill. That's crazy. And I love the matchup. Like, they picked Shen into Akali, and Shen just is unstoppable for Akali because Akali was building Zhonya, so there was no way for her to follow Shen unless she hits the shuriken and just travels across the whole map. But besides that, you saw Shen with Sandra, Shen with Hullbreaker, and Shadow's Enchant. I love that he built that enchantment because with Shadow's Enchant, you can reveal Akali during the Shroud. And Akali just couldn't do anything against Shen, who was pushing every single time in the side lane and can just use the ultimate to join into those team fights.
And I have to say that I love how Team Kes built the composition after, you know, Game Lord first picked the Olaf the Steward because you had to deny the Olaf with the Yuumi, so you got to pick the Yuumi for yourself and you decided to go back to the roots, and I have to say it was comfort zone for Team Kes.
It was a crazy draft overall. I think, like you said, you know, going for that Olaf first pick, denying that way from Andre was kind of expected, but then when you picked Olaf, you know, Team Kes are like, okay, we have to take away the Yuumi, but we also have to take away the Lulu. So they both second rotated Yuumi and Lulu, and the me and Stress is thinking, you know, who else could really be that carry that Andre can play? And then he pulled out the Graves, and he did pretty much all that damage for that last for that pentakill for Acolyte. And Acolyte was just like, okay, no one's going to attack me. I've got the Divine Thunder for the extra damage. I've got the Sunfire Cape. I'm just going to run around and I'm just going to get a free pentakill.
And another subtle thing that I want to talk about is actually the runes that Andres was running on the Graves, right? He was not running the Conqueror. He was running the Phase Rush, which is a rune that gives you a lot of movement speed. He already has enough damage when he gets the buff from the Lulu and from the Yuumi, so he decided to go for the Phase Rush to be able to easily catch up to the Ziggs, for example, and it paid out massively.
And here comes the pentakill
for
Acolyte into this set. We, you know, we were highlighting before the series started the Baron lane matchup. I think we are not disappointed because we're having one hell of a matchup. The first game, Darkbreaker, it was Loniki, the one that popped off. This one was Acolyte, even though in the end was Andressa the one carrying, but Acolyte had one hell of a game.
Yeah, that's honestly surprising because he was playing a champion that is not supposed to hard win his lane. He's on a tank and he's still managing to carry. So that's crazy, and we've discussed it already that Team Queso, they always have been playing for Andres, putting all the eggs into the Andres basket, but in this case they built so many champions around Andres on that Grace, but Shen was still popping off.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And the fact is that the Steward, we have a really, I don't know, we have a really quiet beginning of the game. You know, we didn't have the first kill until, I don't know, it was
like
7 minutes, even 9 minutes. Yeah, it was. So I was wondering, like, is this so bad for Game Lord or is this just me?
I think the early game was really passive, and I think that actually benefited Team Queso the most. I mean, you can see the damage. Acolyte only did 6,500 damage, but he got a pentakill. He just cleaned up the rest of the fight, but Ruiz's damage...
but the damage where it mattered.
Yeah, I mean, exactly when it mattered, but Ruiz's damage as well was absolutely insane. I mean, you can see the early game lead, the early gold lead that Game Lord got, and that was really from the early Rift Heralds that they got as well. They were trying to use the Rift Heralds to go into the top side of the map to try and get Lonely Kid ahead. As I said during the cast as well, I think they really need to get Lonely Kid ahead on that Akali to try and one-shot the Andre on that Graves, but they weren't able to get Lonely Kid that far ahead. And when you're against a Shen, a tanky Shen as well with the Hullbreaker, it's so hard for Lonely Kid to really do anything at all.
Absolutely. And after watching, you know, the damages and stuff, it's been like 2 games of 6 for Ruiz, and I think it's been around 60 6k of damage after 2 games. It's really insane. It isn't enough to deal, you know, in the first team fight, host level, it was like we were all watching and dressed up and saying, he just don't die. He doesn't die. He doesn't die. Why is this guy not dying?
But that's the thing about Ziggs, right? Like, he always deals so much damage, but if you're up against the composition that Game Lord was running, they have the Lulu, they have the Yuumi. These are champions that provide a lot of shield, a lot of healing, so they're gonna heal right back up. So even if you do that much damage, it really doesn't matter, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the play of the game of this second match between Game Lord and Team Casey. We have the 1-1. They are tied in the series so far. And it's this team that we have around the Infernal Drake. This is gonna be the Penta. I think it is expected to be the play of the game. That
flash by Acolyte was really, really good.
Yeah, and you can see during this fight as well that the whole of Game Lord were just focusing so much on Graves. Shen was just all by himself the entire time. There was nothing to do. But one thing I wanted to mention about this series as well that I mentioned briefly is that we spoke before this series about Heste on these engaged supports, but honestly, I feel like he actually underperformed in this series, in this game.
Passionate.
Yeah, he's definitely passionate for sure. I feel like Heste really underperformed on that Rakan that game. I mean, that original engage that we saw from the play of the game actually messed up his jump with his ultimate. There was an engage in the top lane as well that he really messed up the dash as well. I mean, Shen with 100% kill participation, especially when you can split push on Shen as well. Stress mentioned it in the cast. You know, the champion's perfect right now with Hullbreaker being able to split push, but you can still use that ultimate to get to the team fights. And with the Lulu shields, the Yuumi heals as well. Sometimes you get a situation where the Shen ultimate will basically get stopped because you can kill the opponent.
Yes.
Like you kill the Graves, but you can't kill the Graves with Yuumi and Lulu right next to him.
Honestly, we have the best Baron laners in the world. I'm saying that already.
Okay.
Rocky Zara, are you watching?
And I'm calling out the NA Baron laners right there because, guys, you need to watch the WREC because you can learn something.
I'm gonna ask our casters what did they think about you just said. Do we have the best Baron laners in the world?
Oh, that is a question because I feel like I haven't watched enough of some of the other regions yet. But if you want to talk about NA and EU, I think that's no doubt. Our Baron laners, to be fair, I think we have Baron laners that play strong side and crush people. I think, you know, we look at Immortals, they do very well in NA, and I'm not taking anything away from the team, but I feel like they don't look quite so good at playing strong side on top side. Iraqi Zaro, he's great looking at the meta, looking at the macro play, but playing strong side, I don't have quite as much love. I'm sorry, Iraqi Zaro, I know you're probably watching, or someone will clip this and tell you, at some point we're going to be on a casted desk and I'm probably going to eat those words because I know it's going to backfire. Ryu, let's swap from Baron lane all the way down to the bottom lane as we head into our third draft of the day. Ryu joining me. You want to talk about Ziggs, I know a lot coming into this draft.
I think Ziggs was a really strong pick in both the first game and the second game, and you actually mentioned to me in the last game where even though Game Lord lost the game, their mid-turn was standing with full HP at, was it like 16 minutes?
Yeah, it was like 16 minutes and it was like 2,900 health. I was like, wow, okay, this is like the first time we've ever really seen a mid-tower for this long.
And that's exactly what Ziggs can do. Ziggs is really amazing at defending that mid-turn and not unlocking the enemy jungler to really play aggressive and take your own camp. So I think Ziggs might actually be a key pick in this series because we've also been talking about the stability of mid laners, and Ziggs is a pick you can really give your mid laner, and he will just have to sit back, throw those bombs, and you'll be useful either way. So I think Ziggs, could be really interesting coming into the series because, well, none of these players have really popped off on carries.
Yeah, that's fair. We're heading into the draft, and I'm heading to my mentions to make sure that I haven't inflamed the entirety of the NA casting team. I hope to have some friends there at some point, but we're heading into game number 3 between Game Lord and Queso. We're at 1-1, so we get at least 2 more games in this series, which is perfect for me.
If I want to, one thing we actually really interesting, we just saw Game Lord lose on Rakan actually. Heste, who's been really fantastic on all those aggressive support, and TQ were really, bold and was like, okay, Game Lord, let's see what you can do. Can you really pop off on those Rakans that you could in the playoffs? He was not able to do this well so far at this offline stage, but Team Q is actually going to ban it out for the next game of the series because, well, maybe they understand that Heste is really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think Heste is always dangerous, right? Even in the games where Game Lord aren't looking quite as strong, quite as solid, I think Heste, the next game he'll like reset and be like, now I crush you. So I think it's a good ban. I like the Olaf ban. We just saw it prioritized first out from Gamelord. And Team Queso, if they get to protect an Olaf for Andres, like that's exactly what they want to do.
I like this Gragas ban onto from TQ. Ruiz had a fantastic Gragas game. Actually, it was the first game for Gamelord where he was able to just pull off every single team fight and start really fight.
Is it Ziggs here, ban 3? Do you do the Ziggs here and take it away from Ruiz? It's
Apparently not, it's Aurelia. I mean, Aurelia is a really interesting ban again because Sefta also played a lot of Aurelia. We know Lonely can play Aurelia. I'm not sure if Ruiz can play Aurelia, but I mean, it's worth banning out for just the Sefta.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, the first draft was Riven Ziggs on red side for Gamelord, first rotation. Karma likely to be this ban. Queso just played a bunch of enchanters, so I think it's kind of dangerous to leave Karma through, but they're going to do it with Graves taken out.
We are watching the 3 best hyper carry junglers taken away from Gamelord. They are afraid of Team Andres.
Yeah, but Andre has had games where he's had like 8 bans towards him and he's still found like a Rengar or a, you know, a Xin Shao, and now Karma goes over to Team Queso. We know how good Karma is at utility and helping other people play better, but Camille picked up for Gamelord. There's a lot of big picks still available.
I really want to talk about this Karma because Joey Skaggs was known in the past to be a guy who loved playing 80 carries, and Karma is the ADC enchanter.
What is this priority? What are these drafts? We've gone from no Yuumi priority to now Gamelord picking it up on this side. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not nothing wrong with it, but the Riven picked up potentially for Andres out of the jungle, and now we get to see, does this Ziggs go over to Team Queso? Maybe for Veos, maybe they've been practicing that, but Galio is up available, and if we want to talk about champions that support, Team Queso are going to try and run it just with a slightly different carry out of the jungle.
It's a really funny thing, because like Camilla's been really high priority, obviously Karma has been as well, and now the Riven. I mean, this Lulu as well has been a super high priority pick for TQ so far, but they're actually up for the Lulu even though most of the carry junglers are banned, but Andres says, I mean, screw it, I'm just gonna play Riven then.
What is this like ascending kind of like standoff of enchanters where we've gone from like a bruiser meta now into both teams for the first half of the draft going, okay, 2 enchanters each.
And that is the beauty of the BO5, where sometimes a meta can define the entire series. Sometimes you'll have a few different picks on one day, some picks the next day, but in this specific series, we have our own meta developing.
Yeah.
Gamelord are scared of the Yuumi, Hyper Carry, and the Sid. That's why they're banning all these junglers, and now they're banning the Shen because they know that's the best pick for top lane if you want to have a support up there.
And now Garen gone to remove that Yuumi. Garen, Redemption, we know has played a whole lot of Orianna over the last couple of days. This actually looked like one of his better champions. I think he had like a game where he went unkilled in game 3 against Parla. That was a series that Gamelord struggled in general, but I feel like Gamelord have kind of steadied their ship, and the level that we're seeing against Queso I think is more of what we were expecting. But to say that Queso have also matched them now. They're playing their play style, and Queso don't care so much about what Gamelord are doing.
And I think Yuumi is also a really good pick with Orianna, because Orianna can just sit back and do a lot of damage, push out that mid wave. It works kind of like a 6, and we actually have 6 going through all the way through the second ban phase. I'm not sure we're gonna see it from TQ because I don't feel like it fits their composition right now. But because if they're gonna fit Karma as a support, then Lulu kind of has to go mid. Otherwise, they're gonna play Lulu in the bot lane. So I think 6 potentially is not gonna be picked this match. I think Gamelord prioritized the Orianna.
And Gamelord have the opportunity if they want to put it for Ruiz last, if they want to, if it fits. They could pick it here if they want to try and get something out of the jungle matchup. We're assuming Camille's going to Lonely Kid up in the top lane. We will figure out what this last pick is in just a moment. It was Vayne that got banned, so Lee Sin for an early game jungle is not the hyper carry out of the jungle that Yuumi compare with, but it will at least have a lot of potency.
I'm not really a fan of the Lee Sin in this specific draft. We know how good Sefta is on this champion,
right?
But with the Orianna and especially Yuumi in the bot lane, they're not gonna really destroy the game from early on, and Lonely Kid is going to be the one main carrier of this game. I think Sefta has to play around the top lane, but that's going to be scary because if you leave Kai'Sa and Lulu alone, it's not going to be a fun time.
Yeah, Kai'Sa picked up as one of those carries. That's a lot of weight on Joey's shoulders now, which Game 1 of the Varus didn't necessarily look so great, but now he's got 2 enchanters alongside him. Game 2, he was playing Nasus, didn't need to play a long-range carry in order to carry. Has this been the long con for Team Queso, where they wait till later, and that's pure comfort for Acolyte. Absolutely his top champion historically.
Acolyte was sometimes known as like the Darius player of EU. when Darius initially was actually nerfed like a few months ago, teams stopped picking it, but Acolyte kept on showing why this champion is so strong and made other teams fear his Darius. He is probably the best Darius player we have in Europe, and it's actually a pretty good matchup into Camille, because Camille, even though she has that hook shot, she can play around her range in W. If she steps up a little bit too far, Darius can pull her in and actually win that 1v1 if they get into close range. So for Camille in this matchup, it's all around abusing mobility and fleet footwork.
Your point about this being a draft very much within a best of 5, I think, is totally true. If you were to see these compositions in any other game, in any other matchup here at the WREC finals, you'd think, wow, that's some weird drafting. But the priority we've had on this Yuumi, on this Lulu, on some of these enchanters, I think absolutely has crafted this meta for these two teams going into game 3.
Because for the entire WREC finals so far, we've seen so much Galio prioritization.
Yeah.
We've seen it first pick, we've seen it ban, and now it's gone through 2 series without even being touched. So that is truly a series defining their own meta.
The same can be said for picks like Singed.
Yeah.
We've seen a bunch of Singed out of the middle lane that has worked for teams like Rix, and in this series, no priority on it so far. Interesting. How many twists does this tale have for us?
Is this a egg? Oh no, they haven't swapped lane.
No.
Okay, so this is actually gonna be a Lulu in the bot lane with the Kai'Sa. I'm supposing with the Karma mid lane. Karma can work very well as a carry champion as well. I think we haven't seen Karma as a carry so far in this specific.
Not in Europe.
No, not in Europe yet. But it is really strong. Even if you build AP on it, you can have an insane amount of poke damage, good wave clear, and that is something that this Team Kai'Sa composition needs if Kai'Sa needs the time. Gets the time, so Kai'Sa gets the time to scale.
Well, we'll see whether Kai'Sa does get the time to scale. We've calmed down just a little bit from game 2 with our pentakill, but make sure you are getting involved on social, in chat. Oh, 50-50 split. Are you kidding me? That's how close this series is.
I think the first thing I want to point out is that we actually have both. Oh, we actually have. Oh, nice trade from Ruth already.
We're early. Veos is only just hit level 2.
Both junglers actually starting red buff, which is used to be a really normal thing, and I hope that if I hope Zefta is gonna turn around and take those golems up in the top and then play around Lonely Kid early, because we know how strong Lonely Kid is if he gets a lead onto his opponent laner. And Lee Sin is not typically the champion you want to see getting a full clear, and I don't think he wants to play around the Yuumi and Orianna, but here he actually goes for an early invade.
Yeah, drops the Krugs, goes for the invade to try and get early presence. I believe he dodged all of the vision so far as well. There are 2 wards in the top river, but I think he dodged them out. I would have to double check a replay to be certain on that. Nevertheless, Zefta will be able to take that down, and Camille Lee Sin under tower should have enough ability to pick up this kill, but it's now just can Acolyte outplay with the barrier.
And it's really... oh, he doesn't go for the top dive. I think he's going to go for the Scuttle Crab now, but Karma spots him here, so Zefta is unable to pull off that dive in the top. Ooh. I think Zefta's going to be fine. He's going to...
Oh, the flash after the stun! Zefta now forced away, forced to regroup with Ruiz. Big play to start it out, no kills, but ooh, that was close.
And now Lonely Kid is in a terrible position. Now his wave is pushing towards Team Kai'Sa. He's not able to get to his farm, and now Acolyte could just freeze the wave. You see, Lonely Kid might not even get a single last hit here.
So we were talking off camera a whole lot this weekend about Krugs and whether you should actually clear the camp and all of that, because how much experience and gold is actually built into especially the little Krug. And you can see Andre even going up into the top side and being like, all right, I'll steal your Krug then. If you're going to steal my blue, I'll steal your Krug and come out and try and play ahead of it. So interesting to see Andre's priority there as we go through the rest of the game. No kills so far in this one. I think it should be a bit quicker than our last game, which had no kills at like 8 minutes until a pentakill happened. So I think we're in for a little bit faster game.
Especially when you see a pick like Lee Sin who wants to get stuff done early game. I think Lee Sin actually, Zefta did try to get something done, but a really awake Veas and Andreset was able to pull off the protection for Acolyte so he could live under his turret, and they couldn't pull off that dive. And I think this was a really huge moment for TQ, because they were able to stop Lonely Kid from getting an early lead. And now Acolyte, I mean, as the matchup goes on, it gets better and better for Lonely Kid when they get a few items. But after level 5, right here, right this moment, Darius wins a 1v1.
So Darius wins that 1v1. at this point. Now, we've seen the bottom lane be a little bit even. We've seen mid laners roam out. I mean, that's one of the things about Karma is it does have a decent amount of damage from her kit, but in general, she's kind of like an immovable object at times. It's like, it's really hard to kill her because she can keep herself alive. It's really hard to kill her allies that are around because she can keep them alive too. And then she can engage. She can put out damage. She can tether people. She can pull them in with the ultimate. And we don't see a whole lot of Karma just because of how disruptive her kit and how strong it is right now. I kind of would say even overtuned. She can deal a lot of damage while having all of that utility too.
Karma is just such a strong champion, and it's definitely one of the reasons we've seen it almost permaban for this entire weekend. But I mean, we're starting to see it a little bit more here in the best of fives because I think teams are not so scared about just dropping a single game because you know it's the best of 5, you have more chances to get back, and now we see the first objective spawning, and I hope Game Lord is going to go for this Rift Herald to accelerate the game because they have a Lee Sin and they don't want this game to last too long against the Kaiser Lulu.
Yeah, we saw Rix dropping the Karma ban earlier actually and just like saying, hey, we don't really care. Sidestep comes through, Lonely Kid taking the rough end of that trade. As it's Acolyte's signature pick, really. If we were going to like say, okay, what's Acolyte's pick? It's going to be that. Ruiz now down in the bottom lane has done that swap around, but that means Team Queso later to swap to mid lane. I want to see how that goes as there's a 1 versus 1 top, but it's not going to be a 1v1 for long. It's left up into top lane. Here comes the Lee Sin. The mechanics are going to hit. There's the ultimatum. It's going to be first blood. You can't flash out of that. No escape for Team Queso, and it's the last chapter from this. Andre desperately trying to stay alive will end up dropping, and Game Lord, Zefta, and Hester have managed to at least get their way around the fight, and they say, you brought the enchanters last game, we'll bring them this time, bring the shields. But Ruiz, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, managed to at least back away from a 2 versus 1 without dying.
And I really like this play from Game Lord. You saw them really early putting Ari into the 1v2 situation, which means they have the upper hand on the top side of the map. This Rift Herald is really important for Game Lord to get because that accelerates the game. They're able to get one of the turrets down quickly, get some more gold to one of their carriers, and I think here we see the fight again where Acolyte is, as I said, wins the 1v1. But 1v1 is not the same as the 1v5.
Yeah, that's certainly true. When there are allies there, it's not quite so clean. And I think for Acolyte, I was watching the minimap on the river, I think he was kind of hoping that Andres and Veos were on their way up river a little quicker. Not that it's anybody's fault from that situation, but I think, you know, that communication, a second difference there of Karma being in lane or Riven being in lane really changes that fight. Game Lord managed to really thread the needle, pick up the kill off the top side, and get a second one on top of it to make sure they have a lead.
And even though this was the Zefta and Lonely Kid getting that kill, I think you have to highlight Ruiz. He was able to protect that turret. He lived with a sliver of HP, but the bottom turret stays almost untouched. So well done on Ruiz for holding on 1v2, and we actually see a collapse coming from Andres.
Yeah, Andres trying to get down to the bottom lane. Zefta stepped far too far forward, and despite the fact Ruiz is around, it's all too quick for Queso to pick up that kill. That'll open up the dragon for themselves. And interesting point was we were talking about Ziggs coming into this, wasn't picked in this game. Ruiz is on the assassin of the Ahri. We'll see whether he can have presence around this fight. Charm doesn't quite find the mark as Queso had backed away. Now have Game Lord bought enough time because Acolyte is slow to regroup. That's 3 stun with the root off Yuumi, and it's not enough for Acolyte to get there in time. Darius now flanking, but over the wall goes Lonely Kid trying to get what he can, but he's gone way too deep, way too far, and everything turns back around for Queso.
And that Darius flank was fantastic, but that forced Game Lord to have to go down the river. Down the river means into the arms of Stoic and Methanol. So even though Darius didn't really do anything physically this fight, he was pressuring them off the river and understood that, well, they were pretty much dead at that point.
Yeah, at that point he was routing them out of the fight. I want to, in the replay, see exactly what picked up the dragon, because importantly, it did go over to Game Lord. Queso were not able to take that following the fight. So here is the replay. Dragon was dropping low. We know that Andre was pressured out in this fight, but look, it should have surely been there as the shockwave came through. It's actually Lonely Kid desperately trying to put the team on his back.
Yeah, with an insane performance. He actually flashes over the wall at this point because he had no other choice because Acolyte came from the other side, but amazing performance from him getting that dragon. I think it was even with an auto attack, so great job on him. And yeah, we're seeing a 4v4 fight up in the top side right now. Acolyte on this famous weak side Darius on the other side of the map. 0-1-0, but still pretty useful for his team.
I would say, though, I'm going to be blunt. I think weak side Darius doesn't exist so much anymore. Like, in the way that it used to. Darius used to be so overtuned in Wildrift that you could just have no resources, walk into a fight and kill everyone. He has been nerfed, and there are matchups that I think are a whole lot weaker. Plus, Hullbreaker makes it difficult. Now, Gamelord will back away from that. What I was going to say is, like, I think Hullbreaker changed the meta, in my opinion, and I would love to hear your opinion from especially a coach's perspective. I think Hullbreaker changed the matchups that Darius can no longer just sit in lane without building Hullbreaker himself, and maybe it makes it a bit trickier.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a bit trickier because also some of the champions that are really good against Darius, like I mentioned earlier that Darius is stronger than Camille right now, but with a few more items, Camille wins that 1v1. The same goes for Riven. It's a good pick into Darius usually, also good with the Hullbreaker. So I think even though I completely agree with you, basically. Like, those champions that builds Hullbreaker and does it well are already good into Darius, and now they got an extra boost.
They're even better. Darius is a little bit worse, and you're totally right that I think Lonely Kid is likely to take over this game the later we go, and from there I want to see how Acolyte plays it out. But I actually, we were talking off camera about how much this patch changed the meta in Wildrift. I'm actually really happy with how the patch plays out because I think it makes it way more interesting than our original regular split meta. We see a lot more unique champions, especially like a game like this is going to show it throughout this entire series. Gamelord will start up the Rift Herald. Dragon is not available at this point in the matchup. Gamelord took the Rift Herald previously and allowed them to open up mid lane tower, and Acolyte can't quite close the gap yet. Oh, that's Zhonya's. Ruiz is going to have to try and get out. Can't flash over the wall. Shockwave is going to hit, and Queso, they've got themselves one, can't quite find any more, and Gamelord will back away.
I was about to say that was a great shockwave from TQ, but that was just a cameo pulling them together, actually. But what actually started this fight was Sefta dodging the vision from TQ. TQ had vision in the entire river, and they were aware if Gamelord was going to start that Herald, but Sefta just jumped over the wall and started the Herald, and when TQ realized it was already too late, so they had to start a fight, and well, it turned out to be a 1-for-1, so I guess, I mean, good one on Gamelord. They ran away with the objective.
Yeah, getting the second Rift Herald. They've had all the dragon control as well. It's a testament to Team Queso and how they've been able to take the fight, though, that we're even on gold, even with 2 Rift Heralds going over to Gamelord, even with the Ocean Drake in some of the fights going back and forth. And I really think it's showing that Team Queso are playing at the level of Gamelord right now, which is a very interesting prospect because a lot of the casters, the analysts, everyone on the broadcast team were like, well, the final's definitely going to be Gamelord and Rix, but how are we going to get there? This time, I don't know that I'm so sure. Team Queso may very well have it in them.
And I think this specific game really shows how strong Group B actually was. Because both Parla and FMG were able to take games off of Gamelord, and we were like kind of thinking, GQ and Rix, that is the group of death. They even have the first seed of Turkey inside of the Group A. But maybe it turned out that the Group B may actually have been the better group overall.
As you say that, Redemption, Shockwave's nothing, and DQ take a turret. So cast a curse in action. No one saw it, Redemption, don't worry, we didn't catch that right on the main screen. Dragon is up, and there's no Shockwave available for half of the cooldown, so that is actually pretty significant. I don't know whether Queso know, but there was a big groan from Gamelord's side of the studio after that happened, so I think they must have some kind of inclination. But now, Acolyte, I think he doesn't know, because the way he moved back from that ball, if you know there's no Shockwave, you just walk over that and you go, okay, I'm going to take this fight. I have barrier, I'm fine.
But that's the thing about Orianna, you see the Shockwave is already up again actually right now. So
true.
That cooldown reduction is kind of crazy. She has blue buff on her side. She has Luden's Echo, which gives 20% CDR as well. And even, I'm not sure if she finished the Archangel staff yet, but I saw she was building the tier earlier, so that's a lot of cooldown reduction, or actually ability as it's called right now.
I always forget how quickly that ultimate comes up. That's probably why I keep getting caught by it whenever I'm playing against an Orianna. But Gamelord have that available. They have a little bit of their teamfight presence. The Yuumi has been okay for Hester. I think he's got a bunch of different routes. But, ooh, there's Acolyte going into the fight. Here comes the Yuumi. Is going to really shut down Queso for a moment. Only Kid Andres into the fight, but the rampage coming through from Joey. We've doubted his 80 carry. The double knockup from Andre is going to try and shut out Gamelord in game 3, and Joey has picked up a triple kill from this. He's going to regroup with the team. Ruiz is low. They're not going to be able to pick him off behind the tower yet, but it's all going to end this fight. Team Queso will take the dragon, and Queso's coach staff erupt from the corner.
Riven is broken as hell, man. This champion is insane. He just used his E flash W combo, which means he can cover so much distance. It's just a split of a second. He can cancel that animation, and GameLord didn't even see it coming. That was an amazing champion performance from Andrewset. And we've seen this champion today just popping absolutely off, even yesterday. And I don't know what to say. Lonely Kid is chasing him down right now.
Yeah, Andre might need the Harley we had earlier for our segment in order to get away from this, but he's going to outplay Lonely Kid for a moment. Oh, broken ankles! Oh! Lonely Kid dies, and Queso, they're in full control.
I said this on the analyst desk. You need to hire Hell's Devil as your coach if you want to win this series. This champion is too good,
Just meme his way into a position. Acolyte, however, will get caught. This should be enough, but Lulu's running up. Methanol's going to get there, plus Stoneplate. Every time I think Acolyte's going to die on this Darius, he kind of proves me wrong, and this is one of the reasons why Team Queso defaulted to this pick. It's one of the reasons why it's strong. Let's take a look at Andre.
Look at Andrewset, why he went up his ultimate really quickly after Acolyte uses that insane flash. Look at Andrewset, how he shockwaves. I mean, that was a good shockwave, but Andrewset flashing in here.
Yeah, flashing in, getting a triple root. Perfect positioning for Team Queso to set up this fight, and then it's just all too clean.
It's actually a really well-played fight from both teams. Like, this fight started out by a really good flash pull from Darius, and then later you saw Redemption with a fantastic 3-man shockwave to delay the follow-up from Team Queso. So, I mean, this just showing how good teams we have in Europe. I mean, you know, even with really big outplays from both sides, it turns out to be a win for TQ overall, but even though TQ wins the fight, I mean, GameLord played it quite well.
Yeah, I think they did. That's the thing about these two teams. It's like, I cannot wait to see the level of these teams compared to the other regions teams, because I think sometimes we get a little overconfident. We're like, we're the best teams in the world historically.
Oh,
but Lonely Kid, this is perhaps not the best play in the world, as Andre is going to get here as well. Joey Skag's going to close the gap, shut the door on Lonely Kid, going to dodge out. Lonely Kid's going to try and take it. We've seen this backfire before on teams, but it's all about that Acathian Rain to pick up the kill. No doubt that Joey was going to get that. And I want to see where we match up, because these two teams are so close that I want to see how they stack up against the other regions. Zefter this time finding a pick. Veos is going to get out for a moment. Pull back, not going to be enough to exchange the kill. And blow for blow we go. Only 2,500 gold, despite the fact that it feels like Queso was so far ahead.
And look at them, they're just pushing both mid and the bot turret. Like, even though GameLord is trying to respond back, GQ is just playing the map a little bit better this entire game, and it is really showing just how good our teams are. Zefter is now trying to chase down Andrewset.
Andrewset gonna have to back away from this one for now, but we know he's got damage. Stasis is there. Where is Joey? That's where my eyes are going, because he's so strong, but if he gets shut down, it might be the end. He's now up to 8 kills. Legendary, but it isn't quite enough to keep him alive. Will get dropped for an 8-1 scoreline, and that might be the pace breaker that GameLord need to kind of slow Team Queso down. That Kai'Sa was starting to run away with things, and a Baron here would at least make it tricky for Queso to have as much pressure on the map as they have had. They're going to go aggressive once again. Acolyte going to get locked in place with the Hextech Ultimatum, and that is going to be the Baron laner flashing out. Flash, flash, flash! But it's all to pick up the kill. 49 seconds on Acolyte, and may very well open up the Baron.
Andrewset just pick up the teleport as well, because he knows that the GameLord is going for that Baron, and now we see it coming in. This is a 2v4 situation.
Lonely Kid.
And Heste is also picked up the teleport. Heste is going to be teleporting in right now.
Here comes the TP as well from Heste. Yeah, as you said, Andre trying to get into the fight to break down GameLord. He's taking a little bit of damage.
Teleport.
2 more teleports from Team Queso, and Andre, he's going to pick up the Baron at 4,000 health, but it is still high enough that this is a 50-50 if ever you've seen one. Huge shockwave from Redemption.
And Andrewset gets the Baron!
Andres, but is it enough to take the fight? In comes Joey! He's entered the fight from afar! It's a double kill! As Joey forces out the stasis from another member. It's going to be a triple to end it if he picks it up. Acathian Rain, the kill goes over to Lulu, so no Penta opportunity on top of this one, but Team Queso from a 1-game deficit potentially to a 2-game lead. Ooh, here we go. Team Queso go for the Elder.
We talked about Kai'Sa Lulu being a ticking time bomb, and that bomb just exploded in the face of GameLord. And Andrewset also got to steal the Baron. What a fantastic performance once again. This team just has so many different carries.
Uh-oh. That's not good for Ruiz, and it's not good for Hester either. Team Queso, this has got to be it, right?
That might be
Elder
game.
into
That might be
Baron.
game. Look at mid and top lane is pushing in, and they have the Baron actually. If they go up there and push some waves before Lonely Kid and Schefter can get there, that's some fantastic play.
Fantastic, fantastic play in general as Team Queso. Ooh, they were looking rough, but they've dragged Game Lord into their own meta in this series. They've pulled them to a situation where they have to play these enchanters.
It's kind of crazy to see how Team Queso was so successful in the last game with all eggs into the basket for Androset, but when they don't put that, they have a carry like Joey Skaggs on the hand, on the sleeve. So like this team is just so amazing. They have so many different players who can carry a game.
That's fair, and we will talk about that some more. But Andre is flashing in, tries to get the stun, doesn't quite land. It may have overextended, though, forced to stay serious. Lonely Kid pulled back. Joey picks up the kill, and Team Queso are looking to ramp it up. But our narrative for months as the charm has hit, as Team Queso are trying to hold on to this lead, they will hold it for now. Our narrative for months has been that Joey has been stuck on mages, stuck on enchanters, and the ADs just haven't performed. But in this game, when it counts, Team Queso, looking to take Game 3, have relied on the prodigy from the AD carry with the Kai'Sa, and they are on the cusp of being one win away from Icons.
And big player steps up to big occasions. We have been talking about Joey Skaggs have not been performing very well, but when it really matters, he shows us why he's an elite AD carry player. And now we're watching the Coca-Cola pop off after this Baron fight. I'm pretty sure it's the Androset smile on the Baron.
We'll see it. Andre goes back in on 4k health. I mean, this is a dangerous situation because if Game Lord put enough damage down, he can't just smite it out. But Andre will weight it down, gets it in time as Zefter went in. And it's all over from that point around the Baron.
Wow, that Kai'Sa Q damage, that's fantastic. I mean, this champion is so strong. Paired with the Lulu, it just does so much damage when you ramp up and get those items. And yeah, I mean, they picked up the Elder Dragon shortly after, which just puts Team Queso in a really good position to win this game. But yeah, we're gonna go back into the game right now, and
yeah, I was like, where are we at in the game? As Ruiz is desperately trying to get away. Spirit Rush is gonna get him at least a little bit of distance. Acolyte down on the bottom side. Does he have his teleport available? We're gonna have to find out as Baron is coming up in 18 seconds. No inhibitors.
TQ is running down the middle lane.
Yeah, TQ are gonna try and break that first inhibitor, and that's really important here.
I don't think Baron.
Yeah, they're not looking to end. They're looking to create enough space to then drop back over to the Baron, because the key thing here is there were no inhibitors cracked on the last Baron. TQ are looking to trap. They're looking to set up the bush.
But it's not going to work because Game Lord has proper vision, and TQ probably realized, I mean, there's no chance that Game Lord doesn't have vision here. They were just here just a minute ago. So good teams always leave tracks and put wards when they are approaching a site, and Game Lord also does that, which prevents them from being caught by a trap in this situation. So yeah, good from TQ respecting this vision knowledge from Game Lord.
Yeah, as TQ now have regrouped. Merlinomicon just picked up by Veos for potentially the last fight of the game.
There's one thing I want to mention is that Lonely Kid had a really strong lead quite early in the game, around 8-10 minutes. He was pretty far ahead, even 1,000 gold up on Acolyte, but he has not been putting up a good performance. I mean, obviously, he's been playing well, but he has not been on that side lane really being annoying and a threat to Team Queso.
And that's been Queso somewhat picking him off and also forcing fights elsewhere that Lonely Kid has had to group around. Andre's on this Riven. Ooh, a lot of damage comes through as Andre on the Riven doesn't necessarily have the most amount of health to tank up Baron for very long, so it very much has to be a hit it and quit it kind of thing. Andre has the Yuumi on. That's a 3-person route, and that is going to be a dominating Joey Skaggs as Hester gets picked off before he can get to an ally, and Team Queso going to say screw the Baron, go for the bottom lane, go through the middle lane as Team Queso with a double kill on the Karma. It's one of only a few games we've seen of it here at the WREC, but Queso will play the Enchanter style, allow their AD carry to do just that, and take 1 foot further towards the finals tomorrow.
Imagine having a team like Team Queso. You can put up performances like Acolyte does, like Joey Skaggs and Anderson. Like, these guys have probably some of the best carries in every single role. What an insane individual performance from Team Queso and Game Lord. You can see them how they are so sad about losing this game, which makes sense because now Team Q is 1 game away from going to the Icon series.
And my immediate thought through years of esports is now in situations like this, you look towards the support staff. Quesos are here in the building. They are right amongst us, ready to pivot in the draft. And you can see that Game World right now, they're quiet, they're broken, they need to adapt coming into a Game 4. And there aren't as many resources right here in these next couple of crucial minutes as we head to a break. Game World have to recover. They need to steady the ship. Otherwise, this is going to be Queso going 3-1. Stay with us. Map 4 is coming very shortly.
Until you see a breakthrough. That's right. Come on. What? You know we're gonna break through.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the WREC Championship Semifinals. We got one crazy game here between Game World and Team Queso, but Team Queso just put the 2-1 in the series, Stuart. It was a crazy game and Game World tried a different approach, trying to target ban and dress.
I think the target ban, the 3 bans at the start were quite clever draft, to be fair, because they gave over the Karma, but then they also were able to get the Camille for themselves, and they also denied the Yuumi. But the Yuumi deny actually didn't really help them that much, because you've got Redemption on an AP carry, you've got Ruiz on an AP carry as well, and Yuumi doesn't have that same sort of help that she can give to these AD carries instead.
Absolutely, Emea Carmeline gets to miss once again, Hesse, in those, engaged champions he was playing. Yuumi was such, a staple in Chandler that it didn't work for Game World in the end.
I'm kind of disappointed about that pick, because out of all the things that you could choose to go with this composition, you choose Yuumi, whom clearly, if you leave her alone, like Yuumi as a champion, cannot stand alone. And this is a situation that has to find himself so many times over the course of the game that it ended up being like, okay, so now what? With an Orianna even further. Like, there was no way out for that Yumi. I feel sorry for Hester. I know he can play so many other champions, but in the end, that was the way it was.
I feel like Gamelot tried to play kinda to the same level, to get into the same expertise field as Team Kessler with the Yumi, but Team Kessler in the end got kinda the same sort of funnel composition, but with more winning conditions.
Yeah, Yumi worked really well for Team Kesso in the first game they won, and also we've seen them a lot of times win on this Camille, where Acolyte has been absolutely amazing. So I think Gamelot obviously went for some strong picks, but I'm pretty sure some of those picks were also just to prevent TQ from running away with the game with those specific picks. So yeah, I mean, interesting to see how they're gonna draft in this next game, because I don't think they should just pick players, pick champions because so TQ can't have them. They need to play for their own style.
Absolutely. We got such an amazing performance from Yowie. You were so excited about it as well, because we saw Yowie on a hypercarry, such a sky, so he delivered and he was amazing.
From the very start of the WREC, I feel like we've been waiting months and months and months, and we've always said, Joey on an hypercarry, he can carry games.
Yes.
He can carry games, and he delivered perfectly in this game. It was such an incredible game by him. He had the Lulu, he had the Karma by his side as well, and it just shows that sometimes you don't need to put everything in the Andre basket. You can give things over to Joey as well, and I'm just so happy for Joey as well, because I know he's been working really, really hard as well. He's been wanting to play hyper carries for such a long time that they always try to, do it towards Andre, try and get Andre on the carry, but now Joey has showed that himself that he can be that main carry.
And somehow it felt like he was saying kill. Look at this 100% kill participation. 2k damage per minute. It's 20 KDA.
Nearly 1,000 gold a minute.
Yeah.
This was a really great performance from Joris Cax. I would like to highlight him more, but I think Redemption's stats is kind of, not really showing how good of a performance he also had. Redemption has an amazing kinds of shockwaves during this game where he prevented the TQ follow-up to come through. So, I mean, obviously the 2.0 KDA and the lower damage, obviously Joey Skaggs popped off this game. I mean, that it shows on these stats and we saw it in the game, but Redemption also, respect to him, this matchup is going to be crazy because both these bottom laners are really good.
Absolutely, yes. And there was a time, Kamalan, where we thought TQ was about to throw the game. They got barely ace, only two members of Team Kessler survived actually, but the TPs came through. They got Constant Nasher and with the series to the play.
It's one of the beautiful things about Wildrift that you can just buy the TP and get teleported to the fight immediately. That's amazing. That allows for so many plays. And in this case, you're seeing it clearly, right? You're dead, you're Acolyte in this case. You're dead. You buy TP, you get back into the fight, full health, new items, and there you stomp it. So, I mean, I feel for Gamelot, but they should have expected it.
I come from League of Legends and you guys did not seem to understand how really broken it is to buy a TP, like multiple TPs. It is like, I'm actually so jealous that you can do it because it's the most broken thing ever. The fact is that it got the game in the end for Team Kessler, absolutely that very simple. And I want to talk also about Acolyte because he was like the frontline of that composition. He was really tanky with the Darius and also the combination with the Gargo and the Syrex Gauge was insane for him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we know that what Acolyte can do on this Darius. He played it a lot last year. He played it at the Horizon Cup as well last year. And you just can see how strong he is on that champion. It's a comfort pick for him. It's a champion that we know that he can play. Even though it's not really in the meta at the moment, it hasn't been played that much. But I think when Acolyte goes on that comfort, goes on that tank, he can still be that frontline tank and he can still pop off.
But we cannot ignore this fantastic smite from Androset, really settling the game. I think if Androset did not get this Baron, it would have been a completely different game. Joris Skaggs would not have been able to pop this hard off afterwards. So Androset on this smite, there was one hype of a play. I mean, this player is so clutch in these moments. We saw that last year in Origin Series. We are seeing it now again in the WRC. Androset, one of the most clutch players we've ever seen in Europe. 15-1 on Joey Skaggs.
Jesus, what a game from Yui. It's 100% kill participation. We just saw
I'm
that.
curious of the damage graph as well. It's going to
It's gonna be nuts. Look at this. We're saying last game that after Ruiz, after 2-6 games, got almost 60k damage, but this is 42k damage in one single game.
What do you do if you're Game Lord right now? Are you gonna ban out Ender Sid? Are you gonna ban out Joris Gex? What happens if you do that? Acolyte is gonna pop off and carry. This team is showing right now how insane of an individually skilled team they are. They showed in the very first day, oh, we can put everything into Ender Sid's basket. It's gonna carry. Oh, never mind. Now we're gonna do the same to Acolyte. He carried. Kaiser, Joey Skaggs, now everything to him and he just carries. I mean, who are you going to put your priority towards? Because if you don't prioritize Ender Sid, I mean, the other players are just going to run off with it.
Yeah, because I really feel the strategy from Game Lord in this game was talk about, address it, and indeed didn't work. Because I'm amazed about the evolution from Team KSO. You know, Stuart. I mean, from one-dimensional team, maybe putting all the eggs on the undressed basket, to a very diverse team with different compositions, different styles, evolving so well.
I mean, it just shows that Game Lord have so much respect towards Andre. That's why they went for the triple bans on Andre.
I understand that.
And you know, they got the Karma first pick, but I think this game showed as well, you know, Veos did so much damage on that Karma. It just shows how strong Karma is right now, you know, with all the shield, with all the poke damage, and also all the crowd control as well. And it's going to be really, really hard now, like Ryu said, for Game Lord. It's like, what do you ban now on the side of Game Lord? I mean, Game Lord are probably going to be on the red side again. Do you ban away the Karma? But here you can see the play of the game, and the flash by Andre and the triple stun just sets up Joey to clean up this fight.
Absolutely, and this was following up a beautiful Acolyte engage with the Darius triple grab. I think it was with the third ability. But Caroline, 2-1 for Team KSO. They are one game away from finals and Icons.
Wow, I mean, this actually might go over to Team Lord. I don't actually pin mix to Game Lord, because if you think about it, just one game to Icons Global Championship, as you were saying, one game to the finals, and it's just so much pressure. Team KSO tends to shine in this kind of situations, and given what we just saw, despite a weak beginning, I think we can confirm that they might be going there. You know, if Game Lord can't recover from this heavy loss, then we might have a 5th game, who knows.
And potentially, if Team KSO gets this game, or the 50th we have of this mob, that would mean that Game Lord is gonna rematch versus Parla for the 3rd and 4th spot, and that we will gonna have a rematch between Rix, GG, and Team KSO, like the one we got in the group stage. But guys, enough in the analyst desk. It's up to the casters for this 4th game.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you, analysts. Wow. Darkbreaker joining me here on the caster desk, and there's so much to talk about. Where do you want to start on this series?
Honestly, there is just so much to talk about, especially Joey. Like, I have been saying that Joey, if he's not on a comfort pick, then he will struggle. I've said, okay, if they ban his Corki, he will struggle, but on that Kaiser, he was absolutely amazing. I didn't expect that, and he showed that he can pick other champions besides Corki, Morgana, and Vayne, and still go 15 kills, 1,000 gold per minute, and 40,000 damage.
That's insane. Insane performance, and I mean, really a turnaround. And honestly, there's something to be said for peaking at the right time as a player.
And this is the perfect time. The winner goes to Icons.
Yeah, exactly. Winner of this series goes to Icons. Now you're one win away from putting yourself at that World Championship equivalent. And, I mean, Joey, we know the Kaiser now has to be a pick that Game Lord fear. I wonder how Game Lord adapt their draft, because I think they've been almost baited into drafting like Team KSO. Like, drafting a lot of these supportive champions, but that's not really how Game Lord plays.
And also the issue is, they focus too much on Andrews. They've been 3 champions dedicated to Andrews, but ignored Joey completely, and Joey then popped off. So now that's the question. What will Game Lord do?
Oh, interesting. Big dynamic change here. Game Lord, as the losers of the last game, would have had side selection and have opted for blue side, meaning that was what we saw in game number 2 when Game Lord prioritized Olaf and Team KSO went Yuumi Lulu. So I think for the same thing not to happen again, Game Lord adapting their entire draft completely, taking Olaf off the board, Yuumi gone. I think we're going back to a different meta for Game Lord.
I feel like maybe Zefta is just gonna go for his comfort Aurelia jungle pick. because I don't think Team Queso is gonna ban Aurelia out. So it's either gonna be Aurelia or Rakan open now.
One of the two. There goes the Aurelia. They banned it in a couple of the other games. So
Aurelia banned.
Up for Hester if they want it.
I feel like Hester on the Rakan was kind of underperforming in game 2. He was missing a lot of knockups. So now's the question: does Hester still feel comfortable on that Rakan?
Wow.
And he goes for
first pick Lulu.
We don't know yet where it's gonna go. It could be Ruiz mid lane, Lulu or Hester.
But this is what I mean about like Game Lord playing now into Queso's composition. It feels like this is half picked because you want to take it away from Queso, not because Game Lord so much want to play it. And now the Rakan goes over to Team Queso. I feel like I want to double check the nameplates are correct, but I think they are. Like I feel like this is.
I feel like Game Lord at this point feels kind of insecure that they just want to counter pick Team Queso's draft instead of still going for those comfort picks, because at this point when you are one game away from losing everything, I feel like you should keep going for your comfort picks, try your best.
Yeah, I totally agree, and of course leaning there on your competitive experience in years gone by, where, you know, that's really valuable to know at this point. And we talked about this, like the coaching staff for Queso are here, and they feel like they've figured out Game Lord, whereas Game Lord are trying to pivot with mostly just the players and maybe some help online and that kind of thing, and it's tough to pivot in a series. Like, that's what makes best of so difficult.
Exactly, like at this point, when you are so nervous, when everything is on the line, you need to pick for yourself. You don't need to think about, okay, I'm gonna pick this away because they want to pick this. You need to pick for your strategy that you always want to go for and that you do the best on.
Now, these picks for Game Lord as Riven and Kai'Sa have been picked up. It's a Jax answered for Team Queso. So Andre does have a carry jungler. It's been banned out in so many games against him.
I feel like the Game Lord side looks like completely Team Queso draw.
It does, that's what I mean.
It's one for, like the Riven pick is Andres, then we have the Kai'Sa, Joey and the Lulu as well. And Andres still gets his hyper carry Jax, and Joey on his comfort Corki pick.
And the funny thing is as well, the same goes in the opposite. For like Team Queso playing Rakan, Corki, Jax, I would have expected Game Lord to draft this coming into the tournament. That's what we saw out of Group B, them draft towards this kind of pick, as Redemption has played a ton of Corki. So Ari banned away. Game Lord now will have to focus their bans likely towards the top side, I would imagine. They have the Riven if they want it out of the jungle or top lane, but we'll see whether the picks end up going. That Lulu's likely going for Hester down in the support.
Shen is getting banned. I feel like Acolyte on his Darius, I would ban that one away as well.
It was pretty good, even in the last game where I was talking with Ryu about, you know, weak side Darius is not quite so good as it used to be.
His job is just to tank, basically.
Yeah, but Acolyte's like, well, I play a ton of Darius, so I'm still good on it.
Let's see, they're banning Gragas, which was a very good pick for Ruiz. Ruiz on that Gragas, his explosive cast were amazing picking of people, and they are banning it away. They're actually gonna ban the Renekton, which is also a great frontliner for Team Queso.
So I wonder whether Game Lord now default back to the Ziggs that we saw in games 1 and 2 that Ruiz had as a pick to kind of hold things, or if we see them go the direction of Singed, which has not had any priority in these series.
I feel like Singed is in this game not that good because they have Corki, and it's very hard for Singed to ever reach that Corki. So I think they should go for a poking mage again in the mid lane.
How's Singed for Team Queso then? Because that's what's being picked up.
Oh, Singed. Singed is actually pretty good for that Riven. I've discussed it in the previous series where Singed was picked to counter that Riven pick because the second ability denies Riven from using any dashing abilities.
Interesting. We'll watch those interactions as we go through, and I had put money on Lulu going down to the support role because of the Lulu Kai'Sa combination, but Alistair comes through, and we're taking a reach back into an old playbook from Game Lord where they played Lulu in week 1 or week 2, I feel, and there comes an aggressive jungle for Zefta. Riven going up to the top lane.
Interesting. Alistair and Lee Sin are super strong, and there is the Darius pick that I said. Acolyte loves to go for his signature Darius pick because he is a weak side. He's playing weak side, like just trying to tank as much as possible, but Darius still has the potential to carry. Once he gets those 5 stacks, gets the Noxus Might, and then with the ultimate he gets the reset, does tons of damage. So that's going to be interesting.
It will be interesting, and you know, that's a matchup that I want to come back to during the game as well, that Riven and that Darius, because you mentioned Comfort, and we've talked about how it's a signature pick for Acolyte. The fact that he gets a Comfort pick as the last pick in a draft so that he knows it's a safe pick for himself in a game where if you win, you're in the finals, you go to Icons, that has to put Acolyte in the most comfortable position possible.
They basically have Jack's Comfort pick, Corki Comfort pick, Darius comfort pick. Verus has been playing Singed a few times on day 2, on the first match day for them. And then on top of that, they have Rakan as one of the best playmaking supports right now.
So it is a draft around comfort and strength for Team Queso. For Gamelord, the Lulu first pick has made them readjust their composition into having the Alistair on top of it. And at this point in the matchup, it's going to have to be a massive performance from Hester and the Gamelord lineup in order to take this series to a 2-2 spot and push us to a game 5.
I like Gamelord's draft because they have some very aggressive picks like Lee Sin, Riven and Alistair, so they can make plays happen in the early game, and they kind of have a little bit of late game security with that Lulu in combination with the Kai'Sa.
But is the momentum of this series with Team Queso now is one of my thoughts that as we go through this game, we're going to have to find out. If Gamelord have a good early game based around this Lee Sin, based around this Riven, I think they can steady themselves. They can kind of say, okay, slow it down, we know how to win from here. But if it's Team Queso that just keep going, keep the pace up, it might be difficult, and Lonely Kid's been pushed away from Acolyte. That passive from Darius is really annoying to deal with early game.
I'm actually surprised that Acolyte has been trading so well because Riven level 1 is actually very strong.
Oh, Veus just got the flip onto Ruiz with the Ignite, forced out the Exhaust and the flip and the Flash himself. All summoners used from that middle lane. We'll see whether a jungler can go and capitalize on that as this lane continues. So, bottom lane for Gamelord. Redemption and Hester have control for now as Methanaut and Joey Skaggs. This is basically a bottom lane based around scaling. Both Kai'Sa and Corki want to kind of get later on into the game and get themselves to a point where they have those items. A lot of late game strength in both of them. And you mentioned a little bit about that Singed. I wonder how that's also going to slow down Redemption if he crosses that pool. If that's going to have an effect from Singed, from the Mega Adhesive. But 1 minute 30 in the game. Andre heading topside.
Well, both junglers are just going to go for the Scuttle right now and trading it. And like you said, in the mid lane now, Flash is still not up for both mid laners. So we can see that Alistair is rotating. He's actually backporting, so Zephyr is continuing to jungle. Like, I feel like at this point, both teams know everything is on the line, so they are kind of playing it slow and nothing much is happening. So both are just going to try to farm and scale.
Yeah, for Queso, I mean, you've got to think about it. In their position, I would imagine they're like, okay, all we got to do is play towards late game, so don't give up too much early game, and Jax will come online, Corki will come online, and we can split push potentially
and
with that
Jax
Jax.
as well. Like, Team Queso's comp is actually amazing in the late game, and basically Gamelord having 3 picks that need to find openings and try to snowball in the early game, like Riven, Lee Sin, and the Alistair.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That the onus is on Gamelord. They're the ones that have to kind of keep the pace up. Methanaut may be baited into a bit of a fight here. Does have a level advantage over Hester, who will pulverize Headbutt Methanaut back away, but that's a Rakan, so fairly mobile. Will be able to just absorb some of that crowd control and head back to his lane. So Andre has hasn't done anything this game, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but he's just had a clearing game through the jungle. He's just like, I'm going to farm up, don't really need to get involved, don't need to go into any lanes, and again, that plays into the fact that Zefta and Lonely Kid really kind of need to make it work. Methanaut jumps in, takes damage, not really too much to come from this, and the pace does benefit for Team Queso right now, and when we look at Riven and Darius, it kind of in a vacuum on their own top lane, like, what do we expect from this matchup in these next couple of minutes?
I feel like Zefta needs to snowball or try to help Lonely Kid out to get a solo kill, try to secure the first turret, because otherwise it's going to be hard for Lonely Kid to secure that solo kill on that Darius.
How does it go if Andre comes behind the turret with some minions at
But
this
we
point?
can see that Zefta is trying to come and maybe counter gank.
However, Andre hasn't charged up Counter-Strike yet. I was wondering whether they were going to back themselves away from that. Will be a very late one, and that's first blood as Andre overextends behind the turret. Acolyte trying to get himself away with the Proto Belt. Nearly picks up the kill, but it's a double kill going over to Lonely Kid in the tiniest amount of health.
still
it
dies.
actually is enough to get the kill. Oh, 2 for 1 overall.
There was an amazing counter gank by Zefta, expecting that Andrezet is gonna dive Lonely Kid, because Accurate had a really big wave set up.
Massive waves stacked up, but we were kind of talking about, is it on Team Queso in order to keep that pace up? And I feel like Andre kind of knew that it wasn't the best all-in, because typically with Jack's all-ins, you go in with a Counter-Strike, try and land as much crowd control as possible, but against Riven, she's so mobile that is that how you engage that? Is you try and land a stun up front, or do you try and let her start using some of her abilities?
I mean, it honestly depends, but in this situation it didn't work out because Zefta was there immediately to cancel it out, and I feel like Team Queso has the team composition that is scaling super well into the late game, that they don't need to force stuff too hard because it plays into Game Lord's composition.
Well, they're forcing it really hard right now up in the top lane as Lonely Kid. They even go under the tower. Lonely Kid's ticking, dead for Hester to pick up, Methanol, I should say, to pick up the kill with that Ignite. I'm so used to it being Hester on the Rakan. Now Methanol in trouble as that's a big Sonic Wave into the fight, and now Game Lord want to turn it around. We talked about how they are the team for Game Lord that need to keep the pace up in the early game, and it's a double kill going over to Zefta, trying to prove that he's one of the best Lee Sins on the server. But Team Queso, they're going to fling their way back in as Ruiz is going to drop.
I like the rotation from Team Queso right now because they were quicker in the Baron lane catching people, and then even though they got turned around, there was the cinch to make it an even better trade for them.
Yeah, just enough from Veos to get into the fight, gets the fling. Singed is so annoying to play against once he's got this realized. Like, he slows you can't get away. And this was the replay about how the fight started with this full dive under the tower. So, Lonely Kid burned down. And this was the second phase where Veos started to drift up.
Let's wait for the Lee Sin and Alistar engage.
Not much to wait for, thankfully. It was right in the nick of time. So, Game Lord, they did get a couple of kills from that. They did get some emphasis on Zefta from that jungle, and Zefta really coming up.
And now Rakos is coming, and he's catching Ruiz.
Yeah, finally getting that kill to end things. But, I mean, Zefta, we've seen a few games at least sent out from him. It's one of the picks that we've come to expect from Game Lord, and where they've looked the best, because they can really push the pace early. But now looking
used in mid lane.
at the gold as Herald is about to charge into mid lane, the gold advantage very much in favor of Team Queso. It's 2,000 gold right now, not the biggest lead, but considering Queso's scale, that is a great position for them to play from.
That's perfect for them. Like, they are the scaling team comp that is already ahead, and I feel like Zefta and Hester are not doing as much as they should do with their team composition, because they need to get ahead, they need to snowball, but they aren't. They are behind in gold, and Team Queso, they can just relax, sit behind, and just skate with the Cinch, with the Corki, with the Jax.
And I hate to say it, but just on a gold difference in general, in this game, Ruiz is getting gapped. Veos has a lot of gold over his lane counterpart. It's basically where the majority of this lead comes from, and we know that Lulu as an enchanter is not going to carry the game. You're not required for damage, but you are required to stay alive, as in goes Methanol, telling Hester anything you can do, I can do better. But Queso are getting wiped by this Riven. Lonely Kid has put out a ton of damage on the beginning of this fight, and now it's down to Veos and the rest of Team Queso to try and get away, but they're not able to stay alive. And just as I was saying about Game Lord getting gapped, however, Andre looking for more. Lonely Kid backs himself away, and that's an even fight overall.
I thought that Rakan engage was insane, but Lonely Kid on Driven is just too cracked. That guy had the lead in the early game, and now with even more kills from that Dragon team fight, we can expect him to even carry, considering that Team Queso has the scaling team composition, but Riven, who's ahead, can be devastating in those team fights.
I can't count Game Lord out every single time. I think that it's Queso about to take full control. Game Lord gets some kind of a fight, and you're right, Lonely Kid on this Riven, coming in for the follow-up on the fight. That engage was beautiful by Methanol. One of the best engages we've seen from him on Rakan this entire season long, but it wasn't enough to shut the door on Game Lord. Veus is going to push out the bottom lane with this Singe, try and at least deny the push from Lonely Kid, as Andre is going to get to work up on the top side. This is a top tower for Dragon trade. There's no real way Queso can fight the Dragon here.
I like what they're doing though, because it opens up the map for them to keep split pushing, because now they have 2 side turrets being opened up.
Yeah, I wonder whether they'll look at forcing a fight, or at least just playing around a potential fight with Methanol poking and prodding, looking for an engage. Andre has to force the counter-strike out as Hester's going to come up through the river. Will get the pulverize, and Andre has survived for now, but that exhaust is going to force him in position. He won't be able to escape, and Methanol is going to flash out. Fancy footwork,
survives.
fancy feathers from Methanol to survive, and Veos has pushed bot lane back out. Now, okay, mid tower is likely to fall for Game Lord here, but they haven't got much more map control because top and bottom lane are both pushing towards them.
That was really amazing by Game Lord, because they managed to catch Andre Z while Vejos was still in the bot lane split pushing. So no matter what, it was a 5 vs 4 situation, and they almost got that kill against Rakan. But getting that mid turret is so important for Game Lord because it opens up the map. Now they can always push in the waves and try to secure the side turrets by rotating quicker, by setting up deep wards, and by catching people maybe in between turrets.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can catch them in rotation as well. Rift Herald, I feel like, goes up in priority for Queso now, though, right? Because they need to break mid lane, and without it, it's going to be difficult. Bot lane is where Lonely Kid just showed. Acolyte showing as well. Acolyte showing on the wave. Acolyte is there.
Lonely Kid is rotating already though, so it's going to be a 5 vs 4 situation at the Rift Herald.
Yeah, 5 vs 4 situation. Game Lord looking to take that one as Zefty is here. They've already got it half health, and that's okay, as Darius is going to get spotted, tracked all the way up on wards, and Team Queso cannot group before the objective. Can they do something after it, would be the question. Doesn't look like it, but it's actually Hester's going to start this engage. Into the backline goes Methanol, lands a taunt on 2, but there's no damage follow-up. It was mostly tanks that got hit on that one, and Veus is going to flash out. Game Lord disengaged. He already got the objective from it, and Lonely Kid thought about going in for a moment, will back away, and Game Lord, Rift Herald goes over to them. They hang on in this game, only about 1,000 gold down.
I feel like those team fights are really, really close. Like, Game Lord is playing it pretty amazing, considering that Team Queso should be like, they are starting to scale right now, and they have the gold lead, but it doesn't feel like Game Lord is that behind in terms of team fighting power.
Is there a reduced amount of strength for Andre right now as he's getting dove because he's gone Death's Dance? Obviously that'll help him survive, but without that attack speed, does he have the potency in a team fight to output as much damage as he needs to? Of course, we've seen varying different builds with Jax, whether you build Blade of the Rune King, how that actually goes. Death's Dance, I feel like
it's a good adjustment, because Lee Sin, Riven, and Kai'Sa are obviously physical damage, and it's gonna give him more sustain. And I think he's betting on his teammates, especially on that Corki, to do as much damage as possible, and him more being like a frontliner, because obviously they have the Darius, they have Jax now, who's also a little bit more tanky, and Rakan, and they're putting all the eggs into the Joey carry basket.
Which worked in Game 3. Like,
exactly.
Which, you know, whenever we've said that on broadcast for the last few months, it's always been like, eggs in the Joey basket doesn't work out for Team Queso. It has to be Andre or maybe Veos at a push. But I feel like that narrative can now die. That narrative can be put to rest, because Joey has proven that on the offline stage, when the games matter the most, he has pulled out a huge late game carry performance.
Yeah, we can't underestimate Lonely Kid though. He is at 10,000 gold. He has a 2k gold lead over Acolyte, and on that Riven, if Joey is not careful, he might get one-shotted. And also listen, 314 is doing pretty well, but obviously, actually considering his KDA, they are even in gold. Lee Sin and Jax, and Jax is outscaling Lee Sin.
Oh, Zefter has landed the Sonic Wave. They actually have caught
They
Joey.
caught
He's
Joey
down.
immediately. I mean,
That's exactly the type of moment you were talking about. Not seconds after it happens and Joey is down. He didn't use his exhaust. He didn't use his flash. It was all too easy for Gamelord to get it to work, and that means Dragon is going to go over to the open bracket champions of Gamelord to try and hang in this series and force a game 5.
That's why on those hyper carry ADC champions, you need to be super careful. Any mispositioning, you will get punished, and you can't do that. You need to play perfectly, or otherwise you will get punished and you will lose objectives, and everything is on you right now to carry the game.
Everything is on Joey, and I mean, I was about to comment that, like, theoretically for Lonely Kid on Riven, as soon as he comes forward, Joey exhausts and, like, packages or Valkyries away, right? That's the theory behind it, but that time he got caught by a Sonic Wave from Zefter, and it's the utility of Lee Sin. As soon as he hits it, the damage is going to follow.
But also the Alistar, the proto,
Right.
like, you can't underestimate the range the Alistar can cover with the proto build and second ability, and then the first ability in combination.
Yeah, that headbutt pulverize combination with just like crossing the rift, basically like a
Exactly.
screen away, gets the knockup, and I guess Joey at that point was like, well, I guess I won't use the summoner at all. I want it for my next fight, and we'll see whether that keeps happening. A lot of the analysts have talked about the strength of exhaust against champions like Riven, that you really just shut them down in team fights, and we've seen the bot lane carries picking up that exhaust multiple times since we've had changes to heal and a couple of the other summoner abilities, and now it's Lonely Kid, gonna get flung, however you say it backwards, didn't hit the Mega Adhesive, so it gives Lonely Kid enough of a play. He's gonna die in the poison though, and that is enough to open this up. Andre, forced to stasis, will keep him alive for now, and Queso will get away with the kill, as Acolyte has a very important few seconds in front of this tower in the middle lane. We were wondering how they'd break mid, but potentially this is it.
That's pretty nice that they're gonna secure the mid turret out of this.
Yeah, they even deny Hester from getting towards the fight as Methanaut got the knock-up for himself. And again, every time I think Queso are down and out, Gamelord they're able to right the ship against Gamelord. And this has been such a close series. Only 1,000 gold in.
We're getting to the point where Redemption needs to step up. We have the Lulu. We have Lulu mid lane for him. Like, he is at the point, he is ahead of Joe. He has 1,000 gold ahead, and he is on a hyper carry champion as well. We saw how Joey played in the last game on the Kai'Sa. He was doing fantastic work. And this time Redemption also has the Kai'Sa. I feel like Redemption needs to step up and do tons of damage, because Lonely Kid and Zefter, they are on champions that are not necessarily the best in the late game.
I feel like part of the problem with Redemption is I don't know whether Redemption feels strong enough yet. We've got kind of the old-fashioned build. I ran into Redemption in the hallway after game 1, I think it was, where I was like, hey, Blade of the Rune King build instead of the Infinity Edge plus the Storm Raise, and he's like, it just feels more comfortable to me. I'm used to it. Yes, okay, there's a few ways that you can play around that Infinity Edge when you build it. As Acolyte may very well have been baited past Hester. We'll see where the rest of Gamelord are. But again, Gamelord trying to hold on to as much comfort. Good flash out from Acolyte to be able to bypass the exchange, and Andre is going to block them in the choke. Can Team Queso put out the damage to shut this game down and take the series? Methanaut going to flash the way back out, but this fight is so unbelievably balanced. What is Joey doing? Backline. Where is Acolyte? Where is Joey? Joey finally is able to reposition. Gamelord is so healthy, and Redemption.
What is Redemption doing? Redemption!
He's going to get pushed to stasis again, and Queso, I think, have taken
They
full
won.
control
They won.
of the fight. It's a double kill for Andre, and
I
Team
think they can
Queso are in a huge position.
I think they can end. They will try to end. 40 seconds left timers.
Team Queso will try and end this. They have a Jax, they have a push, but they're actually not.
Or they're just gonna go for Baron or Elder.
Yeah, they're gonna look to crack potentially.
I think they can try to end. If they want 4 people bot lane, they can at least. Okay, they're gonna go for Elder.
Okay, but in moments like these, there are
they're
so
just gonna play it safe. They're just gonna play it safe because it's risky to go for that. Nexus rush.
Ooh, triple TP dropped. Risky to go for the Nexus rush, as you were saying. There were multiple options available. We cannot afford to be in this replay. We need to jump to the live fight, as it is about to go down for Elder. We'll see the replay later. Team Queso have jumped over the back. They've found Ruiz. Hester is getting dragged through the poison, and maybe they couldn't have ended before, but here come the triple teleports. If Team Queso can hold through this fight, it should be enough, but Gamelord, they don't want to let him go.
Oh, that's a nice
want
package.
to fight their way
That's
back in.
a nice package to the them.
Denies the engage, slows the game, and Queso still have the lead. They did not get the Elder though. They didn't get the
And
Baron.
they didn't get Baron as well.
They didn't even get an inhib
That's
from
not
it.
Good. But did you see what Redemption did? He just jumped into them and died immediately. That's not what we want to see from a hyper carry. Now you have the 3 core items, and you need to position yourself correctly. I feel like Joey also kind of misstepped. Like, he jumped into Lonely Kid and then he had to flash over, but it was fine because his teammates were doing so much work there.
They were doing so much work, and I want to kind of comment on how much gold was just invested by Game Lord to stay relevant around that dragon fight. All boot enchants and now teleports. Ruiz just sold his as well, and Game Lord are trying to get into the fight, but that means they have no defensive abilities as Lonely Kid has been caught. Hester, the Unbreakable Will, is running, but it's not unbreakable for long as it's a double kill for Joey. Joey and the rest of Team Queso will focus down the Elder Drake, and they surely have one hand now on a finals rematch against Rix.
Vejos is trying to zone Zefta. Zefta, can he be the hero and steal the Elder Dragon?
It would be the highlight plays of all highlight plays if Zefta manages to get it.
Someone needs to zone him!
Queso needs to zone. 5,000 health left. There is a ward on the dragon to know it, and Queso, they have the Singed. If they can drop the poison, it would do enough. The adhesive would deny, but they're going to go over the back of the pit and shut out Game Lord.
He kicks him out! He kicks him out!
He kicked him out of the pit!
He comes back in!
Is it enough?
He's dead! Oh my god!
Zefta's stolen it, and if he gets away, maybe they can do it, but Queso are 5 members strong.
They can end.
Nobody has died. Queso.
This might be... Just go mid lane or go for Baron. Come on, guys. Be decisive. Don't split up again. Be decisive.
Stole the Elder Drake.
That should be Baron. That should be the Baron.
It should be Baron. The Elder Drake is a permanent buff.
They go for the end.
Queso are going to try and rush it. There's 20 seconds left on the cooldowns, the death timers, as Queso, they want to push in through the middle lane. They have 3 cannons, and as 2 members of Game Lord stand in front of Queso, Acolyte is going to get the
They have a big wave. They can just rush on the Nexus. Hit the Nexus, guys. Hit the Nexus.
Queso can rush the Nexus, and Queso have proved
Nexus, guys.
Queso have perhaps gone behind their horizon and become icons. Team Queso advance to the WREC Finals and face Rix in a rematch that's nearly a year in the making.
That was absolutely amazing. I said it like they were like, I think at this point everyone was just like, what do we do? What do we do? We don't know what to do, because they were so indecisive of what to do, but in the end it worked out fine because they just rushed the Nexus in the end and they secured their spot at the Icons.
Icon spot secured for Team Queso. Tomorrow's final now is Queso versus Rix, and it feels like a do-over. It feels perhaps like Groundhog Day, because Queso have advanced to a finals that last year they weren't predicted to win, and they pull off the upset. This year, this series, not many predicted them to win.
It's a
and they pulled off an
rematch.
upset.
It's a rematch. Rix versus Team Queso at the Origin series. They also played in the finals. And now it's going to be so exciting tomorrow.
Game Lord now face the team that took a game from them. Coming from Turkey, Parla now have an opportunity to eliminate the open bracket champions tomorrow and deny Game Lord what they would have thought was their rightful place at Icons, and Game Lord will have to regroup because they have looked shaky across both days we've seen them play, and their drafts have been dragged into the mud. There has been no way for Game Lord to pivot perfectly in these series, and I feel like that's what happened with Queso. Queso said, you have to play Enchanters, you have to deny our picks, and Game Lord weren't ready. Queso came in with their game plan and it worked.
Exactly, I feel like Parla versus Game Lord is going to be pretty close series. And let's hop right back into the analyst decks, because this game was absolutely amazing, and they will explain you guys what happened.
Thank you very much, Stress. Thank you very much, Darkbreaker. We have our second team that's heading into tomorrow's finals, and it's gonna be Team Queso Stewart. We're gonna have the rematch from the Group A, the Team Queso versus Rix GG, and that was a series that went into the third map.
Exactly, and I think it just shows that Group A was stronger than Group B. I think that's what it was now. And now, you just said, you know, Team Queso against Rix in that final. That means that Game Lord are going to be against Parla. Game Lord really struggled against Parla as well.
They did struggle. Carmeline, they did struggle yesterday versus Paula, and that's going to be one hell of a series because they on the stake is going to be the last pot to Icons.
I mean, and it could be. Is this amazing to think that one Paula does have a chance? I think they're going to fight till the end for it. But Gamelord wants to redeem themselves for what they did today, which wasn't particularly amazing. So. Will they be able to recover? Will Paula be able to take those games away from them? There are so many questions to be asked about it.
Let's talk a bit about the draft that we have in screen right now, because I really think that Gamelord came out without any ideas to deal with Team Queso after, target banning Andres and not working into the third game.
I think what's really impressive about the TQ draft is that they've shown today that they can play so many different kind of styles. They can play the hybrid carry jungle, they can play for split pushing on Acolyte, and now they also show that even if they gave Lulu to Joey, he will pop up as well. So this is not a one-dimensional team anymore, which we criticized them of earlier in this week and also in the qualifiers. That, I mean, what can they do if Anderson doesn't carry them? Well, Acolyte can obviously also carry, Joey can as well, and this team definitely deserves a spot in the final.
We saw Andres with a huge amount of damage with the Jax in the last game, but I think that was so important with Sinch. It was big that, it was worth into the Riven.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at the draft as well. I think Gamelord actually got kind of baited themselves, to be honest with you.
Agree.
That Lulu first pick, I don't think that's really what they wanted in that draft. And then you give away, the Rakan, you give away the Corki. These are two really, really strong power picks. Not only is it really comfortable for Joey, the Corki, but also the Rakan as well for the engages. Even though we haven't seen on Mephinot a lot, he really, really popped off this game. You then give Andreas Jax one of his hyper carries that he knows and loves. Acolyte is on a comfort pick in the Baron lane. And then also, like you said, that Singed mid as well that was just running around Veos full tank with all the slows and all the crowd control. It was really, really hard for Gamelord to really do that much that game.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And you could feel that the draft was a bit shaky, Carmeline. From the moment you got to see the Karma ban from the blue side.
I mean, that was a giveaway, an instant giveaway. We're used to seeing the Karma ban coming from the red side, but in this case, that was an indicator that something wasn't quite okay. They didn't want to see the Karma again, which makes sense, but by not banning Karma so early in the draft, then you are leaving open so many other choices for the enemy team that definitely that was the beginning of the end for Gamelord.
And also one of the interesting things about the Karma ban is that even when Gamelord were blue side in the very end, they actually banned Karma as their third ban, which means they didn't want to play it. A pick that has during the entire tournament been banned first on the red side. We just saw Gamelord ban it third as blue side.
Yeah, that's absolutely, and that means you don't want to play the peak, or you never play the peak, because this happens a lot of time when you have such a broken champion. It's like it's always banned. You don't get used to the champion. And I mean, there are counters to the Karma. We saw that in the first series from today. But the fact is that looking at the team fights, and this one is really important because we got to see both Dragon laners going so boldly forward.
This is a really big mistake from Joey Skeggs that almost cost them the fight.
Redemption as well after. Look.
I mean, these AD carries have been really consistent this entire series, but we've both seen really pop-off moments by both of them, and we've also seen now a little bit of a bad play, but luckily for Joey Skeggs, his team is able to win the fight anyways, even though this game goes a little bit further, where Sefta gets a nice steal on the Dragon later in the game, but TQ were able to close out the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both junglers popped off. We got to see one Nashor steal from the side of Andres. We got to see this Dragon steal from the side of Sefta, but it wasn't enough for Sefta in this matter. So right now we get to think about tomorrow, because it's going to be a glorious day, guys.
Wow, this is an amazing play by Sefta.
We're going to have the Gamelord versus Paula. That was the series where we saw Gamelord struggling. That went as well to the third map.
Exactly, and I think really Gamelord have to come up with something different coming into tomorrow, because they don't want to play Karma. Why do you not want to play Karma in this meta? I don't understand the ban towards Karma. You can first pick Karma, and then you can... It's shown as well how strong that champion could be. You can see the damage is actually pretty even across the board. Heste doing 18,000 damage on an Alistar? Is that normal? Is that a bug or something?
He actually has the most damage on his team.
What kind of Alistar is that?
I didn't quite see his build, but I don't think he built any damage.
Can we get his build somehow, maybe?
I was thinking, can we go back back to the items?
Yeah,
real
yeah,
quick? I don't know
please.
if observers can do that to see the Heste builds.
It's actually been a thing for quite a long time where Alistar, especially Game Lord, they like to build a
Yeah,
Sunfire Cave.
Sunfire, yeah.
This Sunfire Cave is actually really good on Alistar, and the reason why is because Alistar can pop his ultimate, which makes him almost unkillable.
Yes.
He can stay inside of the fight for so long.
Yeah.
What does Sunfire Cave do? It does more damage around it the longer you are in the fight, so that's why this item synergizes so well with Alistar, and we just saw Heste do 7,000 damage.
Wow. I mean, it was an amazing series, this one we got. I don't know if it was the upside because the opinions were quite diverse here in the analyst desk. Some of us thought that it was going to be Team Queso, some of us thought it was going to be Game Lord. I mean, it was going to be a very disputed series so far, but the fact is that tomorrow we're going to have the Rix versus Team Queso. And I want to know your opinions because Rix CG come online so far has been, the most solid team all across the board.
Yeah, but no. I mean, I think that the main issue with Rix is that due to the teams that they've been facing, they've shown an image that is really positive, really innovative, like, oh my gosh, Rix is doing so well. But if you think about it, Team Queso has been evolving, so I don't know until which point Rix will be able to, just take what they've been learning into what Team Queso is proposing.
Well, guys, we're gonna head to Hells because he's ready for the interview, and we really know what the Team Queso guys got to tell us.
Thank you very much, and I got them all here. It's not a player, it's all of them. And let's immediately get into it because I have a lot of questions to ask. So, Vegas, how are you feeling after Zefta stole the Elder? I heard a lot of screaming, but be honest with me, how are you feeling?
Well, obviously it was like a bit, oh no, they got like Elder Infernal, right? But the first call Andres made was just like, yeah, we can like easily finish. We just go mid, TP mid. I didn't have enough gold to buy TP, so I couldn't TP. I just ulted and tried to run. But yeah, we just finished them. We were like, okay, let's finish. They're all dead. We just go finish. But obviously it was like a bit shaky, but we were really comfortable.
Talking about Andres, man. What a player, okay? What a player. You are the best player that I've ever seen. And I gotta be real honest with you. What is your secret? Can you just please spill the beans? What is your secret?
I mean, I just play the game. I don't know. I just go into the game. I try to play. I try to do my best, and that's it. There's no much. I try.
And he's laughing real hard here, but he was carrying the games just as hard. Joey, this is your first live event, and I know you for a long time. You're a very passionate player. How are you feeling right now? You qualified to Icon Series, which is Worlds, Wildrift Worlds. So tell me your feelings right now.
I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Like, I have no words for words. Like, last year I was in fucking school doing my final exams, and oh shit. I have no words anymore.
That says enough. You have the MVP, by the way.
Hey. C-tier ADC.
This is the CT ADC who always played the Morgana, but now he's carrying on the ADC as well. So the last one that I want to ask is the man, the brain behind the team, the coach. How are you feeling about your team? Are you proud of your boys?
I'm really proud of them. I feel like, honestly, Meta and Joey have been the greatest addition to the bot lane that we could use, and Bejos just came to filling big shoes and did everything he needed to do. So after this, I think it's a win for everyone. And also we want to thank all the fans, Nav, our manager, who's not here, all the org, and especially Guard, who's like our angel from Singapore. He's probably watching this, so just thank you to everyone.
All right, thank you guys so much for answering these questions. Best of luck in the grand finals tomorrow. I'm sure you guys surprised all of your fans. You made it to the finals again, and who knows, maybe you'll get the first place yet again. So that is it for the interview with Team Queso. Back to the analyst desk to close the series.
Thank you very much, Hell's Devil. Thank you very much to Team Queso players, because yeah, it's been quite an exciting series so far. Tomorrow we'll have the Team Queso versus Rix. GG. Best of 7 nonetheless. It's gonna be best of 7. But first we'll have the 3rd versus 4th match that will decide the first spot to Icon Series. I mean, it's quite an exciting moment for Rix CG and Team Queso, both of them, that just secured Icons, but it's a tense moment still for Paula and Game Lord. They need a lot of homework to do in just one night.
No, well, yeah, they've just got one night to prepare for it. I think that's the crazy thing as well.
Literally me studying for my exams when I was young.
Yeah, one night to prepare. I mean, Parla are going to take a lot from this series, I feel like, as well.
Yes.
Because Game Lord, again, I still don't think they've just adapted to the meta too much. And I honestly feel like, and I think it'll be a great story as well, you know, if Parla make it to Icons,
it's going to be a huge upset.
Coming into most people, I hate saying this, but coming into most people's tier list for you, we thought that they were kind of the weakest team in the entire tournament.
Well, someone
as well.
said it. I don't know, some tier lists or power rankings, I don't know what, because you know what happened in there.
No, but they've exceeded all expectations, and you know, Parla, if they can win
Cameline is offended once again.
Yeah, because we had to do our tier list of the teams, right? Everyone ranked Parla either the last team or the second to last. I did place in fourth place, and look at me, I won.
Okay, guys, we gotta get to see the play of the game. We got plenty of exciting team fights so far in this last match. Oh, it all started real with Game Lord trying to catch an Acolyte.
And this play of the game is actually quite interesting because that's both the moment where both Redemption and Joyous Gex is actually quite, griefing, I would say. But luckily they have Anderson on his team, really popping off. So play of the game is quite a funny one here. But Redemption, man. This game was so funny. It kind of like seals the series as well, you know, because all those teams were incredibly messy this entire game. And look at the coaches on the top right of the corner. They are screaming, they are happy, and they know right now they probably won the game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And that was taken because at the beginning it was Joey the one diving into the Riven, and I was really thinking that meant fifth game.
Yep.
But suddenly they pulled out. It was also the Kaiser diving. Guys, let's check now on the Coca-Cola pop-off of this game because, wow, I mean, it's been an exciting game so far.
It's been absolutely insane, and this was really kind of when the turning point could have happened. Zefta kicking Andre out of the Baron Dragon Pit and stealing the dragon. They tried to survive as well, and then after this, what happened was that Team Queso were trying to end, and they did end eventually as well, but there was like teleports coming in and everything as well. You had Game Lord that were trying so hard to defend as well, with players coming back alive afterwards, but it wasn't enough for them, unfortunately.
It wasn't enough. I mean, they had 3 drakes, so it wasn't enough. They had to deal with the fact that a lot of them were down. I mean, so not enough people to defend the base, and it was Team Queso's goal. In the end, they were talking about it.
Yeah, I think actually this Coca-Cola pop-off really is exciting because we highlight before this game one of the first key highlights, best junglers in Europe.
Yep.
We definitely saw that because both Zefta with that amazing Coca-Cola pop-off and Anderson in Game 3 with the Baron Smite steal. I mean, these junglers were both amazing. We saw it coming into the game and they definitely showed us a good performance.
Absolutely, yes, guys. It was a long day today. It feels like a long day. We have some exciting series coming out. We have first the Game Lord versus the Parla versus Rix GG. It was a clean 3-0 for Rix GG. We're just checking in, and then Game Lord versus Team Queso. I have to say that I expected 5 games, but we got 4, which is
good enough.
It's good enough. I'm happy with it. Yeah, let's put it that way. But tomorrow, how is it going to be tomorrow? I really think that tomorrow we're gonna have a very, very, very long day, starting with that Parla versus Game Lord. I'm really expecting 5 games out of that, and I really don't know if I should expect 7 games out of the finals, because that would be absolutely crazy.
I actually think we could end up seeing 7 games out of the finals.
You think so?
We saw in the first Group A, there was a 2-1 victory for Rix Gaming over TQ, and that last game, there was a real banger. So, I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen in this next game, because as Rix on the very first day, they were fantastic. They looked a little bit more shaky yesterday, and today, Team Queso, were really exceeding all of our expectations. We thought they were a one-dimensional team. They definitely aren't.
And do you know what this is as well? This is a rematch of the Origin Series finals last year. We have the exact same finals last year in Season 0, and Season 1, we get the exact same finals again. Rix against Team Queso, and you know what Team Queso did before? They beat Rix. And honestly, I feel like throughout this entire tournament, at the start they looked a little bit shaky, but they've evolved and they've grown over the series. They've beaten Game Lord, one of the best for most people, one of the best teams in Europe, and now they're going to be up against Rick. So honestly, like Ryu said, I think we're going to get all 7 series, and I honestly think Team Queso can come out on
series?
top. Seven games,
Yeah.
not 7 series. I don't think I can survive that.
You have 5 games in the first one, and you have 7 games in the second one. That's gonna mean, 12 maps in a day. That would be absolutely.
Wildrift, I'm down for that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, my heart will not be able to take it. These players are killing me. I mean, they're displaying crazy plays left, right, and center.
Yeah.
I mean, my heart is just bumping all the time.
Yes. Your heart was won't imagine theirs. Because, we got the National still, we got the Drake still, we got a lot of things going on, guys. But one crazy day was this one. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, guys. You will have to check on yourself, I know, because we can't spoil anything. We really don't know the results, so we expect you here tomorrow again for the 3rd place match and also the finals between Rick and Team Kessel. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Woo!